Chapter 3095. With a bang, the violent wave of energy hit Yang Kai's chest. Yan Qing looked straight ahead, not even sparing him a glance. Even though this blow just now was nothing more than a casual blow, his foundation as a third-order origin king was still there. How could a young man without any trace of world energy suffer a good end? When struck by such an attack, it would be a stroke of luck for him to be crushed to pieces. It would be more likely for him to be reduced to dust. Suddenly, Yan Qing shuddered and turned his head in disbelief, only to see the young man casually stretch out his hand and pat the spot on his chest where he had been hit before grinning and walking towards him. What the hell? Yan Qing almost thought he was seeing things. How could he be fine? Releasing his divine sense in disbelief, Yan Qing carefully examined Yang Kai's body and confirmed that there was no trace of cultivation on him at all. This guy was no different from an ordinary person. Frowning, Yan Qing sent out another palm strike. This time, he had used 30% of his strength in an attempt to probe his opponent. The young man walking towards him did not dodge, and simply allowed the violent attack to hit his chest, his figure not swaying at all, as if a light breeze had just brushed past his face. Yan Qing was shocked. How could he not know that he had been mistaken? Being able to resist two of his palms without using any strength, could this person be your body refinement master? In this world, there was a group of extremely rare existences who did not cultivate their meridians and only cultivated their physique. It was rumored that they could reach the peak of the martial Tao and achieve sainthood. However, no one could prove this because this path was as narrow as a sheep's intestines when compared to the general cultivation. It had been countless years since anyone had focused on cultivating the body. Only in the distant ancient times were there records of such a path. Could he Yunxiang be relying on this person? Yan Qing could not help thinking to himself, if this person was really a body refinement master, then he would not be easy to deal with because body refinement masters only cultivated their physique. Their vitality was extremely tenacious and difficult to kill. On top of that, although this path was filled with thorns and extremely difficult to tread, once one achieved something, the strength they could display was terrifying. Under the same realm, almost no one could rival them. When he sent out his third palm strike, Yan Qing no longer held back. He wanted to see just how far this body refinement master had grown. A whistling sound rang out as the power in his palm condensed into a vortex, releasing a shocking aura as he sent out a palm strike. Boom, energy surged, and the hall seemed to be turned upside down. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a blue palm print slammed into Yang Kai's chest. Yan Qing's eyes widened. She wished she could gouge her eyes out and place them on the young man's body. The outcome caused him to be both shocked and astounded. A full force strike was actually unable to shake the young man in the slightest, and it was even to the extent that the young man's clothes weren't creased at all. He was definitely no match for him. In the blink of an eye, another person appeared in front of him. The young man, who was originally more than 100 feet away, suddenly appeared in front of him as if he could teleport. Tut! Yan Qing's reaction was quick as well. She opened her mouth and yelled. A green light suddenly burst out of her mouth and shot towards Yang Kai's defenseless eyes. It was a 3-inch long needle, an Origin King grade high-rank artifact that was invisible and impossible to guard against. Long needles were rare and difficult to refine, but they were usually extremely powerful. It was also one of Yan Qing's most powerful trump cards. However, this most powerful trump card did not give Yan Qing the slightest sense of security. After this blow, Yan Qing's figure retreated in an attempt to increase the distance between him and the young man. Yan Qing's figure suddenly stiffened as a big hand covered his neck, squeezing him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. The moment he was squeezed, Yan Qing went limp like a dead dog, unable to circulate his Saint Qi any longer. With a tinkling sound, the long needle artifact fell to the ground. Yen Qing was shocked beyond words. He saw that the young man in front of him had broken his trump card with just a blow of air. How is this possible? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Ha ha! With a loud crash, the doors and windows of the hall shattered, and a dozen people rushed in. The movements inside naturally could not escape the perception of the masters outside. So as soon as they noticed signs of a fight, they immediately rushed in, each of them exuding an Origin King aura. The one leading them was an old man with white hair and a hale and hearty spirit. He was a third-order Origin King, and his aura was even stronger than Yen Qing's. He was the Yen family's great elder. Yen, the long sword in his hand swayed and suddenly straightened. Tens of thousands of sword chi converged into a single point and stabbed towards Yang Kai's back. Murderous intent surged, as if there was no one around. His sword Dao cultivation was displayed vividly at this moment, making everyone who saw it gasp in amazement and become intoxicated, as if they had been drawn into the world of endless sword cultivators. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk the long sword pierced through Yen En's back without encountering any obstruction and came out from his chest. Success. The feeling from the long sword in his hand let Yen know that his sword did not stab empty air. It was a unique feeling that came from stabbing into flesh. The smell of fresh blood permeated the air, and the many Yen family origin kings who followed and showed joy on their faces. Yunxiang exclaimed. She never expected that Yang Kai, who was crowned as an invincible existence in her eyes, would not even be able to withstand the sword of the Yen family's great elder. When Yenin broke through the door earlier, she also saw it, but she had full confidence in Yang Kai, so she did not stop him at all. She just stood aside and watched the show with a smile on her face. Then she saw a scene that she could not believe. What happened? Impossible. Yang Kai showed absolute strength to deal with Second Elder Yen Qing and directly crushed him. How could he be pierced by Great Elder Yen En's sword? Even if his back is facing Yen En, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. You overestimate yourself. Yen En coldly snorted. The long sword in his hand suddenly released an extremely cold aura and froze Yang Kai's back. A layer of frost quickly spread out from the wound. Great Elder, Yupiu, Yen Qing's panicked voice came out. When he opened his mouth to speak, he seemed to spit out blood. Yen Qing raised his head and looked at him, only to see a strange smile on his face. He frowned. What is Second Elder doing? Why is he smiling at me like that? Just as he was in doubt, the familiar face facing him suddenly warped and transformed into the appearance of an unfamiliar young man. What? Yenin turned pale with fright. If the person facing him was that young man, then who was the one that he had pierced through with his sword? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked over, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Familiar figure, familiar clothes, familiar height and hair. Who else could it be if not Second Elder? What's going on? What's going on? I was clearly attacking that young man, and I had already succeeded. Why did the outcome turn out like this? Even though Great Elder's cultivation was extraordinary and he had a calm temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered at this moment. Illusion. Yunxiang's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately felt relieved. I knew it. How could this master be so easy to deal with? It turned out that, at that moment, everyone in the hall had been affected by a profound illusion technique and had mistaken Yang Kai and Second Elder Yen Qing for someone else. There was no trace of them, but they had been able to make so many origin kings fall into an illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Such ability was truly terrifying. In Yang Kai's left eye, the golden light converged and the surging spiritual energy calmed down as he clicked his tongue. Great Elder is really ruthless. I really don't know what kind of enmity there is between Great Elder and Second Elder. Could it be that he made you wear a green hat? Or perhaps he killed your mother? Great Elder actually took advantage of this moment to take revenge for a private grudge. This young master has no choice but to give you 4 words. Well done. Men like us should be quick to repay kindness and enmity, quick and direct. Great Elder is truly a role model for us. Yen was furious and reached out to pull out his sword. Pooh. Yen Qing coughed up another mouthful of blood, but was easily avoided by Yang Kai. His face was pale and bloodless. If he didn't know Great Elder well, he would have thought he had some kind of grudge against him and was taking this opportunity to retaliate. Stabbing me with your sword is one thing, but why did you suddenly pull it out? Yen Qing knew that this was Yen's profound In Cold Chi, which was extremely overbearing and vicious. I'll kill you. Yen was furious, his hair and beard flying wildly as he raised his sword and thrust it towards Yang Kai. Because of this young man before him, his lifelong reputation had been destroyed in a single day, and the crime of harming a brother of the same clan wasn't light. After today, his reputation would surely plummet. How would he have the face and qualifications to assume the position of Grand Elder? He would likely have to retire and live in seclusion for the rest of his life. Facing the angry blow of Yen and a veteran Third Order Origin King, Yang Kai just smiled lightly and stretched out his hand. A clear and melodious sound lingered in the air. Yen's anger was instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, leaving behind only fear and shock. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai saw that the young man was holding Yen Qing's neck with one hand while his other hand was holding her artifact sword firmly between his fingers. It was as if what he was holding was not an Origin King grade artifact that had killed countless enemies, but rather a fallen leaf. Yen's heart shook violently as he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Hurriedly pouring his cultivation into his sword, he did not retreat but instead thrust forward again. Yang Kai's eyes were full of sarcasm as he flicked the sword lightly with his finger, causing it to emit a clear cry. The sword almost flew out of Yen's hand as he struggled to hold on to the hilt and not let go, but the momentum of the sword was already out of his control, and it flew straight to the side. With a soft sound. The sword pierced through Yen Qing's chest and into his heart. Ugh. Yen Qing's eyes widened in an instant. She let out a weak exhale from her throat. She struggled to move her eyes and fixed her gaze on Yen. She opened her mouth and used all her strength to spit out a few words. Fuck your mother. His head slumped and he died completely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yen almost lost his ability to think, his mind going blank, as his lips trembled violently. Chapter 3096. A Third Order Origin King, who stood at the peak of Star Territory, the second elder of the Yen family, had died just like that. He had died at the hands of his own people. Such a result was unacceptable to everyone. If Yen Qing had been killed by Yang Kai, it would have been fine. But from the beginning to the end, Yang Kai had only been holding his neck and had not killed him. It was Great Elder Yen's 2 swords that took his life. Was it because Great Elder's skills were inferior, and he was used? Of course not. This young man was simply too terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he had toyed with a Third Order Origin King and used him to kill another Third Order Origin King. This kind of ability was simply unparalleled in this world. The grace of raising rice must be repaid, and the enmity of the smallest grievance must be repaid. Although he was a little embarrassed, since the Yen family wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to accept it. When a cultivator picked up a sword, he had to be mentally prepared to be stabbed by someone else. Throwing Yen Qing's body aside as if he was throwing a rag sack, Yang Kai stared coldly at Yen. When their eyes met, Yen suddenly came back to his senses and his heart trembled. Now was not the time to blame himself and be sentimental. How to deal with the crisis in front of him was the most important thing. He thought that with the Yen family's large lineup, it would be a piece of cake this time. But now, before he could even figure out the details of this young man, his second elder had already died. It could be said to be a heavy loss. If anything happened to him, the Yen family strength would definitely plummet. He hurriedly retreated, but Yang Kai reached out to grab him. The slow movement was an inescapable move in Yen En's eyes. His hair stood on end as he broke out in cold sweat and shouted, "Patriarch, save me!" Yang Kai grabbed empty air as Yen En silently disappeared in front of him and suddenly reappeared a few dozen meters to the side with a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai raised his brow and did not look at Yen En. Instead, he turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, a person had appeared out of nowhere and was quietly floating in the air, looking down at Yen Qing's body with a gloomy face. Yen En was able to escape this calamity not because of his own ability, but because of this person's methods. Just now, Yang Kai actually sensed traces of spatial energy fluctuations. Yen En's disappearance and reappearance were very similar to his own teleportation, but the distance was much shorter. The head of the Yen family? Yang Kai asked. Yen Luo's face was cold as he ignored Yang Kai. It was as if he didn't see him. He looked at Yen Qing for a while before saying, "It's been a long time since someone dared to be so impudent in the Yen family." Although his voice was calm, his heart was burning with rage. A moment of carelessness had actually caused him to lose an elder of his clan, and this loss could be said to be great. "You deserve to die." Yen Luo turned his head abruptly. His face instantly became ferocious as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "That depends on whether or not Patriarch Yen has the ability. If he didn't have the ability, he would kill him. Don't think that body tempering is omnipotent. There are many things in this world that you can't imagine. How can a frog at the bottom of a well imagine the beauty of the star field?" Hearing this, Yang Kai thought about it seriously and nodded. "You're right." Yen Luo raised his hand and pointed at him, saying indifferently, "Kill yourself, and you'll be able to die quickly. If this king takes action, you won't have such a good life." Yang Kai said, "I came here this time just to ask how to get to the ancestral territory, and I'm even willing to pay." "Patriarch Yen, you don't have to be so unreasonable, right? What's the point of fighting and killing for no reason? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yen Luo coldly snorted. How could he be interested in talking to him? He raised his finger and slashed it down. The world buzzed instantly as an indescribable pressure fell from the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. All the Origin King realm masters in the hall, regardless of their cultivation, felt their bodies shrink, and they couldn't even raise their heads. He Yunxiang was shocked, and her pretty face was filled with horror. She had thought that after breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm, she would be able to run amok in the ancestral territory. Even if she encountered some existences she couldn't defeat, she could always run away. But now, when Yen Luo took action, she realized she was wrong, very wrong. The power of a single finger was already so terrifying. If she was really targeted by him, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. How could he be so powerful? Yen Luo's aura was only that of a Third Order Origin King. Even if he had broken through longer than her, he shouldn't be so much stronger than her. At this moment, the pressure that Yama was exerting on her was even more terrifying than Yang Kai's. Just by standing there, it was as if he was the heavens, as if he was the earth. His words were law, and no one could go against his will. The power of the stars. Yang Kai raised his sword-like eyebrows, showing a look of surprise before quickly relaxing. This Yen Luo was a star master, and it seemed that he was the star master of Tai E Star. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to mobilize the power of the stars. Tai E Star was the headquarters of the Yen family, and as the patriarch of the Yen family, he had refined Tai Star's source, so it was reasonable for him to become its star master. No wonder his tone was so arrogant, so this was the reason. As a star master, he was the master of Tai Star. Yang Kai was also a star master, so he naturally knew how much power a star master could use on their own cultivation star. The reason why Yen could escape from him was not because of some kind of space divine technique, but because Yen Luo was a star master. Yang Kai's spine sank, but he didn't bend down, and instead just looked at Yen Luo in the sky with interest. Even if he didn't use any power, just relying on his physique, it was impossible for a trivial star master to make him bow. Yang Kai's physique was incredibly powerful, and now that he was in his dragon transformation, his body was more than 100 meters tall. With his half-dragon bloodline, how could he bow his head to a mere third-order origin king? Yen Luo was surprised. Although he hadn't used his full strength, who could withstand the anger of a star master? This little brat's body tempering was actually so strong that he could withstand such pressure. Could it be he had obtained some kind of powerful inheritance? Thinking so, Yen Luo couldn't help feeling excited. The more he fought like this, the greater the benefits he would obtain after killing him. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Kai asked. "This king is laughing at something that should be laughed at." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then it seems that I should also laugh." "If you can laugh." Yen Luo stretched out his remaining 4 fingers and turned them into a palm, flicked his wrist, and slapped down towards Yang Kai. The world trembled again as everyone who was already bowing fell to their knees. None of them spared. With such a result, it was difficult for everyone to imagine what would happen to Yang Kai. Yunxiang looked at Yang Kai anxiously and was suddenly dumbfounded. She saw Yang Kai stomp his feet on the floor, causing a deep pit to appear beneath his feet. Thousands of pieces of the floor in the hall also flew up at this moment and turned to dust midair. With the help of this stomp, Yang Kai rushed up like a meteor. After rushing up 10 meters, Yang Kai's figure paused slightly. Obviously, he had been stopped by the power of Yen Luo's palm, but it was only a momentary pause. In the next moment, the barrier that was enough to shatter any origin king's soul was pierced through like a piece of paper. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of Yen Luo and threw a punch at him. Yen Luo was taken aback, and the calmness and disdain on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dignified and incredulous look. "Is this guy on steroids?" "I am the Star Master. On Tai Star. I am the master of everything. How could someone be able to achieve this?" The void trembled, and the universe collapsed as the fist passed through space, leaving a series of black marks in its wake. Yen Luo clearly noticed that the space around him had shattered. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, there was only one way out: hide. Such a punch was certain to kill him. Even if he was the Star Master, he would not be able to resist it. As his figure flashed, Yen Luo had already disappeared. Yang Kai's punch hit the air, and the power of his fist burst out, but there was nowhere for it to vent, and it dissipated. With a rumble, the hall collapsed and dust flew everywhere. Figures flew out in embarrassment, coughing nonstop. When they looked up, they were all shocked. The Yen family main hall, which had stood on the Twin Peaks for thousands of years, had now turned into ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, as if doomsday had arrived. People were constantly flying out of it, cursing loudly. Under the Twin Peaks, in the lively city, countless people stopped to look over here. They were all full of suspicion, wondering what had happened to the Yen family to cause such a huge commotion. Without the support of his strength, Yang Kai also fell to the ground. Standing on a wooden plank in the ruins, he looked in a certain direction. "I wonder if Patriarch Yen can still smile now." How could Yen Luo still smile? His face was extremely pale, so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. He looked at Yang Kai with trembling eyes, all in disbelief. On Tai Star, there was actually someone who could threaten him. This was something he had never imagined before. He was not the only Star Master in the territory of Tai Star, but everyone recognized that in a Star Master's territory, whether the Star Master's cultivation was second order or third order, they were invincible, because a Star Master could mobilize the power of a cultivation star's source, which was the power of heaven and earth. Who in this world could resist the power of heaven and earth? Something that he had never dared to imagine before had really happened, and it had happened right in front of him. Yen Luo almost thought he was dreaming. After a long silence, he said, "You do have some skill, worthy of being a body refinement cultivator, but if you think you can beat this king, you are gravely mistaken. He was in an invincible position. No matter how strong the young man below was, what could he do if he couldn't touch him? Patriarch Yen, do you still want to be stubborn?" Yang Kai looked at him faintly. Yen Luo shouted, "You killed my Yen family's elder and destroyed my Yen family's foundation. No matter who you are, my Yen family will not rest until you die." After suffering such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? The stronger he was, the bigger his temper. If he didn't get back his face today, how could the Yen family establish itself in the territory of Infinite Star in the future? Yang Kai sighed. Patriarch Yan's words just now were correct. Yen Luo looked at him coldly. Yang Kai continued, "A frog at the bottom of a well naturally can't imagine the beauty of Starfield. Today, this young master is in a rare mood, so I'll show you garbage." As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from his body. Chapter 3097. From beginning to end, there were no traces of cultivation on Yang Kai's body. All he relied on was the strength of his physical body, so much so that even he Yunxiang thought he had a body-tempering background. But at this moment, Yang Kai's body was giving off the aura of Saint Chi. No, it wasn't Saint Chi. This aura was purer and more profound than Saint Chi. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai's aura rose steadily, crossing one hurdle after another, and soon reached the first-order origin king realm before stabilizing. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. He had almost reached his limit. In this damned place, the most he could use was the origin king realm. If he tried to use any more, it was likely he would be rejected by the world principles. Yen Luo's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. He had thought this brute was nothing more than a muscular brute, nothing to worry about, but the other party had actually been hiding his strength all this time. A powerful body tempering coupled with a first-order origin king cultivation. This was going to be difficult, but soon the worry in Yen Luo's eyes was swept away. Yang Kai was just a first-order origin king, not too powerful. As the Star Master of Tai Star, how could Yen Luo be afraid of him? Patriarch Yen, are you ready? Yang Kai looked up at Yen Luo, staring at him with his dark eyes. Yen Luo's heart clenched as an unimaginable sense of crisis enveloped his body. Suddenly, his vision blurred as a figure appeared in front of him. If it wasn't the young man, who else could it be? C. Yen Luo sucked in a breath of cold air, not even noticing how the other party had arrived in front of him. Instinctively, he pushed his star's source strength and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared 100 meters away. Before he could even catch his breath, the young man actually followed him like a shadow and appeared before him again. The two of them were only a foot apart, and the young man's smiling expression caused Yama's hair to stand on end. Schwa, schwa, schwa. Yen Luo's figure constantly changed position as cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead, soaking his clothes. He relied on the various conveniences of a Star Master to change his position at will, but this young man was like a maggot to him. No matter what he did, he could not get rid of him. Often, as soon as he stabilized his figure, the young man would arrive, never exceeding a meter in front of him. his trump card became useless in an instant. The experts from the Yen family, who were watching from below, were dumbfounded. The speed at which the two of them changed their positions in the sky was so fast that it was hard for them to predict their movements. In just a dozen breaths of time, their figures had flickered and moved dozens of times, but they still maintained the same pace. "The laws of space," Yama exclaimed. As a Star Lord, he was keener than anyone else to perceive the changes in the power of nature. The young man in front of him was emitting clear waves of the power of space, which was obviously a sign that he had mastered the laws of space. Unlike him, who relied on his identity as a Star Lord, he was able to teleport with his own abilities. At this moment, Yama was completely flustered. He had thought that he was in an invincible position. Who would have thought that his opponent would have such means to deal with him? A fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Yama wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that the surrounding space was viscous. The fist was like a mountain pressing down on him, blocking the light in front of him. No matter how he tried to dodge, it was impossible for him to dodge. His chest suddenly felt stuffy. With a bang, blood splattered. Yama fell like a meteor and smashed into the ruins of the Yen family's main hall, kicking up a cloud of dust. He saw stars and felt his nose bridge collapse. When he opened his eyes, the tall figure cast a shadow over him. "Mercy!" Yama shouted in a sorrowful voice, no longer as calm as before. The person in front of him really had the strength and ability to kill him, and it seemed that he hadn't even used his full strength. Yama couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be if this person burst out with all his strength. Where did this person come from? Is he crazy? If you're so strong, why didn't you just show it earlier? Why did you have to go through so much trouble? Today, the Yen family has been humiliated. Not only was I, the patriarch, beaten to the point where I couldn't even fight back, even a third-order Origin King Elder was killed. Yen Luo wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The other experts of the Yen family also had the same thoughts, especially Yen. He had a bitter taste in his mouth. Yen Qing had died tragically in his hands, and he had hoped that the family head would avenge him. Who would have thought that the invincible family head would beg for mercy in less than 10 minutes? Is the patriarch too cowardly? No. A wise man submits to circumstances. In any case, the Yen family's face had been completely lost today. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, so this matter wouldn't spread. Otherwise, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Yen family's reputation and prestige. "I think we can have a good talk now." Yang Kai looked down at Yama. "If Master has any questions, this Yen will tell you everything he knows." Yama squeezed out a smile reluctantly. Halfway up the mountain, in another hall, good fragrant tea was being served. Yunxiang stood obediently behind Yang Kai like a maidservant. Yama changed his clothes and tidied himself up. He strode out from the back hall and bowed. "Greetings, Master." After that, he winked at Yen, and Yen smiled and handed over a box respectfully. "Master, this is your spirit pill." When the box was opened, the source-condensing pill lay quietly inside. Yunxiang reached out to take it and sneered. Didn't the second elder say that it was lost? A trace of uneasiness flashed across Yen's face, and he explained, "That's pure nonsense. Yen Qing acted on his own accord and has nothing to do with the Yen family. Please forgive him, Master." The second elder also said that this spirit pill is fake. "Impossible. This spirit pill is clear, full, and has a pleasant fragrance. How can it be fake? Although we don't know what kind of spirit pill this is, we know that this spirit pill must be extraordinary. I'm afraid that Yen Qing made up this story to get his hands on this spirit pill." Yunxiang said seriously, "It's all thanks to Elder Yen and for cleaning up such a black sheep. Otherwise, he would have brought disaster to the Yen family in the future." Yen nodded repeatedly and said, yes, it's all thanks to Master's help. Otherwise, how could I have the ability to do that?" Master, and I were also deceived by that thief and caused many misunderstandings. Please don't take it to heart. He Yunxiang smiled and said, Master won't take it to heart? Thank you, Master. Yen Luo said with a pained expression, I didn't see the right person for what happened today. If Master wants to punish me, I'm willing to accept it. He Yunxiang glanced at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't say anything. She pursed her lips and smiled. The culprit has been killed, so this matter is over. Master Yen and the Great Elder are both sensible people, and were also deceived by others. How can you be blamed? Hearing this, Yen Luo and Yen heaved a sigh of relief. He Yunxiang's expression turned serious as she said, My lord, you came all the way here for just one matter. Yen Luo said seriously, Master, don't worry. You can leave the matter of going to the ancestral territory to the Yen family. When the time comes, I will personally lead the master there. He Yunxiang was speechless. In the face of absolute power, the matter that was harder than ascending to heaven became so easy. She didn't say anything, and Yen Luo agreed immediately. Moreover, the master of the Yen family would personally lead the way. Who else in the entire star territory could receive such treatment? Yen Luo rubbed his hands and said carefully, However, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Master can grant it. He Yunxiang's face darkened. Are you negotiating with the master? Yen Luo shuddered and said in a panic, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I definitely wouldn't dare. It's definitely not a negotiation. It's just a small request. If Master doesn't agree, is the Yen family not going to tell the Master the method to go to the ancestral territory? Absolutely not. Whether Master agrees or not, I will fulfill my promise. He Yunxiang glanced at Yang Kai and said, What's the request? Let's hear it. Yen Luo laughed dryly. For Master, this is just a matter of lifting a finger. It's like this. This Yen also wants to go to the ancestral territory, so I would like to ask Master to give me a ride. You also want to go to the ancestral territory? He Yunxiang asked curiously, If you want to go, go ahead. It's not like you don't know the method. Yen Luo's expression turned solemn. Master, my Yen family does know the method to go to the ancestral territory, but the road is extremely dangerous. Even a third-order origin king like this Yen will end up crushed if he is careless. If not, this Yen Luo would have gone to the ancestral territory long ago. Why would I wait until today? Master strength is exceedingly high, so you won't put the thorns on the road in your eyes. This Yen just wants to hitch a ride. The road to the ancestral territory is very dangerous. He Yunxiang also heard of this for the first time, so she couldn't help but be a little suspicious. It depends on luck, Yen Luo said seriously. Luck was something that couldn't be explained clearly. If one was lucky, the road would be smooth, but if one was unlucky, every step would be dangerous. Sometimes, luck was also an important measure of a cultivator's strength. Don't complain about the unfairness of the heavenly way, because the heavenly way was like this. He Yunxiang couldn't make the decision on this matter, so she could only ask for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai didn't care and nodded. Okay. Yen Luo was overjoyed and bowed to the ground. Many thanks, Master. Yen Qing also cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, Patriarch, for getting what you wanted. Yen Luo smiled. After I leave, you will be the Patriarch of the Yen family. When the time comes, you have to take good care of it. Yen Qing bowed and said, It's all thanks to Patriarch. Yen Luo turned and said, Master, let's set off in 10 days. What do you think? Of course, if Master is in a hurry, 3 days is also fine, but this Yen Luo still has some things to take care of. After stepping down from the position of Patriarch, there were naturally many things that needed to be done. 10 days it is. Yang Kai stood up. These few days didn't matter anyway. Yen Luo thanked him profusely and immediately led Yang Kai to rest. The side room was extremely luxurious. and it was decorated with luminous pearls. He Yunxiang said, "Master, the Yen family won't cheat, right?" Yen Luo's respectful behavior made her a little suspicious. Even if he had to submit to a powerful force, he didn't have to be so servile. After all, he was a star master. Chapter 3098. However, he did not understand why Yen Luo wanted to go to the ancestral territory with Yang Kai. If the Yen family really had some tricks up their sleeves, why would they follow Yang Kai? Since we are here, let's just take things as they come. Even if the Yen family was up to something, why would he be afraid? However, he had unsealed a little of his cultivation today. He had to quickly seal it again. He had already sensed that there was some inexplicable hostility between the heavens and earth. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, there was a huge crowd at the foot of the Twin Peaks. Almost all of the important figures in the Yen family had gathered here. On the square, there was a pitch-black battleship anchored there. The news that the master of the Yen family was going to the ancestral territory had spread like wildfire. This was a huge matter for the Yen family. The last time someone from the Yen family went to the ancestral territory was 500 years ago. Furthermore, no one knew if they succeeded. This time, the master of the Yen family suddenly announced that he was going to step down from his position as the master of the Yen family. He was going to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors to explore a more profound martial Tao and a wider world. When the news spread, the entire Yen family was shocked. Thousands of people gathered here to send him off. Only a small number of people in the Yen family knew about what happened 10 days ago. They knew that the master of the Yen family and the great elder were humiliated that day. Even the second elder died an unnatural death. These people were the mainstays of the Yen family. Naturally, they would not spread the news. Therefore, the people of the Yen family who came here basically knew nothing about the conflict 10 days ago. When Yen Luo walked out, everyone looked at him with respect. If they knew that their master of the Yen family was beaten to the point of begging for mercy a few days ago, who knew how they would feel? Although the disciples of the Yen family were puzzled by Yang Kai and He Yunxiang, who were walking at the front, they did not know their background. They felt that the attitude of the master of the Yen family and the elders towards the two of them was thought-provoking. Not long later, everyone boarded the battleship. Accompanied by a loud buzzing sound and a strong energy wave, the battleship took off slowly and rushed into the vast star field. Only when the battleship disappeared from their sight did the people of the Yen family leave reluctantly. The former great elder, the current head of the Yen family, Yen En, hurried back after giving a few instructions. He walked into the secret chamber and saw an eye-catching lantern at first glance. The lantern looked very old. It was unknown when it had been placed there, but it was spotless. There was nothing else in the secret room except for this lantern and a table. On the table, there was an incense burner. Yen An's expression was extremely solemn as he took out an incense stick from his space ring. This incense stick seemed to be specially made, as thick as a thumb and about a foot long. It was unknown what material it was made of, but even before it was lit it exuded a strange fragrance. Yen En held the incense stick and recalled Yama's instructions a few days ago. His eyes flashed with determination as he touched his wrist with his finger. Immediately, a wound appeared on his wrist and blood flowed out. He placed the incense stick on the wound, and blood immediately seeped into it, turning it dark red bit by bit. After an entire hour, the incense stick finally changed color completely, and it was completely blood red like a thick and large leech that had drunk its fill of blood, causing it to seem extremely gorgeous. Yen En's face became a little pale, but his spirit became even more excited. He formed a seal with his hand, and his Saint Chi surged. He pointed at the incense stick and shouted, "Burn!" A little light bloomed from the incense stick, as if it was burning, but the fragrance that wafted out was dark red. Yanmen did not dare to be negligent. He respectfully held the incense stick and bowed to the lantern a few times before inserting it into the incense burner on the table in front of him. For a moment, it was so quiet that Yan's breathing could not be heard. The red gas released by the burning incense seemed to be summoned and rushed toward the lantern. As time passed, the quaint lantern also seemed to have some subtle reactions. When the incense stick was burning halfway, a sensational pressure suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, two lights lit up in the lantern like two human eyes. Yenin trembled and knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Yenin greets the old ancestor." The two lights in the lantern flickered a few times before slowly stabilizing. An old voice suddenly came from the lantern. "Yenin, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. Are you the head of the Yen family now?" From the meaning of the words, the owner of the old voice obviously knew Yen, an old ancestor. "I am indeed the head of the Yen family now." "What about Yen Luo? I remember when I left, wasn't it Yen Luo who was in charge of the Yen family? It's only been a few hundred years. Don't tell me he's dead." "Ooh," Yenin hurriedly said, "he's not dead, he's not dead. He has stepped down as the head of the Yen family and set off for the ancestral territory." "He's come to the ancestral territory? It's rare that he's willing to take this step. Congratulations." The old voice revealed a hint of joy. He then changed the topic and said majestically, "However, did you call me here just to tell me this? If it was just this, it would be making a mountain out of a molehill." When he left the territory of the Wuji star, he told them not to disturb him unless it was something important. Yenin bowed again and said sorrowfully, "Old ancestor, the Yen family has suffered a great humiliation. I hope the old ancestor can help us." The aura in the lantern changed. Suddenly, it was filled with killing intent. The old voice said coldly, "Tell me in detail." Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The journey of the Yen family's battleship was extremely smooth. The huge Yen word on the battleship was the best pass. No one dared to have any ideas about the Yen family's battleship. Some space pirates who saw it from afar would only run away. During this month, Yang Kai was still living leisurely. He familiarized himself with many ancient books and history books and gained a lot of knowledge. Yen Luo came to greet him every day and offered him delicacies. Yang Kai didn't reject any of them. However, a few women who were arranged to serve him were sent back. After a month, He Yunxiang knocked on the door and entered. Yang Kai saw that her aura was stable and her face was glowing. He knew that her level of attainment had stabilized. "We've arrived?" He Yunxiang replied. "Yen Luo said we're almost there." "Let's go and take a look." Yang Kai was very curious about the method and route to enter the ancestral territory. Although there were similar places in the Hung Luo star field, he might be able to gain something by observing it. The two of them quickly came to the control cabin of the battleship. A group of Yen family disciples were guarding the operating formations. They looked serious and excited. They knew where the destination was and were secretly grateful that Yen Luo chose them. In this way, they would have a chance to experience the ancestral territory before others. When they saw Yang Kai, they quickly bowed. Yen Luo came up and said, "Master, the stars in front have a passage into the ancestral territory." Yang Kai looked in the direction and asked curiously, "A dead star?" It was a dark and gloomy sphere. Even in the star field, it was extremely desolate. There were countless dead stars like this in the territory. Probably no one would think that this was the key to entering the ancestral territory. Yen Luo smiled and said, "If not, why would there be so few people who know the way to enter the ancestral territories?" There was no spiritual energy on the dead stars. Ordinary people would not check it out. Even if they passed by it, they would leave quickly. No one would think that there was a way to enter the ancestral territory. The Yen family is quite lucky. You can even find this. It's luck. Yen Luo smiled and did not explain further. It was indeed a coincidence that the Yen family could find this. Even he did not know how it was discovered and confirmed. When it was passed down to his generation, a lot of information had been lost. Master, please take a seat. If this trip is successful, we will reach the ancestral territory soon. Yen Luo gestured with his hand. Yang Kai nodded and sat down peacefully. The starship slowly flew towards the dead star and landed in a direction. Soon, it entered a huge canyon. This canyon was deep, like a bottomless pit. When Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, he could not see the bottom. Under Yen Luo's command, the starship went all the way down. Soon, the sun was out of sight. It was as if they were sailing in a crack in the netherworld. The cold aura eroded through the starship, making people shudder. In such a harsh environment, even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to last long. Only by relying on the starship could they reduce the consumption of energy. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense spread out like a tide. He actually felt a strong fluctuation of space principles in the depths of this canyon. After a brief investigation, he immediately knew that his guess was right. There was a huge void crack below. It was extremely dazzling and was very different from the void corridor he had encountered before. Yen Luo's expression also became extremely serious in an instant. He personally operated several spirit arrays and activated the starship's defenses. Silently, the huge starship sailed into the void crack. It seemed to be swallowed, melted, and soon disappeared. A series of cracking sounds came from all directions. Everyone in the starship changed their expression. Yunxiang glanced at Yen Luo in surprise. Seeing his expressionless face, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. Sure enough, one who achieved great things did not care about trifles. The others in the Yen family probably did not know, but she was now a third-order Origin King. How could she not know that this starship would not be able to last long? With the pressure of the terrifying void corridor, this starship would probably fall apart in less than an incense stick worth of time. At that time, besides the 3 Origin Kings in this starship, who would be able to escape misfortune, even Yunxiang herself was not sure if she could escape unscathed. She could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai now. Yen Luo must have known in advance that the people of the Yen family would die. But he still took 200 to 300 people from the Yen family and drove the starship in. His purpose was probably to use this starship in exchange for the incense stick worth of safety. It was ridiculous that the people of the Yen family were looking forward to it a month ago. They wanted to see the scenery of their ancestral territory, but they did not know that they had already become Yen N's chess pieces. Moreover, they were the kind of chess pieces that could be discarded at will. Chapter 3099. Inside the cabin, various spirit arrays were flashing wildly. It was a sign that the spirit arrays were operating at their limits. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from all directions. Patriarch, we can't go any deeper. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. A burly man walked over with a terrified expression. Only now did he understand that this wasn't a lucky trip. He was clearly sending himself to his death. Yen Luo said calmly, "Speed up." The brawny man's face changed. Yen Luo raised his hand and slapped down. The brawny man did not make a sound. His skull caved in, and he fell to the ground softly. His brains flowed out. The surrounding Yen family disciples were silent. "Speed up," Yen Luo shouted again. Without any hesitation, the Yen family disciples started to move. They poured their energy into various spirit arrays. After a slight pause, the starship suddenly accelerated. There was no way out in front. There was only endless colors. The compression from the void was constantly destroying the structure of the starship. Even though this starship was mid-rank Origin King grade, it was still groaning with difficulty. After a while, one of the spirit arrays in the cabin suddenly dimmed. It was because it had completely collapsed. At the same time, a certain part of the starship also fell apart. It seemed that there was a chain reaction, with the damaged part as the center. The damage to the starship expanded rapidly. Pieces of the structure fell apart and collapsed bit by bit. One after another, the spirit arrays stopped operating. The faces of the Yen family disciples were as pale as paper. They raised their heads and looked at Yen Luo, only to see him looking indifferent and calm. He did not seem to care about such a crisis at all. Suddenly, hope surged in their hearts. The patriarch would definitely lead them out of this predicament. They were a group of people who were carefully selected to follow the patriarch in the ancestral territory. How could they die here for no reason? After a stick of incense worth of time, their hope was shattered. With a deafening boom, the battleship exploded with a rumble. The power of the void poured in from all directions. Without the protection of the starship, how could the cultivator, who had not reached the Origin King realm, survive? Puff, 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 like bubbles being popped, clouds of blood, mist burst in the void one after another, blooming with bright red colors. Patriarch, save me! Cries for help resounded from all directions, but Yama turned a deaf ear to them. His figure flashed, and a layer of pitch-black armor covered the surface of his body from head to toe. He was like a general galloping on a horse and charging bravely into the enemy's ranks on an ancient battlefield, and he was awe-inspiring. He Yunxiang also summoned her ribbon artifact at the same time. After refining this Dao source-grade, low-rank artifact for a period of time, although she still couldn't wield it as she wished, she was finally able to put it to good use. This ribbon artifact was both offensive and defensive, and was extremely rare. On top of that, its grade wasn't too high, so it was perfectly suited for He Yunxiang's current cultivation. The ribbons became larger and wider, wrapping around her body as if she was wearing a new, colorful dress out of thin air. She suddenly felt the pressure on her body lighten. She followed closely behind Yang Kai, not daring to leave his side. Yama also ran over and stood side by side with He Yunxiang. He glanced at the ribbon in astonishment, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink. His eyesight was extraordinary, so he could naturally tell that this ribbon was no ordinary artifact. It was definitely not comparable to the artifacts he had seen before. He coveted it very much in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. "I'll let you keep it for a while." After a while, this artifact will belong to the Yen family. At this moment, the cries for help all around had subsided. It had only been 10 breaths since the starship was damaged. None of the hundreds of Yen family disciples who came to pilot the starship had survived. From beginning to end, Yama didn't react at all, as if the people who died weren't from the Yen family but strangers. He Yunxiang's heart trembled. She increasingly felt that this person was cruel and merciless. She had killed and set fires many times, but it was impossible for her to be as heartless as him. In the endless void, it was impossible to distinguish between north and south. Looking around, it was filled with colorful lights. It was the first time Yama and He Yunxiang had experienced such a situation, so they quickly forgot about it and appreciated the strangeness of their surroundings. Yang Kai walked at the front, but there was still no fluctuation of world energy on his body. The terrifying pressure directly acted on his body, but it couldn't make him frown. The entire world was extremely quiet, and everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly. Yama felt that something was wrong because the journey was extremely peaceful. They didn't encounter any dangers or sudden situations. 500 years ago, the patriarch set off for the ancestral territory. The world didn't know if he had succeeded, but Yama knew that the patriarch had successfully arrived at the ancestral territory. This was because 3 months after the patriarch set off, the Yen family used the secret technique left behind by the patriarch to contact him. At that time, the patriarch described his experience in detail when he entered the ancestral territory, especially when passing through the multicolored space. According to the ancestor, this place was extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness would result in death. In this world that seemed extremely beautiful, there were many dangers hidden that ordinary people could not discover. Yama was fully prepared. He was vigilant at all times, afraid that danger would suddenly befall him. However, from the beginning to the end, everything was calm and peaceful. It was as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. There was no danger at all. The patriarch couldn't have lied to him. So, the only explanation was that either the three of them had heaven-defying luck, or the leader had avoided many dangers in advance. Yama hoped that it was the former, because if it was the latter, then this person was too terrifying. Perhaps the Yen family's deployment was not the right choice. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. There was no reference around, so no one knew how far they had walked. Yama's artifact armor had dimmed, obviously having lost much of its spirituality. However, he was prepared for this and immediately put on a new set of artifact armor. Yunxiang also consumed a lot of energy. Her ribbon artifact required her to use her Saint Qi to maintain its defense. With her third-order origin king cultivation, it was already difficult for her to control a Dao Source grade artifact, so it was impossible for her to maintain it for long. Taking out a spirit pill from her space ring and swallowing it, her tender body suddenly shook. She felt a warm current spread from her lower abdomen to her limbs and bones. Her Saint Qi, which was about to be exhausted, was greatly replenished at this moment. What's more, the medicinal efficacies were endless. She didn't even have time to refine and absorb them, wasting a lot of them. Master's actions are really good. It was absolutely impossible for such an excellent spirit pill to appear in the star territory. She didn't even know what the spirit pill was called, only that Yang Kai had given it to her along with the source condensing pill a few days ago. Time passed by, and no matter how beautiful the scenery was, one would eventually grow tired of it. The three of them were like travelers walking in a lonely desert, not knowing where the road ahead was. Yama's expression of expectation was replaced by depression, and Yunxiang was also a little anxious. Only Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, and even his pace did not change. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and turned to Yunxiang. "We're here." Yunxiang was taken aback for a moment before she was overjoyed. Yama also looked up abruptly and saw that there seemed to be some unique scenery in the distance. His artifact armor was gone, and the one he was wearing was the last set. If he could not reach the ancestral territory, he could only thicken his skin and ask Yang Kai for protection. Fortunately, the goal was right in front of them, so their persistence had not been in vain. The three of them accelerated their pace at the same time. After a full day, a 5-colored whirlpool appeared in front of the three of them. This whirlpool was in an extremely strange state of stillness. The three of them stood in front of this whirlpool, as tiny as 3 specks of dust. Insignificant. Yama's lips trembled with excitement as he stared at the vortex, as if he could see through the barrier of space and see the scenery on the other side. Yunxiang's eyes also flashed with a strange light. If it were 3 months ago, she would never have imagined that she would have such a day. In the ancestral territory, it seemed that as long as she took a single step forward, she would be able to reach it. This was the dream of many people, but now it was within reach. The two of them turned to look at Yang Kai and were surprised to find that Yang Kai had closed his eyes and was standing there quietly. No one dared to disturb him. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and said, "Let's go." Taking a step forward, he stepped directly into the still 5-colored vortex. Yama, and He Yunxiang were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. A feeling of weightlessness instantly shrouded them. Feeling dizzy and shocked, they heard a burst of noise. He Yunxiang and Yama tried to listen, but their ears were buzzing, and they couldn't hear what those voices were saying. Only Yang Kai was looking around with a dumbfounded expression. The ancestral territory was a magical place. On the way here, he had imagined what kind of place the ancestral territory was, but after arriving here, he found that it was a little different from what he had imagined. It was not that he was disappointed, but the scene in front of him felt something was wrong. Here they come, here they come. More people are coming. Well, this time there are 3 people. Which star territory are they from? These 3 people. My Beyond the Heavens sect, once one, surnamed Lu. Why don't you go? You said you want it, but first ask whether this brother agrees or not. So what if he agrees? So what if he doesn't? Do you want to fight with me? Ooh. Come. Who is afraid of who? No matter what you think, my Xing Luo mountain also wants one. The last one is mine, Sacred Yufeng. Are you joking? I am very serious. Fuck your mother. Why are you cursing? It seemed that because of the appearance of Yang Kai and the other 2 people, the scene suddenly went out of control, and Yang Kai was stunned. Shut up, all of you. Don't make a scene. Don't let others look down on us. Don't you know the rules? First ask where they come from. An old man with a sallow face suddenly opened his mouth. This old man seemed to have some prestige. His body was thin, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He held a pipe in his hand, and some sparks were coming out of it. As soon as he opened his mouth, the scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone looked at Yang Kai, and the others anxiously. Chapter 30, 100. At first glance, everyone was surprised because the young man leading the trio was actually looking at them with great interest. *C. Gasps rang out. How was this possible? From the star territory to the ancestral territory, one must have experienced a void shuttle, because this kind of void shuttle covered an extremely long distance. It would be accompanied by some sequelae, the most obvious of which was that one's soul would become unstable and dizzy. Depending on one's strength, the duration of these sequelae would vary. Shorter ones would take a few breaths to recover, while longer ones would take more than a dozen breaths. But looking at the appearance of this young man, there were no sequelae at all. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, sweeping with their divine senses again. A strange expression appeared on their faces. This young man did not have the slightest world energy fluctuation. But how could a cultivator not have any world energy fluctuations? Either the difference in cultivation was too great, making it impossible for those weaker to detect him, or he had an artifact that concealed his cultivation. But what kind of artifact could a cultivator from the star territory have on him, with so many people present? How could they not see through him? This young man was a strange one. After a while, He Yunxiang and Yan Luo gradually recovered. At first glance, He Yunxiang's beautiful face paled, and her Saint Qi surged as she looked around vigilantly. She did not expect to encounter such a situation as soon as she stepped into the ancestral territory. Moreover, looking around, the cultivation of the cultivator was no lower than the Origin King realm, and the aura exuding from many of them made her tremble in fear. Above the Origin King realm. This was an aura above the Origin King realm. It must be the Tao Source realm master mentioned. Have we arrived at the ancestral territory? If not, how could so many Origin Kings and above gather here? But what were they doing here? Were they trying to rob them? What could a cultivator from the star territory possibly have that could catch their attention? The 2 sides were not on the same level at all. Is it fun for a master to rob a child? While she was on guard, Yan Luo suddenly moved and strode to the side. He Yunxiang was stunned. Yang Kai squinted at his back. On the other side, 3 people were standing on a small slope. 2 men, and 1 woman. The leader was a young man. He stood in the air, looking confident and elegant. His aura was deep and serene. Beside him was a woman in her 30s. She was smiling faintly. The other person was an old man. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Yama's expression was filled with excitement. When he arrived in front of the slope, he knelt on one knee and said in a trembling voice, "Yama greets the ancestor." As soon as these words were spoken, Yunxiang's expression changed greatly. She stared at the old man in a daze. A flash of inspiration appeared in her mind, and she immediately understood who this old man was. It was rumored that 500 years ago, the patriarch of the Yen clan had gone to the ancestral territory, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Since Yama addressed the old man as such, the old man's identity was obvious. He was the patriarch of the Yen family, Yen Renhao, who had left the territory of the Wuji star 500 years ago. Yunxiang immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. This Yen Renhao was the strongest master on the Wuji star territory 500 years ago, a peak third-order origin king. Now, that 500 years had passed, and he had been cultivating in the ancestral territory. It was likely he had already broken through to the origin king realm. This was a trap. No wonder Yama agreed to take Yang Kai to the ancestral territory so easily. No wonder he asked to follow them on his own initiative. It turned out that he had been waiting here all along. She did not know what method the Yen family had used to contact Yen Renhao, but it was impossible for Yen Renhao to wait here for no reason. Obviously, after they left Tai Star, someone from the Yen family had sent a message to the ancestral territory. Yen Renhao had deliberately waited here to welcome the arrival of Yen Luo. This is bad. The master's cultivation was indeed extraordinary, and he did not fear the Yen family of Tai Star. But could he defeat Yen Renhao? What's more, Yen Renhao seemed to have 2 helpers around him. The woman was only a third-order origin king, so Yang Kai could probably deal with her, but the young man gave off a feeling that he was even stronger than Yen Renhao. Could the master be his opponent? In an instant, Yunxiang thought of many things and glanced at Yang Kai with an ugly expression, but seeing his calm face without the slightest anxiety, she could not help but be taken aback. Good. On the other side, Yen Renhao laughed heartily as he stepped forward and stretched out his hand to lift Yen Luo up. Looking him up and down, he patted him on the shoulder and showed a look of approval. Good. Yen Renhao was naturally happy that a descendant of the Yen family had come here. Before him, no one from the Yen family had successfully reached the ancestral territory. In this world, although his strength had greatly improved, his life was far less carefree than it was on the Wuji star territory. The arrival of Yen Luo could be said to be a pleasant surprise. In the future, if the 2 worked together, it was not impossible for the Yen family's prestige to extend to the ancestral territory. Old ancestor as well. Yen Luo can rest assured. Yen Luo said excitedly, "Old ancestor, your cultivation." Yen Renhao laughed and waved his hand. "Let's not talk about cultivation for now. Come, let me introduce you to a master." Grabbing his arm, he brought Yen Luo to the young man and introduced, "This is my brother from the Azure Sea Palace, Duan Myuki. You can call him Martial Uncle Duan Myuki." Azure Sea Palace. Yen Luo's eyes flashed as he heard the introduction. Although the Yen family could contact the old ancestor, they could not communicate for too long. They only contacted once 500 years ago, so the Yen family had no idea how Yen Renhao was doing in the ancestral territory. Suddenly hearing the introduction of the old ancestor, Yen Luo immediately understood that his old ancestor must have joined this force called Azure Sea Palace in the ancestral territory. Moreover, looking at the old ancestor's attitude towards Duan Myuki, he seemed to be somewhat respectful. Yen Luo was not young, and he definitely looked much older than Duan Myuki. However, for a cultivator in the world, Those who were stronger were the seniors. Since his cultivation was inferior, he could only lower his posture. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly bowed and saluted. Yen family's Yen Luo greets martial uncle Duan Mukhi. Duan Mukhi smiled reservedly and nodded. Martial nephew doesn't need to be so polite. We will be family in the future. Yen Renhao said, your martial uncle Duan Mukhi's strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the entire Azure Sea Palace. It was thanks to his recommendation that I was able to join the Azure Sea Palace. In the future, you should ask him for advice. Yes. Yen Luo's expression turned serious. This is your martial aunt Shin Cooling. Yen Renhao pointed to the woman. Yen Luo thought to himself that the other party was just a third-order origin king, the same cultivation as him. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. How could she be a generation higher than him? He was an overlord in the territory of Limitless Star, standing at the very top. When had he ever been inferior to others? However, seeing her intimate appearance with Duan Mukhi, he immediately understood what was going on. He also saluted seriously. Greetings, martial uncle Shin. Shin Cooling pursed her lips and smiled. Martial nephew doesn't need to be so polite. You are Brother Yan's descendant. When you join the Azure Sea Palace in the future, we will naturally take care of you. Since this is our first meeting, we did not prepare anything. This bottle of pills will be a gift to you. I believe it will be of some help to your cultivation in the future. Although Yen Luo was moved, he felt a little embarrassed to take someone's gift on their first meeting. He could only ask his old ancestor. Yen Renhao said, your martial uncle Shen is an alchemist. These pills were all refined by him. Since he is giving them to you, take them. Thank you, martial uncle Shen. Yen Luo hurriedly expressed his gratitude and received the bottle with both hands. He was very excited. Coming to the ancestral territory was indeed the right choice. He had just arrived and already received a bottle of pills. Although he did not know the grade of the pills and what effects they had, since they came from the ancestral territory, they could not be too bad. The few of them exchanged a few words. When the surrounding cultivator heard this, how could they not know the relationship between them? They sighed in their hearts, knowing that they would not have a chance to snatch someone from the Azure Sea Palace. The other party's old ancestor was in the Azure Sea Palace, so he would definitely join the Azure Sea Palace. How could he choose another sect? The two people who came with Yen Luo should also be from the same territory. With such a relationship, there would definitely be no other choice, so everyone lost the thought of roping them in. Under normal circumstances, cultivator from the same territory would gather together for warmth, unless there was some enmity between them. But if there was enmity, why would they come to the ancestral territory together? After the few people from the Azure Sea Palace finished exchanging greetings, Yen Renhao and Yen Luo's eyes met, and there seemed to be a surge of divine sense. The next moment, Yen Renhao looked at Yang Kai and He Yunxiang with a smile and said, since the two of you came here with Yen Luo, then come with this old man. There were too many people here. Even if he had plans to deal with Yang Kai, he could not do it here, lest other sects have something to use against him and criticize him. But as long as he left here and returned to the Azure Sea Palace, he could do whatever he wanted. How dare you kill an elder of the Yen family and destroy the foundation of the Yen family? How could I let you go so easily? Did you really think you could do whatever you wanted just because you had some strength? If you were a frog at the bottom of the well, then you would be a frog at the bottom of the well. You would never be able to jump out of the well. However, he had to find a way to get them to the Azure Sea Palace first. Yen Luo also smiled and said, Brother Yang, please. Yen Luo can come to the ancestral territory because of Brother Yang's care. Please give me a chance to repay you. There was no need for him to be humble and careful anymore. His own ancestor was standing behind him, and there was also martial uncle Duanmu. Why would he be afraid of Yang Kai? In his opinion, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than his ancestor and Duan Muqi. Previously, he bullied the Yan family because of his power. Now that the tables had turned, it was time for him to taste the feeling of being bullied. Yunxiang's face was gloomy, and she stared at Yan Luo with some anger. Although the Yan family's matter was within Yang Kai's calculations, it was ultimately the Yan family's own fault. If the Yan family had agreed to her initial suggestion, she believed that Yang Kai would not treat the Yan family badly. He would definitely compensate them handsomely. Unfortunately, the Yan family was blindly arrogant and sought their own death. How could they blame others? Moreover, Yang Kai clearly had the power to wipe out the Yan family, but he did not bully the weak. But in the end, he still fell into the Yan family's trap. Now that Yan Luo had achieved his goal, he revealed such a despicable side. Yunxiang felt ashamed. Chapter 30, 101. Brother Yang, come with me to Blue Sea Palace. With the help of my Yan family's old ancestor, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yan Luo warmly invited. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Yan, but I have no intention of joining Blue Sea Palace. Farewell, we will not meet again. Duan Muqi, who was whispering to Shen Kuling, heard this and his eyes darkened. He didn't care about Yang Kai at all. He came with Yan Luo, this time only because he had some friendship with him. As for the Yan family's grudge with this young man, he didn't care. But he didn't expect this young man to refuse to join Blue Sea Palace, and there was no respect in his words. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Boy, my Blue Sea Palace can be considered a good force in the ancestral territory. Ordinary cultivators may not necessarily have the means to join. Since you have been given the opportunity, you must cherish it. If you miss it, you will regret it in the future." Yang Kai didn't say much, and just slowly shook his head. Duan Muqi's face darkened even more as he snorted. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." A country bumpkin from the Lower Star territory actually dared to be so arrogant. He released his Dao Source Realm aura to pressure Yang Kai. Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. Duan Muqi was just from the First Order Dao Source Realm. He didn't know where this sense of superiority came from, but he dared to be so arrogant in front of the Emperor Realm. If he really unsealed his cultivation, wouldn't he scare everyone here to death? Duan Muqi, what are you doing? Another Dao Source Realm aura suddenly spread out and collided silently with Duan Muqi before disappearing. It was a burly man with bulging muscles. He had a rough appearance and his cultivation was equal to Duan Muqi's, so he wasn't afraid of him. Don't you know the rules? You're trying to steal him. Yes, this friend has already said that he doesn't want to join Blue Sea Palace. Why are you still so chatty? Have some face. Don't let others look down on people from our ancestral territory. Come on, young man. Don't be afraid. It's a wise choice not to join Songhai Palace. What's so good about Songhai Palace? It's better to join our sacred Yupik. You'll have a bright future and great benefits. Come to my 9 Stars Temple. As long as your aptitude is high enough, I guarantee that you will be able to reach the Dao Source Realm within 10 years. Hee little brother, do you want to consider the Yin Yang sect? As long as you enter the sect, you can bring any senior sister or junior sister back home. Moreover, the girl behind you has a face like a peach blossom. If I'm not wrong, it's the human face peach blossom physique. She's very suitable for cultivating the secret skill of the Yin Yang sect. Yunxiang was dumbstruck as she stared blankly at the group of Origin Kings enthusiastically sending invitations to Yang Kai, or Yang Kai, and herself. Were they all above the Origin King realm? Where's your modesty? Where is your magnanimity? Yunxiang felt like she was a tycoon who had accidentally stumbled into a wet market with a huge sum of money in her hands, attracting the warm reception of countless people. What was going on? Why was this happening? Something must be wrong. In just a short while, almost all the Origin Kings present had opened their mouths and sent out invitations. At a rough count, there were no less than a dozen. An old man smoking a pipe stepped forward. Instead of greeting Yang Kai, he went directly to He Yunxiang's side and stuffed something into her hand with a serious expression, whispering, "Join my longevity pavilion. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can get anything you want." This old man seemed to want to take the route of saving the country in a roundabout way. As long as he could get the woman beside Yang Kai, what was there to be afraid of not being able to deal with Yang Kai? He Yunxiang lowered her head and looked at the palm of her hand. A somewhat familiar spirit pill immediately came into view. Isn't this a source condensing pill? She had taken a lot of source condensing pills recently, so she was very familiar with them, so she recognized them at a glance. However, compared to the one Yang Kai gave her, this source condensing pill seemed to be much worse. The pill fragrance was not as strong, the size was not as good, and the color was a little dull, as if it was malnourished. She immediately understood that the source condensing pills Yang Kai gave her were probably the best among pills of the same level. How could the one in her hand compare? He Yunxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she was filled with confidence in Yang Kai. Without mentioning anything else, just in terms of spirit pills, the foundation of these people in front of her could not compare to Yang Kai. On the small slope, Duan Muqi and the 2 Yen family members of Tsang High Palace looked unhappy, especially Yen Luo. He was hoping to rely on the old ancestor to teach Yang Kai a lesson after arriving at the ancestral territory and letting him know the consequences of offending the Yen family, but he did not expect such a turn of events. He seemed to understand what his old ancestor was afraid of. He could not attack Yang Kai in front of so many people. If Yang Kai joined another sect, it would be difficult for him to have a chance to take revenge in the future. Looking back at the old ancestor, Yen Renhao just shook his head slowly, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Yen Luo clenched his fists hatefully. The anger in his chest had nowhere to vent. "I appreciate everyone's kindness." Yang Kai cupped his fist and said with a smile, "It's just that the 2 of us have no intention of joining any forces for the time being. I'm really sorry." The noise came to an abrupt end, and everyone looked at Yang Kai like looking at a fool. The enchanting woman of the Yin Yang sect said in a low voice, "Little brother, although I don't know what grudges you have with that Yen guy, if you don't find protection at this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to move around in the ancestral territory." The old man also said in a low voice, "A wise man submits to circumstances. As a man, you should know when to stretch and when to withdraw. A moment of forbearance is nothing." Yang Kai shook his head. "Thank you, everyone." He Yunxiang handed the spirit pill in her hand to the old man. Since she wouldn't join the other party's sect, she naturally couldn't take other people's benefits. The old man waved his hand. "It's fate that brought us together. It's a gift to you." It was just a source condensing pill. He didn't care much about it. If he could make this man and woman change their minds, it would be a good investment. He believed that as long as He Yunxiang took the source condensing pill, she would definitely change her mind. "See you later," Yang Kai said, and walked out with He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang summoned a flight-type artifact and stepped on it with Yang Kai, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The group of people left behind sighed in vain. Yen Luo almost looked up to the sky and laughed. "There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it, and there was no door to hell. You could have chosen any force to join and left this place safely, but you just had to walk into a dead end. Wasn't it obvious that you wanted to let me get what I wanted? How could I easily miss such a good opportunity? Looking at the Yen family's old ancestor, how could they not see through each other's thoughts?" Yen Renhao said, "Brother Duanmu, this matter is over. Let's go back to Tsang High Palace." "All right." Duanmu Qi nodded pretentiously, then threw out a small boat. The boat grew in the wind, and soon became the size of 5 or 6 people. The 4 people from Tsang High Palace boarded the boat and rose into the air, chasing in the direction Yang Kai had left without the slightest concealment. This kid, he's really looking for death. I think there's something wrong with his head. No, which guy from the territory of the lower plains isn't arrogant? Which one of them isn't a tyrant in their own territory? Now that he's suddenly asked to join a force and be under someone, I'm afraid he won't be too happy. To be able to cultivate until now, there's nothing wrong with his head. It's just that he thinks too highly of himself. I'm afraid he'll have to suffer a lot before he can recognize reality. These words couldn't help but resonate. Many of them had been like this. So how could they not know the importance of a change in mentality? Being a tyrant in the territory of the lower plains was nothing, but being able to stand tall in the ancestral territory was true ability. It seemed that this kid wouldn't have the chance to live to see tomorrow's sun. It's just a pity for that girl. The woman from Yin Yang sect sighed slightly. She wasn't exaggerating before. He Yunxiang had a charming face and was indeed very suitable to cultivate their Yin Yang sect's secret technique. It was just that she didn't have the time to promise any benefits, nor did she have the time to show He Yunxiang the strength and heritage of Yin Yang sect. But for a person who was about to die, she didn't care much. The scenery around them quickly passed by. Yang Kai and He Yunxiang flew, while leading the way to the ancestral territory. The world energy here was indeed better than the star territory, but it was much worse than the star boundary. It was a level between the two. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that the world principles here weren't as strong as those in the star boundary. In other words, in the ancestral territory, the Tao source realm was probably the peak. It was probably more difficult than ascending to the heavens to give birth to the Emperor realm. If it weren't for the previous incident, He Yunxiang would definitely be happy to enjoy this dazzling scenery. But after that incident, how could she be in the mood to enjoy it? There was obviously an aura following behind them, like a maggot in their bones that they couldn't get rid of. Needless to say, it was definitely the people from Azure Sea Palace and the Yen family. There were several times when she wanted to ask Yang Kai what his plan was, but she swallowed the words back down. She comforted herself in her heart that there was nothing to be afraid of. Since Yang Kai was so confident, he definitely had a way to deal with those people. The cultivator who came from the star territory is all talented and intelligent. They are one in a million existences. These people have extremely bright futures. That's why those people in the ancestral territory are guarding there and are trying their best to invite us to join. Yang Kai suddenly said something that didn't make sense. He Yunxiang was surprised. Is that so? Otherwise, why do you think they have nothing better to do than to stay there all the time? If they have time, wouldn't it be better to meditate and cultivate? He had a similar experience before. When he first entered the star boundary, he was valued by Bian Yuqing. It was just that the ancestral territory was a little different from the star boundary. There was no fixed exit into the star boundary. After passing through the Starlight Avenue, the place where one would land was uncertain. But judging from what happened just now, the exit into the ancestral territory was fixed. It seemed to be a passage that connected the ancestral territory and the star territory, which gave those people the opportunity to wait. Yang Kai even felt that he could open a passage in the opposite direction and return to the limitless star territory again. This discovery made him excited because if he could find the passage connected to the Hung Luo star field, he could return to his homeland. Chapter 30, 102. However, I don't think those sects are too strong. Why would a truly powerful sect do such a thing? From the fact that these people were only first-order Tao source realm cultivators, it could be seen that in truly powerful sects, cultivators would flock to them like a flock of ducks. So, why would they lower themselves like this? He Yunxiang nodded thoughtfully. Master is right. This is it. Yang Kai patted He Yunxiang's shoulder. He Yunxiang stopped the star shuttle. Surrounded by mountains, The scenery in the valley was beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. You've chosen a good grave for yourself. You have good taste. Yen Luo's voice came from behind. When he first spoke, he was still far away, but when he spoke the last word, he was already right in front of them. The boat was put away, and the four from Shanghai Palace stood in the air. It's a good grave, but I didn't choose it for myself. Yang Kai grinned. How could he not know that rejecting the invitations of those sects and leaving alone would lead to Shanghai Palace chasing after him? It was fine if Shanghai Palace and Yen family didn't chase after him. Perhaps there was still a way to survive and enter the ancestral territory. After all, it was the Yen family who put in the effort, so it wasn't a bad idea to end this grudge. Since they chased after him, then he was sorry. A true powerhouse would never deliberately deal with the weak. They would only inadvertently destroy everything that belonged to the weak. A person who bullied the weak all day was not strong, but mentally ill. Yen Luo understood the meaning behind his words and snorted, shameless boasting. Now that the Yen family's ancestor is here, do you really think you can do whatever you want? Yen Luo was elated as he gritted his teeth and said, Old ancestor, please seek justice for the Yen family and seek justice for the second elder who has passed away. Yen Luo's heart trembled as he said, Old ancestor, please seek justice for the Yen family and seek justice for the second elder who has died. Yen Renhao nodded slightly and took a step forward. The aura of the First Order Tao Source Realm immediately reached its peak and pressed down on Yang Kai. Duanmu Qi said casually, You can do whatever you want with the man, but leave the woman to me. Shen Kuling immediately pouted and looked unhappy. Duanmu smiled and said, Why wouldn't you be willing to find another sister to share your burdens and solve your problems? Shen Kuling also knew that she couldn't dissuade him. Men had always been fickle in love. As long as she could cling on to him, it would be fine. She faintly said, Then I have to be the elder sister. Up to you? Up to you. Duanmu Qi smiled. Only then did Shen Kuling smile. Inadvertently, she glanced at He Yunxiang with some repulsion and disgust. After today, there would be another woman who would compete with her for favor. Just thinking about it made her unhappy. Patriarch, be careful. This person seems to have cultivated the spatial divine technique. The spatial divine technique. Yen Renhao's face turned cold, but he immediately said proudly, So what? In the face of absolute strength, what could the spatial divine technique do? Without any nonsense, he shouted, Accept your death, and his figure flashed like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yang Kai. Without using any artifact or secret technique, his hand turned into an eagle's claw, aiming straight for Yang Kai's head. Source Qi pulsed from his fingertips, and with a sizzling sound, his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into sharp weapons. As soon as he arrived, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to avenge the humiliation the Yen family suffered that day. He Yunxiang exclaimed. The Tao Source Realm cultivator showed his extraordinary strength as soon as he made a move. She didn't even see the other party's movements clearly. If she were in his shoes, she probably wouldn't have been able to avoid this move. Her beautiful face turned pale as she urged her star shuttle to take Yang Kai away. She dodged, but Yang Kai stood in place. Asterisk dang. Asterisk the sound of metal colliding rang out, crisp and pleasant. The ruthless look on Yen Renhao's face instantly stiffened and turned into shock as he stared in disbelief. His attack had hit the target without any deviation. However, the expected scene of the skull exploding and brain matter splattering did not appear. The sensation from his hand did not feel like he had grabbed a person's head. Instead, it felt like he had grabbed onto an extremely sturdy metal, leaving only a few white marks on the other party's head. What kind of head is this? How can it be so hard? Not daring to neglect, Yen Renhao spat out a burst of source qi from his palm. Kai Yang's head jerked backwards, then bounced back like a roly-poly toy. his eyes filled with ridicule as he stared at Yan Renhao, who was standing right in front of him. Yan Renhao's heart sank as he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's hand. Suddenly, a strange force came from his wrist, and with a series of cracking sounds, the bones in his wrist were shattered. I'm not his opponent. I'm absolutely not his opponent. Did this person really come from the territory of Limitless Star? How could there be such a monster in the territory of Limitless Star? Yan Renhao was scared out of his wits, spitting out a ray of light that turned into a small sword, but instead of attacking Yang Kai, he wrapped it around his wrist. His wrist was separated, and blood gushed out, but he took the opportunity to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. A hero severing his wrist. What kind of determination? But he knew that if he didn't do so, he wouldn't be far from death. The reason he could cultivate to this point was not only because of his talent and luck, but also because of his keen intuition. Seeing Yang Kai step through the air, not willing to let him go, and even faster than him, Yan Renhao was shocked, retreating while shouting, "Friend, please stop. I think there is some misunderstanding today. It must be my Yen family's descendants who have eyes but fail to see, offending you first. This Yan Renhao wants to thank this friend for punishing them and teaching them how to behave. I haven't asked for this friend's name yet." His words were spoken quickly and clearly, and he probably didn't have a chance to say anything else. Go to hell. I gave you a chance, and since you don't know how to cherish it, then go to hell and regret it. A punch was thrown, simple and unadorned, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual qi. Yan Renhao, who bore the brunt of the attack, was pale, shouting, "Brother Duanmu, save me!" As soon as his voice fell, he was hit by the fist, and without a sound, he exploded into a bloody flower, blooming in the air, and could be seen clearly from 10 miles away. It was extremely beautiful. Yang Kai stretched out his hands to wipe his hair that was messed up by Yan Renhao and turned to look at Yen Luo. Yen Luo's mouth was wide open, and he still hadn't recovered from the shock of his ancestor's death. It was too fast from the moment his ancestor attacked to the moment he exploded into a bloody flower. It was only 3 breaths of time. The expected scene of Yang Kai dying didn't happen, and instead his ancestor died. He simply couldn't accept it, and his mind was greatly shaken, as if someone had hit him with a heavy hammer. His heart contracted, and he couldn't breathe. Feeling the piercing gaze, Yen Luo trembled, and only felt that his whole body was wrapped in the aura of death. He subconsciously flashed behind Duanmu Qi, looking for a sense of security. You dare to kill my Blue Sea Temple's people. Duanmu Qi was no longer in the mood to flirt with Shen Cooling. In the blink of an eye, Yan Renhao was killed, and he didn't even see what happened. He immediately shouted angrily, "You deserve to die." The fact was just as Yang Kai had expected. Although Blue Sea Temple had some power in the ancestral territory, it wasn't a top sect, and there weren't many Dao Source realm cultivators. The death of any one of them would be a huge loss. He thought it was just a small matter, but it actually caused the death of one of the temple's masters. If he returned, he would definitely be punished. It was simple to avoid punishment, and that was to kill the murderer and make up for his mistakes. Is this guy sick in the head? Yang Kai turned to look at He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. I'm afraid his illness is beyond cure, and even the gods can't save him. Seeing that a cultivator above the Origin King realm couldn't even withstand a single move from Yang Kai, the worry in He Yunxiang's heart instantly disappeared. She could never measure how strong this master was. In that case, I'll send you on your way. Yang Kai's figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of Duanmu Qi. His figure wasn't very tall, but it seemed to be able to cover the sky, blocking the light in front of Duanmu Qi. Only then did Duanmu Qi come back to his senses, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. How could he not know that a disaster was imminent? However, Yang Kai did not panic. Instead, He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing a long sword to appear in his palm. Impressively, it was a Dao Source-grade low-rank artifact. Layers of cold light rippled from the long sword as it transformed into a sword net that instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand high, and a sword also appeared in his hand. However, this sword was not the same as an ordinary long sword. It was extremely wide, and an ordinary person could use it with both hands. At a glance, one could tell that it was heavy, but he held it lightly in his hand without exerting any force. Without any fancy moves, the myriad's sword slashed down just like that. The sword net that filled the sky instantly collapsed, and with a crisp clang, Duanmu Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, as if he had been struck by lightning. The Dao Source-grade long sword in his hand was broken in half. The myriad sword's momentum didn't decrease as it slashed down. Duanmu Qi stood in place in a daze, as if he had been struck by a spell. He stared at Yang Kai in a daze, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. You, *Walla, Duanmu Qi's body split open from the middle, and his blood and organs scattered all over the sky. After a short silence, sobbing sounds came from the side. Shen Kuling's face was covered in tears, and her face was pale. She trembled as she looked at Yang Kai, her pupils dilated to the limit. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a human, but a vicious demon. 2 first-order Dao Source realm cultivators couldn't even last 2 moves in front of this young man. They were crushed to death like ants. She was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come with Duanmu Qi. When Duanmu Qi died, blood splattered all over his body. When she got close, she was directly dyed in blood. Blood mixed with tears flowed down her cheeks. It was fishy, salty, and nauseating. Yang Kai didn't look at her. He just smiled at Yen Luo, who was hiding behind Duanmu Qi. Yen Luo was also covered in blood at this moment. The fear and horror in his eyes were almost overflowing, and he was wailing in his heart. How can he be so strong? Is there such a strong person in this world? When Yang Kai attacked, he didn't even feel the fluctuation of spirit energy. With just a punch and a sword, his own old ancestor, and Duanmu Qi died without knowing why. He fled, and with his reluctance to leave, he defeated the fear in his heart. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at his back. He Yunxiang said, "Master, she didn't want to let Yen Luo go. If not for the master's unparalleled divine technique, she would have been tricked by Yen Luo. Since the situation had turned, how could she be merciful?" Chapter 30, 103. Yang Kai didn't chase after him. If it wasn't for the master, he wouldn't hold a grudge. But because a spirit net suddenly flew out from the woods below, heading straight for Yen Luo, catching him off guard and wrapping him up tightly. Yen Luo was shocked and kept pushing his Saint Qi to resist. But what made him despair was that the more he struggled, the tighter the spirit net wrapped around him. In just a few moments, he was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, the thin threads of the net cutting into his flesh and blood. It seemed to have a sealing power that made it impossible for him to circulate his Saint Qi. On the other side of the spirit net, an old man with a yellow complexion appeared leisurely, holding a pipe in his hand and looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. After hesitating for a moment, he held the pipe in one hand and the net-bound Yen Luo in the other, and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. He looked him up and down and asked, "What's your cultivation?" Although he was rejected by Yang Kai before, he couldn't bear to give up. He felt that it was a pity that a genius from Star Territory had been killed by someone from Blue Sea Temple, so he quietly followed him. His original intention was to find an opportunity to save Yang Kai from the fire and water, sell him a favor, and rope him in to join Long Life Temple. But who knew that instead of selling a favor, he would see a thrilling show? 2 first-order Tao Source Realm cultivators were easily killed by this young man. Didn't that mean that it would be easy for this young man to kill him? What shocked him even more was that he couldn't see through the depths of this young man's cultivation. Even if he had some kind of artifact to hide his cultivation, he couldn't hide his spirit energy when he attacked. But from the beginning to the end, this young man's ability was a secret. "How should I address you, old sir?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The old man said, "Su Hudu." Yang Kai said, Yang Kai would like to thank old man Su for his help. Su Huda shook his head helplessly. He could easily kill 2 Tao Source Realm cultivators, so how could a third-order Origin King cause any trouble? Even if he didn't make a move, this guy called Yama wouldn't be able to escape alive. Changing the topic like this clearly showed that he didn't want to answer his question. Pondering for a moment, he said, "There are nearly 10 Tao Source Realm Masters in Blue Sea Palace, and the Temple Master is a powerful second-order Tao Source Realm Master. You killed 2 of them this time, so I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest." Yang Kai said, "Although I'm not interested in exterminating an entire family, I won't be lenient if someone comes looking for death." Su Huda was shocked. Although his words just now were to tell Yang Kai some information about Blue Sea Palace, in reality, it was mostly to probe. Now, seeing that Yang Kai didn't even put a second-order Tao Source realm in his eyes, he immediately knew that he had underestimated him. It also extinguished the thought of roping him into the Pavilion of Longevity. Even if such an expert was roped into the Hall of Longevity, it would probably bring an inexplicable pressure and worry to everyone. But how was this possible? He had seen Yang Kai come from the Star Territory with his own eyes. So how could he have such a powerful cultivation? Which Star Territory could give birth to such a talent? It was simply unheard of. "May I ask why little friend Yang has come to the Ancestral Territory? Since he couldn't rope him in, it was always possible to build a friendship. Perhaps he would be useful in the future." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "I just want to go from the Ancestral Territory to another Star Territory." This Su Hudu wasn't a bad person, which could be seen from the fact that he had followed him all the way here. Moreover, Yang Kai knew nothing about the Ancestral Territory, so Yunxiang couldn't be counted on. If there was a native who could give him some pointers, it would be more efficient. "I wasn't born in the territory of Limitless Star. I just happened to be there by chance. I want to return to my homeland." Hearing this, Su Huda nodded. This is indeed a good idea. The Ancestral Territory was connected to many star territories, so using the Ancestral Territory as a transit point to go to another star territory was a possibility that many masters had discussed. The result was that it was feasible, but it required a certain price. Of course, it also required extremely powerful means. "I just don't know how to return. Does Senior Su have any good suggestions?" Yang Kai asked. Su Huda said, "Then I'll have to ask which star territory little brother Yang wants to go to first. This old master isn't boasting, but this old master was born in the Ancestral Territory and has dealt with many cultivator in the Ancestral Territory. Perhaps this old master knows someone from your star territory." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Has Senior Su heard of the Hung Luo star field? Su Huda thought seriously for a moment and shook his head under Yang Kai's disappointed gaze. "I haven't heard of it." He then comforted, "But the Ancestral Territory is vast and boundless. My long life temple only has 3 or 5 star entrances guarding, and these entrances shouldn't be connected to the Hung Luo star field. Otherwise, this old master would have known about it." Yang Kai asked, curiously, "Senior Su means that there are many entrances like the one before in the Ancestral Territory?" "Haha, there are at least several hundred of them." Yang Kai was surprised. Su Huda said, "You might as well go to the other star entrances and ask around. If someone from your homeland comes to the Ancestral Territory, they will definitely be able to find something from those entrances." "Where are those entrances?" Suhuda thought for a moment before reaching out and sucking over 2 space rings. They were the space rings of Yen Renhao and Duan Muqi, who had been killed before. Suhudu forcibly erased the marks on these 2 space rings and began searching through them. Suddenly, he took out something that looked like a scroll and threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and looked at him suspiciously. Suhuda said, "Infuse it with your divine sense and see." Yang Kai opened the scroll and poured his divine sense into it. The next moment, spots of light suddenly lit up from the scroll. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He poured his divine sense into the scroll, and the spots of light suddenly became much closer. Most of the spots of light felt very far away, but one of them was very close to him. Suhuda said, "This is a star path diagram. It records all the star paths discovered in the ancestral territory. The one closest to you is the place where you entered the ancestral territory." Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and put away the scroll. He was overjoyed. "This is good stuff." Suhuda smiled. "This thing doesn't have much value in the ancestral territory. Almost any sect or individual cultivator with a little bit of background could afford to buy such a star path diagram." Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully. "Many thanks, Old Man Su, for your guidance." With this star path diagram, he could go to the various star path entrances to inquire about information. His future plans were now set. "It's nothing, no need to thank me. This old master wishes little friend Yang Kai the best of luck. Many thanks. Little friend Yang Kai has something to do. Feel free to leave the rest to this old master." "Ooh." Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Old Man Su. Farewell." Calling out to He Yunxiang, the two quickly left on their star shuttle. Suddenly, Suhuda felt a burst of powerful qi break through the air. Reaching out, he immediately caught a rolling object in his hand. Looking down, he couldn't help trembling. It was a spirit pill he had never seen before, but Suhuda could feel that it contained unimaginable medicinal efficacies. He couldn't help feeling excited and expectant, wondering what kind of changes would occur if he took this spirit pill. Intentionally planting a peach tree and quickly harvesting a basket of plums, the returns had come a bit too quickly. He raised his head and looked at the weeping Shin Kuling and Yama, who was tied up like a dead pig by him. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke. Soon, the smoke filled a large area. When the smoke dissipated, there was no one there. "Ooh, Master, where are we going now?" "Aboard the star shuttle," He Yunxiang asked. Seeing Yang Kai kill 2 origin kings with ease, He Yunxiang became even more respectful towards him. Yang Kai threw the star path diagram to her, follow the records on it, and run around. He didn't know where the entrance between Hum Luo Star Field and the ancestral territory was, or even if there was such an entrance. Since he didn't know anything, he could only inquire about it one by one. This method was a bit stupid and would definitely take some time, but for now there was no better way. He Yunxiang nodded, took the star path diagram, and immersed her divine sense into it. Soon, she determined the direction and drove her star shuttle towards one of the light spots. 5 days later, in a deserted swamp, in a huge puddle somewhere in the swamp, there was a colorful light. Looking down from the sky, the location of the puddle seemed to be an extremely mysterious place. When the 5-colored brilliance flowed, it was a dazzling sight. Surprisingly, this puddle was a star path entrance. Around the puddle, there were many cultivators scattered around, some of them exuding Tao Source realm auras, each of them looking for a place to meditate. Although they were waiting here for a newcomer, how could it be easy to wait for a newcomer? As such, they spent most of their time cultivating, so that the improvement of their cultivation would not be delayed. Of course, the environment here was a bit harsh. A flash of light flew over from the distance, attracting the attention of many people. Those cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes in displeasure. wanting to see who was so unscrupulous as to disturb their cultivation. When the brilliance faded, the star shuttle was revealed, and an enchanting woman with an enchanting figure appeared, causing everyone's eyes to light up. She stood at the front of the star shuttle, while the rear half of the star shuttle was occupied by a young man. What was displeasing was that this young man was actually lying down on the star shuttle with his head resting on his hands and his legs crossed, giving off a leisurely appearance. Who is this person? How dare he put on such airs? Divine senses swept over him, one after another, only to be met with stunned expressions as none of them were able to detect his cultivation. Yunxiang stood on top of the star shuttle, smiled lightly, and said in a gentle voice, "Excuse me, but I have something I would like to ask." Beauty's always had some natural advantages, not to mention that her words were appropriate, making it difficult for people to have a bad impression of her. "What do you want to ask?" "Dare I ask, have you heard of the name Hungluo Starfield?" Immediately, someone replied, "I have." Yunxiang's eyes lit up. She had not expected to obtain such information at her first stop. Looking at the man with joy, she asked, "Can you tell me more about it?" The man was a tall and sturdy man with bulging muscles. He smiled and said, "Of course, miss. Why don't we find a secluded place? I'll tell you everything you want to know." He winked at her. Yunxiang's face suddenly sank. Behind the star shuttle, Yang Kai closed his eyes again, pretending to be asleep. Chapter 30-104. Yunxiang suppressed the displeasure in her heart and said, "If someone can give this mistress some clues about the Hungluo star field, this mistress will definitely thank you." The burly man smiled and asked, "What kind of thanks?" He was just a third-order origin king who had broken through not long ago, so what kind of good things could he possibly offer? If he was willing to repay her with his body, it would definitely attract a lot of people to inquire about the Hungluo starfield for her. At the very least, the burly man himself was extremely willing, otherwise he would not have deliberately taken liberties with her just now. Yunxiang smiled and took out an item. "This is the thank you gift." It was a round mirror that looked quite ordinary at first glance, as if it was used by a woman for dressing up. It was simple and unadorned and looked quite old, but when Yunxiang poured a little of her Saint Qi into it, a ray of light immediately flashed, and at the same time, an astonishing energy fluctuation burst out from the mirror. Pairs of eyes were instantly attracted to this mirror, filled with greed and covetousness. A Dao Source grade artifact, and it was a Dao Source grade mid-rank. No, a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, although they didn't know what kind of divine might this round mirror possessed. Its grade couldn't be ignored. The Dao Source realm cultivators present were all first order, and even if they had Dao Source grade artifacts, they would only be low rank. There wasn't even a single mid-rank artifact, so how could they have ever seen a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact? Such a treasure, not to mention them. Even the various sect masters and sect masters did not have one. Only the most powerful sects in the ancestral territory had a few such artifacts, and all of them were sect-hallowed treasures. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk, a series of gulping sounds rang out. Since ancient times, wealth and silk moved people's hearts. For those on the martial Dao, good pills and high-grade artifacts were indescribably attractive. Any one of these could greatly increase one's strength and allow one to leap through the Dragon Gate. I know about the Hungluo Starfield. Let me take a look at this treasure mirror first, and if it's not bad, I'll tell you the information you need. It was still the burly man who spoke. As he spoke, he had already leapt upwards, his Dao Source realm aura pressing down on Yunxiang as he stretched out his hand to grab the mirror. Obviously, he was preparing to snatch it. The remaining Dao Source realm masters were startled and secretly cursed. Everyone had been here for a long time and had a deep understanding of each other's temperament. This burly man was unscrupulous and unreasonable. If this treasure was really snatched by him, it would be difficult for them to spit it back out. In an instant, all figures soared into the sky and rushed towards He Yunxiang, each of them aiming for the treasure mirror. He Yunxiang let out a long sigh as she looked pitifully at the crowd that was rushing towards her. A third-order origin king facing so many Dao Source realm masters. Not only was he not surprised, he even showed such an expression. Many people were surprised to see this, but at the same time, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Before the fist arrived, the burly man's expression changed greatly. His eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, but before he could say a word, the fist hit his face. Like a watermelon being cracked open, red and white splattered everywhere. The headless corpse was sent flying by inertia for some distance before falling to the ground and smashing into the swamp, splashing water everywhere. Gasps rang out as the 7 or 8 figures who were rushing towards He Yunxiang came to a stop, standing stiffly in midair, their blood almost freezing as they gulped with difficulty. Everyone's eyes turned towards the young man who was lying back on his star shuttle, their eyes filled with shock. In that instant, they clearly saw the young man move, and then the burly man died. They were well aware of the burly man's strength. No one had the confidence to win in a one-on-one fight, but now he had been blown apart by a single punch in front of so many people without even being able to resist, dying like an ant. What kind of person is this? In their panic, even the sound of their breathing was suppressed, lest they annoy this person. He Yunxiang still smiled lightly as she swept her beautiful eyes around. Has no one heard of the Hung Luo star fields? No one answered, afraid that if they opened their mouths, they would die. He Yunxiang continued, "My master is a man of his word. If anyone can provide information about the Hung Luo star field, this artifact mirror will belong to them. Of course, if you can point out the entrance to the Hung Luo Starfield star path, that would be even better." Master said that there would be another reward. One of the elderly men mustered up the courage to speak. "Madam, we really don't know about the Hung Luo Starfield, nor have we ever heard of it. They just wanted to send this man and woman away as soon as possible. If they stayed here, it would put too much pressure on them." "That's a pity." He Yunxiang did not expect to find any useful information as soon as they arrived. Perhaps they would not find any clues even if they went to all the star path's entrances, but there was always a process of trying. "We are definitely not lying." The elderly man had a sincere expression on his face. He Yunxiang pursed her lips and smiled. "I believe you. But since you are guarding here, please help my master keep an eye out. If someone comes from this entrance, ask them where they are from. If they are from the Hung Luo star field, ask them to go to Azure Dragon City 3 years later and say that Yong Kai is waiting for them." Azure Dragon City was one of the top cities in the Ancestral Territory. In the entire Ancestral Territory, there was no one who did not know about it. This place was the most suitable place for the meeting, and the 3-year period was the time Yong Kai calculated. If they wanted to go to all the star paths entrances in the Ancestral Territory, 3 years was just enough. If there was any harvest, then it was fine. If there was no harvest, then they could only go to Azure Dragon City and wait. Of course, the elderly man responded. He Yunxiang said, "When the time comes, if it is possible, I would like everyone to escort us all the way to Azure Dragon City. Everyone will be rewarded." She raised the mirror in her hand and smiled. "Milord has many of these things." Everyone's expression shook, and all of them became excited. This was a great thing. Just escorting a person to Azure Dragon City would give them a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Of course, the premise was that the cultivator from the Hung Luo star field had to come from this entrance, Kai Yang. Everyone silently engraved this name into their minds, because perhaps this was their own opportunity. At the same time, they secretly guessed that this Yong Kai's background was not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave behind his name after killing someone. Obviously, he was not afraid of the force behind the burly man seeking revenge. And judging from the strength he showed just now, his cultivation was also unfathomable. If someone really wanted to seek revenge, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. The star shuttle turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared. One star path entrance after another was searched, leaving behind the same instructions and requests. Many greedy people were killed, but more people remembered the name Yang Kai, the 3-year promise and Azure Dragon City. Time flew by, and half a year passed. During this time, Yang Kai and He Yunxiang were constantly running around the various star path entrances, tirelessly. He Yunxiang also knew that this matter was very important to Yang Kai, so she was very diligent in her work. She spent most of her days either rushing around or cultivating without complaint. Although she had been in the ancestral territory for half a year, she had not even experienced the various wonders of the ancestral territory. She spent all her time rushing around and searching for people. Master, we're almost at the next entrance. The star path chart in his hand played a crucial role. Without it, searching in this vast ancestral territory would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. As he spoke, he looked at a little girl about 7 or 8 years old with a strange expression. One day half a month ago, He Yunxiang woke up from her meditation and was startled when she turned around, because there was actually another person on her star shuttle, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was extremely cute. Her eyes were clear and flawless, like a clear spring. Listening to what Yang Kai said, this little girl seemed to be called Lu Yen. However, she did not notice how Lu Yen appeared on her star shuttle at all. This little girl was just as strange as Yang Kai. There was not the slightest fluctuation of world energy around her, as if she had never cultivated before. However, when facing this little girl, He Yunxiang felt a huge pressure, one that was not much worse than when she faced Yang Kai. Does this little girl possess strength comparable to the master? He Yunxiang could not believe this thought. Although a cultivator's age was extremely vague after they cultivated, she was still just a little girl, so how strong could she be? She had asked Yang Kai where Lu Yen had come from. Yang Kai casually said that he had picked her up, which made He Yunxiang dumbfounded. Moreover, Lu Yan's way of addressing her master puzzled her. She called him master without any pretense, which made He Yunxiang wonder if Yang Kai had some kind of special fetish. Otherwise, how could he not be tempted by her at all? At this moment, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on his star shuttle, while Lu Yen was leaning on his chest, playing with her long, soft hair, looking bored. Yang Kai yawned and said, and suddenly he turned his head and looked not far away, grinning. It's so lively. Lu Yen immediately said, let's go and have a look. What's there to see? It's just a bunch of ants fighting. What's there to see? Business is more important. Lu Yen pouted. Okay, let's go and have a look. Yang Kai helplessly pinched her cheek. Lu Yen smiled. The retreat on Spirit Beast Island had changed her personality greatly. It was as if she was really a child now. Phoenix Nirvana, perhaps it was because of her inheritance. Without needing any instructions, He Yunxiang changed direction and rushed to the side, at the same time using a secret technique to hide her whereabouts and aura. It was indeed very lively down below. Several hundred people were using their own movement skills as they flew forward at lightning speed. The few people in the lead were all Dao Source Realm Masters, the most powerful of which was actually a third-order Dao Source Realm Master. In addition, there were no less than 5 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters. He Yunxiang felt an extremely strong pressure from these people. Her little concealment method could not escape the perception of these people at all. Their gazes swept over, but they did not pay much attention to her. Obviously, they had important matters to attend to. Chapter 30, 105. He Yunxiang was under immense pressure, but since Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could only grit her teeth and chase after him. She felt like a moth drawn to a flame. After galloping for half a day, they finally stopped in front of a lonely peak. The peak was 1,000 meters high with a bamboo house at the top and a bamboo forest all around. It was a picturesque scene. The arrival of hundreds of cultivators added a solemn atmosphere to this place. These cultivators were obviously all from the same sect. They moved in a very orderly manner. And after arriving, they immediately spread out and surrounded the lonely peak. Yunxiang glanced at them and couldn't help but be shocked. She felt that the arrangement of these people seemed to form the embryonic form of a large formation. She really didn't know who they were going to deal with. What kind of expert in this world was worthy of such a large formation? She could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, there was always someone better than you. Glancing at Yang Kai, she saw that Yang Kai was still lying on his star shuttle with an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't care about the big battle below at all. She had forgotten that the master she followed was also an unfathomable person. She was afraid that he really didn't care about the people below. Calming down a little, she also began to watch the show with great interest. It's just an ordinary revenge. There's nothing to see. Yang Kai pulled Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan let him be, and looked down with great interest, whispering softly, "The Phoenix clan has a secret technique that has the effect of prophecy. Just now I had an inexplicable impulse and felt that master's matter might happen today." Yang Kai couldn't help but sit up straight and look at her in surprise. "Is that true?" Lu Yan said, "There's nothing to lose. Let's just watch." Yang Kai nodded lightly and quietly released his divine sense, sweeping it over the lonely peak. Unexpectedly, his divine sense was blocked in front of the bamboo house and couldn't advance any further. His expression suddenly became a little strange. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion took a step forward in the air. This old man was thin, but his spirit was hale and hearty. There were a few age spots on his old face, as if he was about to die, but his eyes shone with a frightening light. He stared at the bamboo house and shouted, "How dare you come to my wild dragon pavilion and steal my sect guarding treasure? Today, this place will be your burial ground." Wild Dragon Pavilion. Yunxiang was surprised. It had been half a year since she came to the ancestral territory. Although she had been traveling under Yang Kai's orders, she was not as ignorant as she was in the beginning. She had also heard of the great name of the Wild Dragon Pavilion. It was one of the few great powers in the entire ancestral realm. No wonder there's a third-order Tao source realm master guarding this place. No wonder they were able to dispatch so many elites. It was Wild Dragon Pavilion. In the ancestral region, it was not that there were no forces that could suppress the Wild Dragon Pavilion, but there were definitely not many. Just who was it that was so daring as to steal the sect guarding treasure from the Wild Dragon Pavilion? What made Yunxiang feel even more inconceivable was that this person actually succeeded and escaped. How much ability and courage was required to do this? For a moment, Yunxiang was curious about the person hiding in the bamboo house. Sneaky scoundrel, get the hell out here for this old man. Gongyang, she was extremely angry. The sect guarding treasure of the Wild Dragon Pavilion had been stolen, and there was no sign of it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the thief didn't deliberately hide his tracks, they wouldn't have been able to track him to this place. He simply didn't put himself and the Wild Dragon Pavilion in his eyes. He wanted to see who in the ancestral territory was so daring as to touch the tigers, but get out here. The heroes of the Wild Dragon Pavilion shouted angrily. A person's voice came out from the bamboo house. "I am only taking back my own things. How can I steal them? You trash, be careful with your words. I am in a good mood today and don't have much killing intent. Quickly run for your lives." Gong Yang, she was so angry that he laughed, boasting shamelessly. Who was this guy? His tone was higher than the heavens. Did he really take himself seriously? Wild Dragon Pavilion had stood tall in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years and had a powerful inheritance. He also had the cultivation of the third order Tao source realm, so when had he ever been afraid of others? What's more, what this person said was simply nonsense. The sect guarding treasure was a treasure passed down from the first generation ancestral founder, and it had been passed down for more than 30 generations. After tens of thousands of years, how could it possibly belong to someone else? Master? He Yunxiang was also surprised by this person's arrogance, but then she suddenly saw Yang Kai stand up from his star shuttle. His calm expression, which had not changed even in the face of a landslide, suddenly became solemn as he stared at the bamboo house, as if he was facing a great enemy. What's going on? He Yunxiang was full of suspicion. She couldn't estimate how powerful Yang Kai was, because ever since she followed him, she had never seen him use his true strength. All those he killed, whether they were Origin Kings or Tao Source realms, were basically killed in a single blow. Facing an enemy he could kill in a single blow, how could he use his full strength? He Yunxiang guessed that Yang Kai's cultivation was most likely in the third order Tao source realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slaughtered those from the first order Tao source realm like chickens and dogs. With such a cultivation, even in the entire ancestral territory, he was a peak existence. No matter where he went, no matter who he faced, he had full confidence. Why would such a master show such an expression, as if he was facing a great enemy? Who was the person in the bamboo house? Master? Lu Yan also noticed the abnormality and looked up at him. Yang Kai swallowed hard, reached out and touched her head and said with difficulty, "It seems that you were right. I'm afraid what I ask for will really happen today." Lu Yan's whim had really lit a beacon for him, but this beacon was too dazzling and he didn't know if it would burn his eyes. "Little friend has also come here. It's really a small world." The voice from the bamboo house came again. Kai Yang took a deep breath. Originally, he was only 30% suspicious and 70% surprised, but after hearing this, he was now certain that his guess was correct. The guy in the bamboo house was the one he was thinking of. He had actually come here. In front of such a master, there was no need to hide their whereabouts. When the three of them arrived here, the other party had probably already discovered them. He simply revealed his figure and shouted, "You thief, no matter what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms you have, you actually went to steal other people's sect-guarding treasures. This is simply improper, and you don't have the demeanor of a master. If this young master hadn't met you, it would have been fine, but since I have, I will definitely help you." Turning his head, he cupped his hands towards the old man from the Wild Dragon Pavilion and said, "Old sir, although this matter has nothing to do with me, it is fate that we met. If you have any instructions, just say it. I don't have any other hobbies, but I like to fight for justice." Old sir. Gong Yang, she couldn't help feeling a little flustered. Ever since he had taken over the Wild Dragon Pavilion, everyone in the ancestral territory had to respectfully address him as Pavilion Master Gong Yang. Now that he was being called an old man, he couldn't help feeling a little strange, but he couldn't do anything about it. The person in the bamboo house was silent for a moment, and then the voice came again. "Little friend, are you going to pretend that you don't know this king? Who are you? And who are you?" Gong Yang, she was speechless towards this young man. Although he had long since discovered that he had followed him all the way here, he didn't pay much attention to him because he had important matters to attend to. What nonsense was this about fighting for justice? Gong Yang, she wasn't an idiot. How could he believe his nonsense? Moreover, from the looks of it, this young man and the person in the bamboo house seemed to be old acquaintances, but their relationship wasn't very good. Adhering to the principle of not wanting to complicate matters, Gong Yang, she still returned half a bow. "Thank you for your kindness, little friend. But this is a family matter of my Wild Dragon Pavilion, and it is inconvenient for outsiders to interfere." Little friend, please step aside, otherwise it would not be good to be injured. He was also wary that Yang Kai and the person in the bamboo house were accomplices, so he didn't want him to interfere. Yang Kai nodded deeply. Since old sir has said so, then I will stand to the side. It was a good opportunity to use the Wild Dragon Pavilion to test the depths of that person, since he was suppressed and rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in this lower plane. That guy should be the same, right? If they fought later, he should be able to see some clues. He was afraid that Gong Yangshi would underestimate his enemy, so he said solemnly, "Old sir, it's not that I'm an alarmist, but that guy looks like he's not to be trifled with. You have to be careful. Don't capsize the boat." Gong Yangshi frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Thank you for your reminder. Little friend." He was a third-order Tao Source realm cultivator, standing at the peak of the ancestral domain. Even if there were people stronger than him in this world, they couldn't be that much stronger. Now that the elites of Wild Dragon Pavilion had come out in full force, who in this world could be their opponent? Even a rock would be beaten to a pulp today. He turned his head and said with a sullen face, "It seems that you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This old man will ask again, are you going to return the item or not? I already said that this thing is mine. Don't make so much noise and annoy me." Good, good, good. Since that's the case, then don't blame this old man for bullying the weak. Hand over your life. Gong Yangshi's origin chi suddenly became restless. His beard and hair went crazy, his figure leaped, and like an angry ram, he pounced towards the wooden house. His aura was brilliant, and his aura was monstrous. There was no reaction from inside the house. Gong Yangshi's vigilance didn't work in the slightest. He pounced straight to the front of the wooden house, raised his hand, and slapped towards the bamboo house. "Hiding and making a fool of yourself. Get the hell out here." Asterisk creak. Asterisk the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened wide, and a gust of wind swept out from inside. Gong Yangshi's eyes narrowed, and a trace of unconcealable shock suddenly appeared on his face. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the hundreds of elites of the Wild Dragon Pavilion, he plunged into the bamboo house. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the door closed, but there was no movement from inside. There wasn't even any trace of a battle. It was so quiet that it was as if the world had just opened. The origin of chaos. Everyone's eyes widened. Everyone held their breaths and pricked up their ears. However, the scene was strangely quiet. This silence caused everyone to feel a strong sense of horror in their hearts. In an instant, the bamboo house was like an ancient beast that swallowed Gong Yangshi into its stomach. Chapter 30:106. After a while, the door of the bamboo house opened again. Under everyone's gazes, Gong Yangshi walked out, his face slightly pale. He turned around and respectfully closed the door. Then he bowed and said, "Sorry to disturb you, Master." "Master, please rest." The hundreds of Wild Dragon Pavilion elites couldn't believe their eyes. "Let's go." Gong Yangshi shouted in a low voice, his body swaying, turning into a ray of light as he flew off into the distance. Although the people of Wild Dragon Pavilion were puzzled, they didn't dare to ask anything. They all took out their flying treasures and used their divine technique to leave this place. In the blink of an eye, not a single one of the hundreds of people who had arrived was left. The lone peak regained its calm. Only when they were 100 kilometers away did Gong Yangshi, who was flying at the front, sway slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura suddenly became extremely weak, and his already aged face became even older, as if he could die at any moment. "Pavilion Master." Several elders turned pale with fright when they saw this, and they quickly surrounded him. What exactly happened in that bamboo house? What kind of communication did the Pavilion Master have with the thief? Why did he leave without saying a word after coming out? And why did he look like he was heavily injured? All sorts of mysteries caused people's thoughts to be in chaos. Gong Yang, she barely managed to stabilize his body and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Pavilion Master. That person? An elder couldn't hold back his curiosity and couldn't help but ask. Don't ask. A trace of fear flashed across Gong Yang's face. But our sex-guarding treasure. Don't. Gong Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of pain and determination. Just pretend. It never happened. A burst of exclamations rang out. Just who was it that could make their pavilion master so afraid that he didn't even want to chase after the sex-guarding treasure that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years? The elders no longer dared to think about it. They were afraid that the thoughts that appeared in their minds would cause them to lose their hearts of martial arts. Outside the bamboo house, He Yunxiang's mouth was slightly open, as if someone had stuffed two invisible fingers into it. She foolishly watched the group of people from Wild Dragon Pavilion leave, feeling that her brain wasn't enough. Wasn't this one of the top sects in the ancestral territory? Why are you so timid when encountering such a situation? If not for the strength of those people, He Yunxiang would have suspected that there was another force called the Wild Dragon Pavilion in the ancestral territory. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. If possible, he wanted to turn around and leave. However, the thing that he wanted was very likely to be fulfilled by the person in the house. He was unwilling to leave just like that. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. In order to return to his homeland, even if there was a pile of feces inside, he had to step on it. Stay here. I'll be back soon. Yang Kai patted Lu Yan's head. Lu Yan grabbed his sleeve and refused to let go. Be obedient. Yang Kai glared at her. No. Lu Yan refused to be outdone. His eyes were even bigger than Lu Yan's. Yang Kai said, You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Wait for me to smash my cup as a signal. If something goes wrong, you immediately rush in and roast that person. Lu Yan nodded and let go of him. Okay, be careful. Okay, in front of that person, what was the use of being careful? Yang Kai stepped out and arrived in front of the bamboo house. He coughed lightly and knocked on the door. Is anyone home? The originally solemn atmosphere suddenly became a little funny. He Yunxiang couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth to stop herself from making a sound. No one responded. Yang Kai straightened his clothes and said, Sorry to disturb you. He pushed the door open and entered. Just like before, the door closed automatically. The light turned from bright to dark. A person sat cross-legged on a futon in front of him and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Their eyes met. Yang Kai's vigilance was magnified to the limit. However, he pretended to be calm and casually cupped his hands. Brother Wu, how have you been? If you're willing to change your name to Wu Chen, I'll call you Brother Wu. I won't call you Senior Wu. You're the biggest tumor in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years. Yukong didn't care at all. He stretched out his hand and said, Sit. Yang Kai said, I'll just stand. It's fine. He stored up his strength, but didn't release it. He was ready to fight this person in front of him at any time. Yukong said, But I need to raise my head to talk to you. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. He thought about it and didn't want to take advantage of him in this matter. He didn't want to anger him. Out of humiliation, he sat down as he was told. The two looked at each other. Yukong took out a tea set and slowly cooked. Yang Kai was a little flattered. It didn't matter if this person was the biggest tumor in the ancestral territory for tens of thousands of years. It also didn't matter how many ancestral territory he had caused chaos in the ancestral territory and how many lives he had slaughtered. He was still the most powerful person in the ancestral territory. He had even slaughtered a few great emperors. It was an honor for him to cook tea for him. Yang Kai's hostility couldn't help but lessen a lot. This kind of bearing really did have the air of a powerhouse. In the future, when he told others that he had drunk tea with Wukong, it would be a very honorable thing. "Why are you here, little friend?" Wukong asked casually. To be able to meet Kai Yang in this kind of place was really beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said with a serious face, "It's a long story, but I was originally here to kill you." Wukong smiled. "And now, will you kill me?" Yang Kai asked. "That depends on whether little friend has the ability." Yang Kai thought about it seriously and shook his head. "Even if I have the ability, I'm afraid I won't be able to kill you." Killing Wukong was equivalent to killing Duan Hongchen. The price he had to pay was too high. He immediately said with righteous indignation, "Just you wait. When this young master finds a way to force you out of Senior Hongchen's body, that will be the day you die. Then you have to work hard to cultivate." Wukong smiled slightly. Yang Kai felt very uncomfortable. The meeting this time was completely different from what he had imagined. "Didn't you kill people like scything flax? Why are you showing the tolerance of a wise old man?" He couldn't help but feel that before he could even throw a punch, others would use cotton to block his eyes. It was better for everyone to shed all pretense of cordiality and ruthlessly kill each other, no matter who lived or died. "You've become a vegetarian?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "What?" Wukong was puzzled. Why didn't those people from the Wild Dragon Pavilion swallow them? To be honest, he was also extremely surprised just now. It was simply unbelievable that the group of people from the Wild Dragon Pavilion were able to leave safely. It was not just smoke rising from the ancestral grave, it was simply spitting fire. Wukong was definitely not a vegetarian. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was his innate technique, and he had just swallowed a dragon on the Dragon Island half a year ago. "What's the point of eating something that can only be stuffed between my teeth?" Yang Kai nodded in agreement and said, "Then why did you come to the ancestral territory? Your initial plan to go to the Dragon Island was to come here?" Wukong said, "To take some things left here, to prepare for the future." "In the future?" Yang Kai frowned. "We'll talk about the future in the future." When the tea was ready, Wukong took a cup and slowly tasted it. Yang Kai took a look. He didn't even have a teacup. He directly picked up the teapot and took a big sip, then said, "You didn't eat those people, not because you didn't want to, but because you couldn't, right?" Wukong's hands paused. His eyes flickered. He stared at Yang Kai. "What do you mean by that?" In this world, was there anything he couldn't do? No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Furthermore, you're still in the critical period of recovery. Didn't you hide in the lower plane just to devour more energy? And then, Wukong looked at him with a smile. He didn't say whether he was right or wrong. Yang Kai said, "Senior Duan definitely wouldn't allow this to happen. He must have interfered with you." As he said this, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. His body slightly leaned back and seriously looked at Wukong. In that instant, an incredible thought popped into his mind. Wukong's smile didn't fade. Yang Kai's whole body shook. He hesitated. "Senior Duan?" Wukong's smile turned into a bitter smile. Yang Kai didn't dare to believe. "Is it really Senior Duan?" Wukong suddenly laughed. "Old Duan, I told you, you can't learn this deity's suaveness. It's really like trying to draw a tiger but end up looking like a dog." Then he said in a deep voice, "You shut up." Yang Kai's head was full of cold sweat. If it could be said that he only had doubts before, then now he was sure that the one who had been talking to him since he entered the room wasn't Wukong, but Duan Hongchen. His face suddenly sank. He asked, "Senior Duan, what's going on?" He always thought that Duan Hongchen was suppressed by Wukong. Otherwise, why would he go to the Dragon Island to slay dragons? Then he hid in the territory of this lower plane, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Duan Hongchen wasn't completely suppressed. He still had some freedom. Even from the dialogue between Wukong and Duan Hongchen, the relationship between the two didn't seem to be that bad. No matter what evil things Wukong did, Yang Kai wouldn't think it was too much, but if those evil things involved Duan Hongchen, Then the situation was completely different. Duan Hongchen obviously knew what Yang Kai was angry about. He sighed and said, "I was also only freed after he came here. I didn't mean to hide what happened before." Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. If Duan Hongchen was really in cahoots with Wukong, then it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, sometimes fierce, sometimes malicious, Duan Hongchen said, "Don't get any wrong ideas. Even if you and I join hands now, we still can't kill him." It was also his intention for me to come out for a breath of fresh air. If he really suppressed me with all his strength, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Yang Kai was depressed. Only then did he let go of the thought in his heart. He said helplessly, "Then what should we do?" Duan Hongchen said, "Let nature take its course. But since we are fated to meet today, this old man has something to ask of you." Yang Kai said seriously, "Senior, if you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask." Duan Hongchen said, "If you return to the astral boundary, there will definitely be people who will ask you about Wukong's whereabouts. Please don't tell anyone." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why is that?" He felt that Duan Hongchen's attitude towards Wukong had changed a lot after this meeting. It was no longer as tit-for-tat as before. It even seemed that there was a hint of compromise. Why? Why was this? What kind of communication did the two great emperors have between them? What kind of agreement did they reach? It actually made Duan Hongchen intentionally help Wukong hide their whereabouts. Chapter 30-107. Little friend, please agree. Good. Since it's Senior's request, I will naturally comply. Duan Hongchen nodded. Cultivate well. With your aptitude, you may be able to catch up. In the future, there may be a day when you and I can fight side by side. Yang Kai was shocked, fighting side by side with the great emperors. How heroic was that? But soon he was puzzled. Who was the enemy? Could it be Wukong? He felt that something was wrong. Duan Hongchen's words were also extremely heavy. After chatting with him for a while, Duan Hongchen told him about the recent situation of the Azure Sun Temple and the subsequent development of the Dragon Island. He sighed. It's a pity that a dragon race died. Then he turned around and scolded, "What a pity! The dragon race deserves to die. Can you shut up?" Yang Kai looked at him with disgust. "I was having a good chat with Duan Hongchen. Why did you come out?" Wukong smiled with a hint of evil charm. He looked up and asked, "Where is your stone mongoose avatar?" "Why?" Yang Kai looked at him vigilantly. It was not strange that Wukong knew about the stone mongoose avatar. After all, they had met face to face, and both of them had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique so they could sense each other. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique is actually not suitable for humans to cultivate, but it complements the stone mongoose. I thought that if you had the stone mongoose avatar, I would give it a gift, since it is not nearby. Then forget it. Before he finished speaking, the avatar had already appeared. Fortunately, after the avatar devoured the stone fire's origin, it could already become the size of a human. Otherwise, this room would definitely not be able to accommodate it. The Space Divine technique is really amazing. Wukong praised. Even he didn't know how Yang Kai managed to summon his Dharmakaya. He only vaguely guessed that this kid probably had some kind of spatial secret treasure on him. As soon as the embodiment appeared, he sensed Wukong's aura, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Scarlet flames flickered in his eyes. "He said he wanted to give you something," Yang Kai said. The avatar asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai shrugged. Wukong smiled and reached out to grab the embodiment. The embodiment hesitated for a moment, but he didn't resist. In the next instant, Wukong's big hand pressed on the embodiment's angular head, and a strange energy fluctuation rippled out, and the embodiment froze on the spot. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely vigilant. Who knew what Wukong wanted to do? He was only prepared to take action as soon as he sensed that something was wrong. However, from the beginning to the end, the embodiment didn't seem to have done anything wrong. After a short while, Wukong withdrew his hand. Yang Kai looked at the embodiment and saw that the embodiment revealed a thoughtful look. Yang Kai's mind moved, and he immediately understood what the embodiment had received from Wukong. After all, the embodiment was formed by his avatar, so there was no hindrance to their communication. If Yang Kai wanted to, he could even feel everything the embodiment felt. All kinds of essences and cultivation experience of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Wukong had actually imparted his lifetime's experience of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to the embodiment. This gift was not small. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was originally created by Wukong, so he had absolute authority over it. The accumulated experience and cultivation experience of tens of thousands of years was simply an unimaginable wealth. This time, he imparted without holding back at all. Even though Yang Kai had always been hostile to Wukong, he couldn't help but feel a little moved at this moment. Was this the hush money? But wasn't the price a little too high? It was conceivable that the embodiment who had received these essences and cultivation experience would have a smooth road in the future. Perhaps it could reach the height of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, or even surpass it. After all, it was a stone mongoose, and it had devoured the original power of the stone fire. Its starting point was much higher than Wukong's. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai's suspicion and shock, Wukong chuckled and said, "Perhaps one day we can all turn enemies into friends. Don't even think about it." Yang Kai scolded, but his tone softened a lot. He couldn't help it. After all, he was not a shameless person. He had just received such a big benefit from him. So how could he have the nerve to throw a tantrum at him? However, the so-called turning enemies into friends was probably not possible. Wukong was hated by everyone in the astral world. As long as he didn't leave Duan Hong Chen's body, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to turn enemies into friends. Although there was no eternal enemy in the face of benefits, Wukong's various actions had long gone beyond the scope of benefits. Yang Kai's brain was damaged if he became friends with him. Nothing is absolute. We might as well wait 100 years or even 1,000 years, and then we'll see. Wukong didn't care. Yang Kai withdrew his Dharmakaya and grinned. That's if you can live until then. His eyes wandered around his neck with evil intentions, as if he was considering where to start. His expression changed and suddenly became extremely serious. "Wukong, since you have the idea of changing your appearance, I'm willing to give you a chance to put down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha." Wukong smiled and said, "What's the matter? Let's hear it." Yang Kai said, "I want to go back to my homeland, but I can't find the way. You're familiar with this aspect, so tell me, how can I go back to my territory?" This was the reason why he still barged in even though he knew Wukong was here. This guy had caused chaos in the territory of countless planets in the past, so he obviously knew this very well. Getting some guidance from him would definitely be better than searching aimlessly. "Which territory did you come from?" Wukong asked. "Hungluo Starfield." Wukong heard this and shook his head. "I've never heard of it." He had been to countless star regions, but he didn't have the time to deliberately find out the names of those star regions. To him, all the star regions in the lower planes were just sources of energy to replenish his strength. Yang Kai couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. If Wukong had really been to Hungluo Starfield, then there wouldn't be any Hungluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, or Sword Union in that territory. They would have long been stored in his stomach. If you want to go back to the lower plane territory from here, one way is to go through those star paths, provided that there is a star path between the lower plane territory and the ancestral territory. But looking at you, you probably haven't found it yet. Then What's the other way? Wukong smiled and said, using the Star Territory's source. Star Territory's source? Yang Kai raised his brow, a faint light flashing in his mind. It was very important, but he couldn't grasp it. Stars have their own source, and Star Territory has its own source. It's just that the source is hidden on a cultivation star, and anyone with enough strength has the opportunity to refine it and become a Star Master. Star Territory's source is much more difficult to find. A Star Territory is vast, and even an ordinary person you meet on the street, a rabbit running in the wilderness, or a meteorite wandering in the star field, may be a Star Territory's source. Even if an ordinary person comes across it, they may not necessarily be able to find it. But if you can refine it, then you can control the entire Star Territory in your hands and become the master and guardian of this Star Territory. Wukong spoke slowly, but Yang Kai listened carefully, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Star Territory's guardian. This wasn't the first time he heard this term. He had heard people mention it before. When he left the Hung Luo star field and went to the star boundary, he was determined to become the Hung Luo star field's guardian. If you can become the Star Territory's guardian, then no matter where you are, you will be able to sense the location of this Star Territory. If you want to go from the ancestral territory to the Star Territory, do you still need to deliberately look for it? At that time, as long as he willed it, he would be able to grasp the ethereal connection between himself and the Star Territory. Yang Kai calmly said, "So that's how it is. I've learned something." He cursed in his heart. "I'm really an idiot." If he hadn't met Wukong today and heard what he said, he was afraid that he would have forgotten about something in his knowledge sea. Star. In his knowledge sea, there was the entire Hung Luo starfield star. This wasn't a typical navigation map drawn by an ordinary star master, but more like a mysterious inheritance. Not long after he arrived at the Star Territory on Tong Xian Realm, he obtained it from a Star Master. When the starship collapsed, that Star Master died, not far from Yang Kai, and then a stream of light entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Since then, Yang Kai's knowledge sea had inexplicably become filled with the entire Star Territory's star. During those years in the Hung Luo star field, the star in his knowledge sea had pointed him in the right direction many times, so he didn't get lost in the Star Territory. There was once a master who broke into Yang Kai's knowledge sea with his divine sense, and when he saw the star array, he cried out in alarm, as if he had found a precious treasure. But in the end, he was killed by Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wasn't sure what the star in his knowledge sea was before, now he was almost certain it was the Star Territory's star source. Yang Kai still remembered that when he first arrived at the star boundary, there was still a faint connection between him and his homeland, but as time passed, this connection was severed. The star source of the stars, which was difficult for others to find, had settled down in his knowledge sea for so many years. With this, wouldn't it be easy to find the way home? Although he was ecstatic in his heart, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face as he said lightly, "I have one more question." Speak. Wukong seemed to be in a good mood today, so how could he care less about Yang Kai's insatiable greed? How did you avoid the rejection of the world principles? Tens of thousands of years ago, many Star Territory had been destroyed by him. Yang Kai didn't believe he could accomplish this with just a peak Origin King realm cultivation. Since he could act wantonly and tyrannize those Star Territory, he must have displayed more than just the strength of an Origin King, most likely using his full strength. But even if he was one of the great emperors, the rejection of the world principles was not a joke, so why hadn't he suffered the wrath of the heavens? Wukong said, "Every time this king goes to a Star Territory, the first thing this king does is find the Star Territory's star source, steal, rob, and refine it. In that Star Territory, you are the heavens and earth, so how could you be rejected?" Yang Kai suddenly understood. Just like how a star master refined the star source of a cultivation star on his own cultivation star, The Star Master was the heavens and earth. By the same principle, after refining the star territory's star source, the entire star territory was under one's control. So how could one be rejected? Chapter 30, 108. Of course, if he didn't want his territory to be destroyed too badly, it was best not to show too much strength. Only a guy like Ryukam, whose purpose was to devour, would be so unscrupulous. Outside the bamboo house, Lu Yen was sitting on a star shuttle, waiting with her hands cupped around her delicate cheeks, the reflection of the lonely peak in her clear eyes. Were you really picked up by Master? Yunxiang stretched out her hand and patted her head. This kind of delicate little girl was always lovable. Her soft long hair made people unable to part with it. Even if they played with it for a day and a night, they would not get tired of it. Yes, to some extent, it was not wrong to pick her up. If she hadn't met Yang Kai, she would probably still be an artifact spirit trapped in a furnace. Now that she had her own body and the inheritance of the phoenix, true fire, she had a great opportunity. Who was master meeting inside? Lu Yen shook her head. She didn't know who the person inside was, but she could feel that he was very strong. So strong that she and Yang Kai together might not be able to defeat him. Suddenly, she looked up at Yunxiang and asked, "Do you want to be Master's woman?" What? Yunxiang blushed. Was this something a child should ask? He squatted down and asked earnestly, "Who taught you this?" Lu Yen said, "Then I'm afraid you don't have a chance. There are several mistresses in my family." She turned her head and looked forward. Yang Kai pushed the door open and walked out. He stood in place and pondered for a long time while rubbing his chin. Then his figure flickered, and he landed on the star shuttle. "Master, shall we continue?" Yunxiang asked. "Let's go first." Yang Kai waved his hand and sat down cross-legged on the star shuttle. Seeing Lu Yen looking at him eagerly, he helplessly pulled her into his arms. Only then did Lu Yen smile and sit down obediently. The star shuttle turned into a streak of light and soon disappeared. A voice came from inside the bamboo house. "This old master has been wise all his life, but he didn't expect that he would be colluding with you in the end. Humph, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. When the day comes, you will know that you made the right choice." "I hope so." Peace returned, but there was no one in the bamboo house. This way. A day later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and pointed in a direction. There was a slightly excited look in his eyes. Vaguely, he grasped a faintly discernible trace, like a thread that could be broken at any time, like a flickering light in the wind and rain, transmitting an insignificant light. However, it was this extremely thin and almost imperceptible connection that allowed him to determine the direction he was heading in, the direction of his homeland. The star in his sea of consciousness was definitely the source of stars. It was impossible to refine it in one day, but Yang Kai had tried many times to communicate with it, and he had finally gotten some results. As long as he followed this feeling, he would definitely be able to find his way home. It was like a kite flying high in the sky, but the end of the string was still in the hand of the kite flyer. One face after another flashed through his mind. Su Yan, Xianning Chang, Shan Qing Luo, Shui Yu, even many faces he had almost forgotten, but at this time, they all rushed to jump out of his mind, wanting to say something to him. Suddenly, an extremely complex emotion welled up in his heart, as if a warm current was flowing through his chest and into his heart. Lu Yen seemed to have sensed something and lay down in his arms, stretching out her small hand and placing it on his chest, feeling his violent heartbeat. The response from the star was still very faint and intermittent. So Yang Kai continued to give directions while Yunxiang urged the star shuttle to hurry along. A month later, in the wilderness, a gorgeous star path exit stretched across the sky a few dozen meters high, with several thatched huts scattered nearby. Inside each hut, there was a cultivator meditating. Obviously, these people were the disciples of the various sects stationed here, waiting for someone to appear from the exit, so they could win them over. In the ancestral territory, almost every star path entrance was like this. The sects in the ancestral territory seemed to be very fond of the cultivator, who came from the lower star path territory, especially the cultivator, who originally came from the lower star path territory. Many of them took the initiative to take on this task. As a result, if they encountered a cultivator who came from the same star path territory, they would have a great advantage in winning them over. However, some of the star path entrances were bustling with noise and excitement, while others were completely deserted. The main reason for this situation was that the star path entrances were connected to a large number of star paths. Some entrances were connected to more than a dozen star paths, while others were connected to only a few star paths naturally. The number of cultivator who came out from these entrances was different, so the importance they received was very different. The star path exit in front of him undoubtedly belonged to the latter, probably only connecting to a few star paths territory. What's more, the cultivator stationed here was rarely a Tao Source realm master. All of them origin kings, so it was obvious that this place was not very valued. However, in Yang Kai's eyes, this star path exit was the most beautiful thing in the world. Immersing himself in communicating with the star path again, Yang Kai found that the connection was indeed pointing towards the depths of the entrance. It's you. In the ancestral territory, there was actually a star path that was connected to the Hung Luo star field, a fact that really made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, when he left that year, he had never heard of any ancestral territory. In the entire Hung Luo star field, there were no rumors about this. The doors of several huts opened, and some cultivator walked out, looking up at Yang Kai and the others. One of them cupped his fists and asked, "Where did this friend come from? Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai was in a good mood and waved his hand. "Go about your business. I'm just passing by." The man frowned, quite displeased with Yang Kai's attitude, but did not say anything. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he probed towards the star path entrance. Although this entrance was definitely connected to the Hung Luo star field, it would take some effort to return to his homeland through it. Others would probably need to break through the void with extremely strong power, but Yang Kai had the space divine technique. As long as he grasped a certain pattern, it should not be difficult for him to return. Shuttling through the void was a common thing for him. After a while, he had a plan in his mind. He patted He Yunxiang's shoulder and said, "Now you have two choices. The first is to stay here. The ancestral territory is not bad. If you stay here, you will have a good development. I will leave you some spirit pills and cultivation materials." "I choose the second one," He Yunxiang said. If it were not for the things that happened during this period, she was afraid that she would really choose to stay in the ancestral territory. However, with Yang Kai's experience, how could he not know that the ancestral territory was not the top world? The third order Tao Source realm was not the pinnacle of martial arts at all. She had worked hard to follow Yang Kai from the territory of the Wuji star to here, and she did not want to stop here. There was no need for Yang Kai to give her a second choice, as she had already made her decision. "Very well," Yang Kai nodded. In any case, it was just one more person, so it was not a burden for him. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai suddenly paused, looked down at the people below, and asked, "Have you met anyone from the Hung Luo star field?" During this time, every time he arrived at a star field exit, he would ask this question. Yang Kai was just asking out of habit at this time and didn't expect to get a definite answer. In any case, he was about to return to his homeland, so he would soon be able to see the people he wanted to meet. "Why do you ask?" One of the people suddenly showed a look of vigilance and frowned at Yang Kai. It was the person who had spoken to him before. Yang Kai blinked and was a little stunned. You've met them? Never. The man shook his head. How could Yang Kai believe him? Stretching out his hand. The man suddenly felt a strong suction force, and his body flew forward involuntarily before being grabbed by the neck. In an instant, the man's face turned red as he lost control of his Saint Chi. Yang Kai showed a fierce look. I hate it when people lie to me. If there is, then there is. If there isn't, then there isn't. I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully before you answer. Sometimes being overbearing was far more effective than being amiable. As soon as this powerful force was displayed, the several cultivators all paled, realizing that this young man had the strength to kill them in the blink of an eye. Yes, the man struggled hard and managed to squeeze out a word. Really? Yang Kai couldn't believe his ears and loosened his grip slightly. When did you see her? What did she look like? Where did she go? Tell me in detail if you hide anything. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. I don't know exactly when. About 20 years ago. At that time, I wasn't in charge of receiving her, but later I heard that the senior sister came from Hung Luo Starfield. Senior sister? Yang Kai's face froze. What's her name? Su Yen. Yang Kai was shocked. The name that he had dreamed of suddenly came out of the mouth of a stranger. And in a place like the ancestral territory, the impact on him was simply unimaginable, so much so that his mind went blank and he lost the ability to think. At this time, if someone were to launch a sneak attack, it would be 100% successful. Lu Yen then asked, Are you sure she came from Hungluo Starfield? I'm sure because senior sister Sue didn't hide her origins. Instead, she deliberately publicized it. Brothers and junior brothers all paid attention to her. What they paid attention to was not only her origin, but also her stunning appearance. Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. If he had some doubts before, now he was almost certain. Su Yen was here. Su Yen was in the ancestral territory. This name wasn't very special. It could almost be said to be ordinary. There should be many people with the same name, but Su Yen, who came from Hung Luo Starfield and had the strength to pass the star path, was probably the only person in the world who could do this. 20 years! Didn't this mean that not many years after he left the star territory, Su Yen arrived in the ancestral territory? How did she find the entrance to the ancestral territory? And with her cold temperament, the reason why she wanted to publicize her origins was probably to find him. She didn't know where he was. She didn't even know if he was in the ancestral territory. So she could only use this method to increase the chances of them meeting. If Yang Kai was really in the ancestral territory, he would definitely go to find her after hearing her news. Alone in a completely unfamiliar world, Yang Kai suddenly felt sad and blamed himself. Chapter 30, 109. Chi Yu and AIO's experiences in the star boundary were still vivid in his mind, and Yang Kai knew exactly how much hardship and exhaustion they had suffered. Even Wu Dao, who was known as the strongest cultivator in the star territory, had fallen, let alone Su Yen, a lone woman. Deep in his heart, a voice kept roaring, I want to see her, immediately, immediately. Longing overflowed like a tide, almost drowning Yang Kai's body and mind. Master, Lu Yen grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and the delicate touch brought Yang Kai back to his senses. He saw that the man who was being choked by him had his eyes rolled back, and his face was pale, as if he would die in the next moment. Yang Kai quickly released him and threw him onto the star shuttle. A violent coughing sound came as the man half knelt, covering his throat with his hand, coughing so hard that tears almost came out. The eyelids of the cultivator below twitched. I'm really sorry. Yang Kai stretched out his big hand to the man, but he couldn't help but tremble a little. With his current cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could shake him to this extent. But inquiring about Su Yen in the ancestral territory was definitely one of them. This guy in front of him called Su Yen's senior sister, which meant that Su Yen had joined the sect behind him after coming to the ancestral territory. In any case, bullying a junior brother was not something to be proud of, not to mention that Yang Kai still had something to ask of him. After a while, the man took the opportunity to grab Yang Kai's hand and stand up, but there was still a look of lingering fear on his face as he looked at Yang Kai timidly. He was also a third-order origin king, but he was like an ant in front of this young man, unable to resist at all. Obviously, the other party was not someone he could provoke. Yang Kai's attitude changed so quickly that he felt that this guy was a bit temperamental, making him more and more afraid. This kind of strength and temper was extremely strange. How should I address this junior brother? Yang Kai tried to calm his expression. The man swallowed his saliva and said, "Xiang Fei, so it's junior brother Xiang." Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder, causing him to shrink back slightly. "Sorry for offending you just now, junior brother, please don't take offense. And you just called Su Yen's senior sister. Is she a disciple of your noble sect?" After a few simple questions and answers, Yang Kai got some clues. Sure enough, as he had expected, after Su Yen arrived at the ancestral territory, she had joined the Red Cloud sect, the force behind Xiang Fei. Su Yen had also entered the ancestral territory through this star path entrance. However, at that time, it was not Xiang Fei who was there to receive her, but rather someone else from the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, Xiang Fei did not know the specifics. Only after Su Yen had joined the Red Cloud sect did he have some understanding of her. Su Yen had entered the Red Cloud sect for only a few years, but she had already gained a large number of fans. The number of senior brother and junior brother who fawned over her was innumerable. She had already become an influential figure in the Red Cloud sect. There were only a few such characters in each sect, but Su Yen, as a disciple who had come from the lower star territory, naturally received more attention. The news that she was from the Hongluo star field spread like wildfire. Xiang Fei had also met Su Yen a few times, but he did not have the courage to speak to her. He only felt that the cold look on her face had a kind of coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. If he approached her, he might get frostbite. Senior Sister Su's talent is extraordinary. After entering the sect for only 5 years, she has already advanced to the Tao source realm. This kind of aptitude is really shameful. Xiang Fei sighed. He probably saw that there was some kind of relationship between Yang Kai and Su Yen, so he chose to say something nice. Sure enough, Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this, advanced to the Tao source realm. He had always been worried about whether she would suffer unfair treatment or be pushed aside in this world, but now it seemed that she was living a good life. "How is it now?" Yang Kai asked. Xiang Fei said, "I don't know." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "How can you not know? Aren't you also a disciple of the Red Cloud sect?" Xiang Fei was startled and hurriedly said, "Junior brother is indeed a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, but I was sent to guard this place more than 10 years ago. I rarely return to the sect, so I don't know what is going on in the sect." Yang Kai looked at him sympathetically. Generally speaking, those who were sent to guard the entrance of the Star Path were not well received in the sect. They did not have any backing, so they were given this kind of time-consuming job that did not have many benefits. This Xiang Fei was obviously such a person in the Red Cloud sect. "Do you want to go back?" "Yes, I do." How could these lonely days be compared to the comfortable life in the sect? Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "Congratulations. You are about to get what you want." "But what?" Xiang Fei did not react, but instinctively felt that something was wrong. "Go to the Red Cloud sect." Yang Kai ordered He Yunxiang. He Yunxiang immediately urged her star shuttle. "Lead the way." Yang Kai turned to look at Xiang Fei again. Xiang Fei anxiously said, No, let me down quickly." without the sect master and the elder's orders. I'm going in the wrong direction. This way. In front of Yang Kai's big fists, he had no choice but to submit. This temperamental young man was not someone he could provoke. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. After returning to the sect, if someone asked, he would at least have an explanation, but he did not know what kind of punishment he would receive. This month's salary would probably be gone. Thinking about the vital source condensing pills, he could not help but feel a little dejected. Yang Kai punched him in the chest, scaring him out of his wits. After discovering that this punch didn't hurt him, he cried out miserably, "Senior brother, don't scare me like that. Tell me more about Su Yan. If you tell me well, you will definitely benefit." Xiang Fei did not know whether bringing this guy to the Red Cloud sect was a blessing or a curse. At first glance, this person had a close relationship with senior sister Su Yan and was most likely one of her pursuers. Otherwise, why would he inquire about Su Yan's senior sister? Moreover, his strength was so strong. If he ran to the sect, wouldn't he have a conflict with some people? However, after thinking about it, this matter did not seem to have much to do with him. Everyone wanted to eat swan meat, but most of them were toads crawling on the ground, drooling at the sight of a swan flying in the sky. If he really caused trouble in the sect, the only one who would suffer would be him. Stabilizing his mind, Xiang Fei picked up some things he knew and told him. Yang Kai didn't know much about Su Yan. Although the Red Cloud sect wasn't one of the top sects in the ancestral territory, it could barely be considered a second-tier sect. There were thousands of disciples in the sect, and there were very few opportunities to interact with unfamiliar people. What he knew about Su Yan was mostly hearsay. However, regardless of whether this news was true or false, Yang Kai listened with a smile, as if he had seen Su Yan's life with his own eyes. By the way, shortly after senior sister Su Yan entered the sect, she was received as a disciple by Elder Wan. I heard that when Elder Wan saw her, she lost her self-control and forced her to become a disciple. It was because of this matter that senior sister Su's name spread throughout the sect. That Elder Wan, is he a man or a woman? She is a woman. Elder Wan is the oldest and most senior elder in the sect. Xiang Fei always felt that when Yang Kai asked that question, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking again, there was not even the slightest trace of it. He did not know whether it was his own misconception or not. Yang Kai laughed and patted Xiang Fei's shoulder. "Your Elder Ruan's eyesight is good." "Ha ha." Xiang Fei smiled. "Elder Ruan's temper is strange. We don't dare to approach the spirit peak where she lives. Although she is an elder of our Red Cloud sect, she doesn't seem to participate in the sect's affairs and has never accepted a disciple." That year, when news of her wanting to accept senior sister Su as a disciple spread, the entire sect was in an uproar. Through Xiang Fei's words, the image of an eccentric, temperamental, wrinkled elder Wan appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was very grateful to this elder Wan whom he had never met before. Su Yan had gone out and met a noble. Otherwise, with her appearance, even if she entered the Red Cloud sect, she would have been in constant trouble. There were many talented people, so how could she be able to break through to the Tao Source realm in just 5 years? It was likely that Elder Ruan's full support was indispensable. Just the source condensing pills needed to break through to the Tao Source realm was a huge number. Su Yan had just arrived. So how could she have collected so many pills? As they walked, Xiang Fei racked his brains and told Yang Kai everything he knew about Su Yan. However, Yang Kai still wasn't satisfied and kept asking questions, as if he was a starving man who wanted someone to draw a few pancakes in front of him. Xiang Fei was speechless, but he didn't dare to offend him. He could only feel sadness in his heart and silently cursed. What kind of person is this? He steeled his heart and gritted his teeth. Senior Sister Sue has countless pursuers in the sect. He could see that this young man and Senior Sister Su Yen were familiar with each other and definitely had an interest in Senior Sister Su Yen. Before, when they talked about Su Yen, he deliberately didn't talk about her feelings, afraid of touching a nerve. But now there was nothing he could say, so he could only say this. You brought trouble to yourself, so don't blame me. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai just smiled, as if he didn't care. Even if Xiang Fei didn't say it, he could guess it. It would be strange if Su Yen didn't have a few pursuers, but in this world, how many people could enter her eyes? Those pursuers were not even worthy of being called rivals in Yang Kai's eyes. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xiang Fei continued, Others are fine, but Senior Sister Su is Elder Ruan's only disciple after all, so it's not good to pester her. After being rejected, they often tactfully leave, but one person, what? Is there really someone so shameless? If I tell you, don't tell anyone that I told you. Xiang Fei looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he lowered his voice. If you have something to say, then say it. Our young sect master is very fond of Senior Sister Su. He once said in front of many people that he wanted to take Senior Sister Su as his concubine. Bullshit. Yang Kai was furious, his expression ferocious, his previous indifference swept away. Don't let father see you. Otherwise I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Secretly admiring her is one thing, but you actually dare to boast so shamelessly. Chapter 30, 110. Red Cloud Mountain was a lush green forest with beautiful scenery. The rolling mountain range was filled with spirit beasts and birds, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Outside the mountain gate, the star shuttle landed, and the disciples guarding the mountain immediately greeted it. Looking at Xiang Fei in surprise, Brother Xiang, why are you back? And these are... Although Xiang Fei had no backing in the Red Cloud sect, nor was he favored by the elders, he was still a third-order origin king. So how could these disciples dare to be disrespectful? Xiang Fei hesitated for a while, not knowing how to explain himself. He had already violated the sect's rules by returning to the sect without permission. If he wanted to enter, he would have to explain the reason to these disciples and let them pass on his behalf. The disciples guarding the mountain looked at Xiang Fei suspiciously, not knowing what he was thinking. Find someone. Yang Kai was in a hurry to see Su Yen, so he didn't have time to waste here. With a wave of his hand, he pushed the disciples aside and stepped inside. Seeing this, Xiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. This is bad. He knew that things were going to get worse, but he didn't expect this guy to be so rude. If he had politely handed over a visiting card, it wasn't that he couldn't enter, but how could he just barge in like this? Now that he had made such a scene, Xiang Fei was afraid that he would be accused of colluding with an enemy. Escape or not? If he didn't escape, he would definitely be punished by the sect, but where could he escape to? Thinking about it, he could only grit his teeth and follow, begging bitterly, Brother, please wait. Yunxiang stepped in front of him and smiled slightly. There's nothing for you to do here. Take this bottle of spirit pills as a thank you gift. Throwing down a bottle of spirit pills, she also chased after Yang Kai. The few disciples guarding the mountain were stunned for a while before one of them immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a short while, the Red Cloud sect's alarm bell rang, resounding through the sky. Xiang Fei's face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground, the bottle of spirit pills in his hand becoming extremely hot. Silhouettes flickered as streams of light rose from the Red Cloud sect and rushed towards the entrance of the sect from all directions. Yang Kai soon encountered the first obstacle, the Mountain Guardian Array. Every sect had their own mountain guarding array. Normally, it would not be fully activated, but it still had some protective and alert functions. If one did not have a special method, it would be impossible to pass through the array. If the mountain guarding Grand Formation were to be fully activated during battle, it would become a powerful protection. There was an invisible wall in front of him, and Yang Kai had to stop. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, silhouettes appeared in the surroundings. Each and every one of them had an unkind expression as they looked at him. Although the Red Cloud sect was not a top force, it was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. This guy in front of them had forced his way up the mountain without prior notice. It was obvious that he did not put the Red Cloud sect's rules in his eyes. This was a great taboo for any sect, a sign of hostility. Halt! Tell me your name. A red-faced man stood in front of the crowd and shouted in a deep voice. This person had the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source realm. Obviously, he was a rare expert in the Red Cloud sect and held some important positions. He was probably an elder or hall master or something like that. Yang Kai frowned. It was not because the Mountain Guardian Array was blocking his way, nor was it because of the Red Cloud sect's large number of people. He did not sense anything. He did not sense Su Yan's aura in the Red Cloud sect. He and Su Yan had a fortuitous encounter in the past, obtaining the Yin Yang Joyous Unification Art and the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritance. Together, they were able to sense each other's existence as long as they were within a certain distance. This Red Clouds mountain was only a few hundred kilometers long. If Su Yan was really here, there was no reason why he could not sense her. Since he did not sense her, it meant that Su Yan was not in the Red Cloud sect. Did he misunderstand? Could it be that the Su Yan in the Red Cloud sect was not the Su Yan he knew? Was it really just the same name? However, the person that Xiang Fei described was clearly the person that he yearned for day and night. Or perhaps Su Yan was not in the Red Cloud sect at the moment, and this was somewhat possible. The red-faced man was indeed an elder in the Red Cloud sect. Under the attention of so many disciples, his question was ignored. He could not help but become angry out of shame. Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, he found that one of the three people below was a third-order origin king, while the other two did not have the slightest trace of cultivation. What surprised him even more was that there was a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Did a family of 3 go out to play and accidentally get lost? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what this elder asked you? The red-faced man shouted angrily. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him. When he raised his hand, a phantom image suddenly appeared in the void. It was as lifelike as a real person. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her face was delicate. On her face was a faint smile, dazzling anyone who looked at her. Yang Kai looked at the red-faced man and asked, "Is this person in your noble sect?" Before the red-faced man could answer, some of the Red Cloud sect disciples went into an uproar. Is this Senior Sister Su? She looks like Senior Sister Su. No, that's not right. This is Senior Sister Su. Heavens, Senior Sister Su's smile is so beautiful. The image of Su Yan that Yang Kai condensed with his spirit chi was the image of her in his mind. But when had this group of Red Cloud's sect disciples ever seen her smile? The title of Ice Mountain Beauty was not just for show. So, at this moment, they didn't dare to recognize her. Who is this person? Why was he able to see Senior Sister Su's smile? For a moment, many of them were filled with righteous indignation. They felt that this guy was somewhat repulsive. Why did such a good thing happen to him? The whispers all around reached his ears. The answer was obvious. Yang Kai sighed and asked, "Where is she? Who the hell are you?" Being ignored by Yang Kai again and again, the red-faced man was thoroughly annoyed. "Where is she?" Kai Yang stared at him and shouted out word by word. The red-faced man was so angry that he laughed. "Why should this king tell you?" Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang, the mountain trembled, and the mountain defending array in front of Yong Kai suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of light and disappearing. Yong Kai withdrew his fist and calmly said, "I'm sorry. Today my temper is a bit irritable. If I have offended you, please forgive me." While speaking, he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the red-faced man. The red-faced man hadn't recovered from his shock when he suddenly felt a fierce aura approaching him. Looking up, he saw Yong Kai's face close at hand. He couldn't help but retreat a few steps and vigilantly asked, "What do you want to do?" Breaking the Red Cloud sect's mountain guarding array with one punch. Even if the spirit array wasn't operating at full strength, it was still not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, from beginning to end, there wasn't even the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. What kind of brute force was this? Yong Kai reached out and grabbed his collar. "Are you deaf or stupid? I've asked several times already. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she?" Spittle flew all over the red-faced man's face, causing him to fly into a rage. "Junior, don't be so arrogant. This is my Red Cloud sect. If you know what's good for you, quickly retreat, or else you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Although Yong Kai showed extraordinary brute force, as an elder of the Red Cloud sect, how could he show weakness? There were thousands of disciples in the sect, and more than a dozen Tao Source Realm Masters. The sect master was even a second-order Tao Source Realm Master. If this little brat really wanted to be presumptuous here, he could guarantee that he would leave lying down. Moreover, after seeing Yong Kai's brute force, he had already sent a message to many elders and the sect master, so they should be here by now, right? A stream of light flew towards Yong Kai, emitting a chilling aura. Suddenly, a long saber appeared and slashed towards Yong Kai's head. Yong Kai flicked his finger and hit the blade's spine. With a flash of light, it flew back and was caught by an old man. His face couldn't help but distort. At that moment, he felt that the spirituality of his artifact was damaged. "Who is this guy?" Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk a vigorous aura appeared as 7 or 8 people suddenly appeared. Seeing them, many Red Cloud sect disciples were in awe. These people were the Tao Source Realm elders of the sect. Normally, it was not easy to see them, but now so many of them had appeared. It seemed that besides those who had gone out to do something, all the elders of the sect had gathered together. A black-clothed man appeared, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His expression was dignified, and his aura was stronger than anyone present. "Sect Master," the black-clothed man nodded reservedly. He was the sect master of the Red Cloud sect, Han Zhengyuan. The sect guarding array had been broken. Even without the red-faced man's notice, he had come to investigate. When he saw his elder being held by the collar by a young man, his face suddenly sank. "Let go!" The red-faced man smiled coldly, his eyes sharp as he stared at Yong Kai. Yong Kai's mood calmed down a little. Things had turned out this way, and he was partly responsible. The main thing was that this matter involved Su Yan, so he was a little impulsive. Hearing this, he let go of his hand. In the eyes of the Red Cloud sect disciples, this was a sign that he had a guilty conscience. The red-faced man thought to himself, "You know what's good for you." He proudly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, sect master." He did not lose face for the Red Cloud sect, so at this time he was full of confidence. Han Zhengyuan nodded, looked at Yong Kai, and said, "What is your name? What business do you have with my Red Cloud sect?" Yong Kai said, "My name is not important. I have come to your sect to look for someone." "Who?" "Su Yan." Han Zhengyuan could not help but frown and said, "Who are you to her?" Yong Kai said, "I am her husband." When these words came out, the audience went into an uproar. The group of Red Cloud's sect disciples were all dumbfounded. They looked at Yong Kai as if they were looking at a fool. Su Yan had been in the sect for more than 20 years, but they had never heard of her having a husband. Usually, it was rare for her to talk to a man. How could such a close relative suddenly appear? Their first reaction was that it was impossible, followed by anger. Su Yan was very popular in the entire Red Cloud sect. She was regarded as a sweetheart by many of her brothers and sisters. Suddenly, someone appeared and said that he was her husband. Naturally, she would be angry. She felt that this guy had blasphemed the beauty in her heart. She could not wait to rush forward and tear this guy into 10,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in her heart. Fart. Han Zhengyuan did not answer. Suddenly, a young man stood up and cursed. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. He saw that this guy had greasy hair, white skin, and a thin body. Although he had the cultivation of an origin king, his aura was unstable. Obviously, his foundation was not solid. This kind of cultivation must have been accumulated through the use of medicines. Looking at his face, Yang Kai vaguely saw that he had some similarities with Han Zhengyuan. Yang Kai immediately understood who he was. Chapter 30:111. Yang Kai grinned at him. Han Qiancheng was baffled. He felt that this guy's smile had a profound meaning, but he was too lazy to think about it. With a gloomy face, he said, "Little brat, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Otherwise, you will easily attract a fatal disaster." In the entire Red Cloud sect, who didn't know that Su Yan was his exclusive property? Many of his brothers were interested in Su Yan, but they only secretly admired her. They didn't dare to get too close to her. There was once a man who didn't know what was good for him. Just because he said a few words to Su Yan, all his bones and meridians were broken the next day, and he became a cripple. Since then, no one in the Red Cloud sect dared to talk to Su Yan. There was actually someone who dared to claim to be Su Yan's husband. Han Qiancheng was so angry that he laughed. He looked up and down at Yang Kai. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He seemed to be thinking about how to make Yang Kai taste the taste of pain. He turned around and said to Han Zhengyuan, "Father, this person has trespassed into the sect. He doesn't put our Red Cloud sect in his eyes. He also destroyed our sect guarding array. This is simply unforgivable. Kill him. This is the only way to warn others. Otherwise, if this spreads, I'm afraid people will laugh at our Red Cloud sect for being weak and timid." Han Zhengyuan looked indifferent. Hearing this, he said, "Withdraw. I have my own plans." "Father!" Han Qiancheng cried out in dissatisfaction. "Withdraw." Han Zhengyuan's face became serious. Han Qiancheng retreated. His complexion was not good. He muttered a few words. It seemed like he was cursing. Since childhood, he had been doted on by Han Zhengyuan and had developed a domineering temperament. Whenever he saw Yang Kai as an eyesore and wanted to kill him, he would do anything he wanted. He couldn't understand why his father, who had always granted him every request, would suddenly refuse him at this time. This made him lose a lot of face. If it was an ordinary person who was so arrogant and despotic, Han Zhengyuan naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. Even if it was for the sake of the Red Cloud sect's face, he would still fight with Yang Kai. But the young man in front of him, although he didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spirit chi, gave him a very strange feeling. It seemed that if he fought here, the Red Cloud sect would suffer a loss. Han Zhengyuan had to be careful. "How should I address you, little brother?" Han Zhengyuan asked. Yang Kai introduced himself. Han Zhengyuan frowned and thought for a moment. He had never heard of this name before. It was a completely foreign name. He turned his head to look at the elders and found that they were also confused. Well, since no one had heard of him before, it was obvious that he did not have any backing. Today's matter would be much easier to handle. "You said you are Su Yan's husband? Do you have any evidence?" Han Zhengyuan asked again, then added, "I'm not questioning you, but Su Yan is now a disciple of my Red Cloud sect. As the sect master of the Red Cloud sect, I have to ask a few questions. Yang Kai said, call Su Yan over and ask her. Han Zheng Yuan saw that he was full of confidence and believed him a little, but Han Qianqing's expression became more and more unpleasant. This can't be real, right? That woman actually had a husband? When did this happen? She had been in the sect for more than 20 years, but she had never interacted with outsiders. Where did this husband come from? It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Su Yan has been in my Red Cloud sect for more than 20 years. During this time, she has never interacted with outsiders. How can you be her husband? I come from the Hung Luo star field. What? Han Zheng Yuan heard this and couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. He had lived for too long, and his courage was too small. He was overcautious and had long since lost the straightforwardness he had when he was young. Su Yan coming from the Hung Luo starfield was not a secret. Many people in the Red Cloud sect knew about it. As the sect master, Han Zheng Yuan naturally knew about it. Moreover, according to Su Yan, she was the first person to come out of the Hung Luo starfield and enter the ancestral territory. In other words, didn't this little brat enter the ancestral territory after Su Yan? In other words, he had only entered the ancestral territory for a short time. How high could such a person's cultivation be? How strong could he be? At most, he should be in the first order Dao source realm. Han Zheng Yuan couldn't detect his cultivation, probably because he cultivated some kind of concealment secret art or wore some kind of artifact. Slowly shaking his head and secretly laughing, Han Zheng Yuan said, "It turns out that you came from the same star territory as Su Yan." Han Qianqing's face was livid, and he kept cursing her in his heart. What a bitch! He usually saw her as pure and unattainable, but he didn't expect that she had already become a fallen flower. He had been so attentive to her. If he had known this, he wouldn't have wasted all these years. He would have just used force. That's right, Su Yan and I have already pledged our lives to each other back in the star field. She and I are senior sister and junior brother from the same sect. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Sect Master Han, please call Su Yan out." He had come to find Su Yan. How could he waste time with this group of people? Han Zheng Yuan said, and that's good. Changing the topic, he said, but Su Yan's residence is far from here. I'm afraid it will take some time to come here. It doesn't matter. I'll wait. After waiting for so many years, why would he be afraid of waiting a little longer? No wonder he couldn't sense Su Yan's aura. It turned out that she was too far away. Elder Chen, lead this little brother to the side hall to drink some tea and wait. After that, send a message to Su Yan and tell her to come over. Han Zheng Yuan said to the red-faced man. The red-faced man was startled, but he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Yes." Then he turned to Yang Kai and gestured, "Please." Originally, a cultivator from the lower star territory was not worthy of such courtesy, but the strength Yang Kai just showed was not small. He was qualified to receive him. Yang Kai was neither servile nor overbearing. He nodded and left with Elder Chen. The crowd of Red Cloud sect disciples looked on, feeling a little strange. Today's matter was over just like that. Someone had broken into the sect's gate and even destroyed the sect guarding array, yet the elders and sect master didn't intend to pursue the matter. Moreover, they even invited him to drink tea. When did their elders and sect master become so polite? Moreover, senior sister Su Yan was not in the sect at all. Many people smelled the scent of a conspiracy. They felt that the elders and sect masters' approach was somewhat shameful, but they were powerless to change it. They could only sigh and look at Yang Kai's departing back with some sympathy. If this person was really Su Yan's senior sister's man, they were afraid that today he would suffer a calamity. In the side hall, Yang Kai sat down casually. He Yunxiang stood behind him, while Lu Yen unceremoniously sat next to him. In the hall, only the red-faced Elder Chen was receiving Yang Kai, but he didn't say anything. He just said, "Wait a moment. I have already sent a message to Su Yen. She will be here soon." After that, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. It seemed that he was still holding a grudge against Yang Kai for grabbing his collar. "I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Later, I'll let you know the consequences of offending this king. When I open my eyes, I may reveal some hostility and let him see my flaws." A female disciple served fragrant tea, and the tea's fragrance immediately filled the hall. The red-faced Elder Chen opened his eyes and smiled. "This is my Red Cloud sect's unique Red Cloud tea. It enjoys a great reputation even in the ancestral territory. Little brother might as well try it. Ordinary people can't drink it. The spirit teas of the Star Territory can't compare to it." His words were full of arrogance, looking at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. Yang Kai looked at him with a burning gaze, not saying a word. Elder Chen's smile didn't diminish, but his heart was full of vigilance. Did he see through it? That shouldn't be the case. It's colorless and odorless. Even I can't distinguish it. How can a little brat from the Star Territory have such eyesight? The sect master is making a fuss over nothing. Even if this little brat showed his tyrannical strength with so many people from the Red Cloud sect, how could they not be able to take him down? Using such a method to deal with him was simply superfluous. Even if he was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only earnestly carry it out. After all, this was secretly instructed by the sect master. But then again, the sect master was too fond of the young sect master. This little brat should be the same as Su Yen, a talent. If he could be appeased, he might be able to recruit him into the Red Cloud sect, adding a strong general to the sect. It's just a pity he actually dared to snatch the young sect master's woman. He won't live to see the sun tomorrow. Thinking about it, Elder Chen asked, "Does little brother dislike this tea?" "Never. Since you don't like it, why don't you drink it?" Elder Chen's face sank. Combined with his red face, there was a hint of anger in his voice. "Don't tell me you don't want to give my Red Cloud sect face?" Yang Kai smiled and reached out to pick up the teacup. "Since Elder Chen says so, then this little brat will respectfully accept. Using this tea as a substitute for wine, I thank the Red Cloud sect for taking care of my senior sister Su all these years." Ooh. In any case, Su Yen was able to advance to the Dao Source realm and gain a foothold in the ancestral territory. It could be said that she had received some benefits from the Red Cloud sect. After this tea, gratitude is gratitude, resentment is resentment, and a life or death battle. I hope you won't complain. Little brat, put it down. A stern voice suddenly came from outside. Elder Chen's face changed. He looked up and saw a figure rushing in from outside. In the blink of an eye, the figure rushed in front of Yang Kai and snatched the teacup from his hand. Elder Chen was furious. He slapped the table and shouted, "Elder Wan, what are you doing?" Yang Kai's wrist only shook a little and avoided the thunderous blow. He raised his head and drank the tea without leaving a single drop. Elder Chen was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. The person who broke into the hall was also stunned. With her second-order Dao Source realm cultivation, she couldn't snatch the teacup from Yang Kai's hand. The other party didn't even get up and easily avoided it. What kind of reaction speed was this? Looking closely, it was just like the information she had received. There was not the slightest energy fluctuation from his body. He was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. Elder Wan. Only then did Kai Yang raise his head to look at the newcomer. Impressively, it was a middle-aged, beautiful woman. Her coarse clothes were unable to conceal her peerless elegance. Her figure was curvaceous. Unexpectedly, she was a mature and attractive woman. Well, she was completely different from what he had imagined. in the entire Red Cloud sect to have this kind of cultivation, and surnamed Yuan, she could only be Su Yan's master. Little brat, you said you are Su Yan's husband? Yuan Baiting frowned and asked. Yang Kai nodded. Yes. How do you prove it? Profound frost sword, clear sky, snow. Yuan Baiting looked serious. It really is you. Chapter 31:12. Others may not understand the mystery in these words, but as Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect, how could she not understand? When Su Yan came from the Star Territory, she brought an Origin King grade longsword, which was called Profound Frost Divine Sword. One of its sword techniques was called Clear Sky Snowfall. With this sentence, Yang Kai's identity was confirmed. How could they have an ordinary relationship? Moreover, Yuan Baiting had also heard of Yang Kai from Su Yan. After all, they were master and disciple, so they had a close communication. Until today, she had seen him in person. Boy, come with me. Yuan Baiting confirmed Yang Kai's identity and grabbed him. She had just received a secret message from a disciple saying that senior sister Su Yan's husband had come from Hungluo Starfield to look for her. But as a result, Elder Chen had taken him to the side hall to drink tea. Yuan Baiting immediately knew that things were not going well and had rushed over in a hurry, but she was still unable to prevent the tragedy from happening. She was also a little annoyed. She had already reminded him to put down the teacup and even tried to grab it, but this little brat ignored her and drank the tea in front of her. Su Yan, what kind of dog shit husband did you find? How did he live until now with this kind of brain? Didn't Master teach him not to eat and drink anything outside? Her jade hand clasped Yang Kai's wrist and pulled hard, but she couldn't move him. Instead, she staggered. Yuan Baiting's beautiful eyes shrank as she became more and more shocked. She was a second-order Tao Source realm cultivator. Even if she didn't use her full strength, she shouldn't be unable to move him, right? Yang Kai smiled at her. Originally, he didn't have a good impression of this Red Cloud sect. He was just waiting to inquire about Su Yan's whereabouts before he started a massacre. But now it seemed that there was still one person in this place who really cared about Su Yan. That was enough, wasn't it? In the end, the world was not all sinister. There was always a little warmth, like a light in the darkness, shining in all directions. Gently patting Yuan Baiting's hand, he motioned for her to let go. Yuan Baiting frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Her divine sense surged, and she transmitted her voice. "It's not good to stay here for a long time. Go." Yang Kai saw that she really cared about him, and his heart warmed. He didn't know her, but because of his relationship with Su Yan, she was so concerned about him. Obviously, she was really good to Su Yan. "Elder Yuan, what are you doing?" The red-faced Elder Chen looked at Yuan Baiting with a sneer. He didn't have the slightest respect for the strong. Although she was an elder of the Red Cloud sect, the other party was just an idle person. She had no power or influence in the Red Cloud sect. If it weren't for the old sect master's instructions, she wouldn't have been able to live in the Red Cloud sect for such a long time. The real relationship between Yuan Baiting and the Red Cloud sect was not known to many people, but there were rumors that she had some kindness to the old sect master. So she had been staying in the Red Cloud sect, but since the old sect master had passed away, the current sect master was in charge, and Yuan Baiting was completely reduced to an outsider. "It's none of your business." Yuan Baiting glared at Elder Chen. Elder Chen smiled and said, "That's not appropriate. I was ordered by the sect master to entertain this little brother. Elder Ruan's actions are rude to the guest, so please withdraw quickly." Yuan Baiting ignored him and looked at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going or not? The matter is not over yet. How can I leave?" Yang Kai smiled and looked at Elder Chen. "Elder Chen seems to be very happy, but I don't know what you are laughing about." "Naturally, I'm laughing at something that should be laughed at." Elderchin said sarcastically. How is the taste of my Red Cloud's Red Cloud's tea? The tea is good, but the taste is not pure. Yang Kai put down the teacup and fiddled with it. Is there something in it? It's too late to know now. Elder Chen's face suddenly became cold, and there was no longer the previous hypocrisy. After being poisoned, one would soon become weak and powerless. Even the third-order Tao source realm could not easily detoxify it. At this moment, Yang Kai was already a fish on the chopping board in his eyes. Elderchin seems to be very confident in that thing. Yang Kai lowered his head, and his hanging hair covered his face, giving birth to a gloomy feeling for no reason. You knew that the tea was poisoned. Wan Baiting suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. This guy's brain is full of holes. Slurp in the tense atmosphere. A strange sound was heard. The three people turned their heads and saw Lu Yen holding another teacup and drinking the tea in one gulp. Elderchin and Wan Baiting were both dumbfounded. Was this the so-called one is marked by the company one keeps, one is black by the company one keeps? Yang Kai is sick, but this little girl is also sick. I told you the tea was poisoned, yet you still drank it. Yang Kai rubbed Lu Yan's head. Try it. Lu Yan replied casually. It doesn't taste good. I'll give it back to you. Opening the mouth of the pool, a stream of tea shot towards Elderchin like a sharp arrow. While still in midair, the tea suddenly turned red, like a fire snake. The temperature in the hall rose sharply. Elderchen's face changed greatly as a sense of crisis instinctively enveloped his entire body. Without even thinking about it, he summoned his artifact to protect himself. With a clang, the tea arrow hit the shield-like artifact, causing it to flicker wildly before suddenly dimming. Apparently, it had lost all of its spirituality. The fiery red tea arrow didn't lose any of its momentum and directly melted a hole in the artifact's surface. Elderchin let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. When he lowered his head to look, a pitch-black hole had appeared on his shoulder. Blood was flowing out, and at the same time, an extremely terrifying fire attribute energy was wantonly flowing out of the wound. Everywhere it passed, his meridians and flesh were incinerated. His eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? How could this be? Weren't they poisoned? How could they still use their power? And what the hell is this little girl? How could a random tea arrow have such power? Wan Baiting was also stunned, looking at Lu Yen foolishly. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, it would have been difficult to believe that such a little girl could casually injure Elderchin. Looking at Yang Kai again, he had already stood up, and his face was as usual. Where was the trace of poisoning? Were you okay? Wan Baiting almost lost the ability to think. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Trivial trash. What can you do to me? Trash! Trash! That was the strongest poison in the Red Cloud sect, but in his mouth it was actually trash. Did he really come from the Hung Luo star field? She did not know that Yang Kai had cultivated the dragon transformation art. And after integrating the golden divine dragon source, he had the blood of the dragon race. The dragon race's resistance to all kinds of negative energy was recognized as powerful, and poison was one of them. With Yang Kai's current body, although it could not be said that he was immune to all kinds of poisons, but the poison that could affect him was certainly not found in the ancestral territory. He was not stupid, nor was there anything wrong with his head, but he was fearless. Elder, if you are like this, I will not be able to explain it to Su Yen. If she saw this, she would think that I was outside fooling around again. Yang Kai turned to look at Wan Baiting and winked. Wan Baiting found that she had been holding his wrist and could not help but look at him. Her face was a little red, and she quickly let go of his hand. Today's matter was a bit of a loss of self-control. Shwa, 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 shwa. A silhouette suddenly appeared. It was the Red Cloud Sex elders who had been lying in ambush for a long time. They heard Elder Chen's screams and came to check on him. They were all dumbstruck. Kai Yang was fine, but Elder Chen's injuries were not light. Han Zheng Yuan said with a cold face, "Elder Wan, do you need to give me an explanation?" When Wan Bai Ting rushed in, he also saw it, but he did not have time to stop her. Now that Elder Chen was injured, he thought it was Wan Bai Ting's hand. This woman, he had tolerated her for a long time. Today, no matter what, he would sweep her out. Wan Bai Ting said, "Han Zheng Yuan, don't go too far." Han Zheng Yuan said, "Who is going too far? As an elder of the Red Cloud sect, you actually help an outsider. How can you face the Red Cloud sect? How can you face the old sect master? Your matter will be discussed later. I just want to know, I came to find Su Yan. Why are you targeting me like this?" Yang Kai's cold eyes swept around and stopped on Han Zheng Yuan's face. All of this could not be Elder Chen's own initiative. Obviously, he had received instructions from Han Zheng Yuan, a sect master. For no reason to make enemies for himself, this was really a joke. Because Su Yan is not in the Red Cloud sect. What he said before was a lie. Wan Bai Ting explained. Yang Kai asked, "Where is she?" "She was sent to guard the fire cloud or vein. She has not returned to the sect for more than 10 years. It is one of the ore veins under the Red Cloud sect's jurisdiction. It is also one of the sect's foundations. Guarding the fire cloud or veins." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. His heart, that had just been raised, was now relieved. If that was the case, then Su Yan would not be in any danger. However, he quickly understood the key point and coldly snorted, "Why?" The fire cloud, or vein, was certainly full of fire energy. It was very suitable for people who cultivated fire attributes, secret arts, and secret techniques. If someone who cultivated fire attributes, secret arts received such a task, they would certainly be very happy. But Su Yan cultivated an ice attribute secret art. Moreover, she had an ice crystal jade body, staying in a place full of fire energy all year round, not to mention cultivating. It would be very difficult for her to maintain her cultivation. Yang Kai did not believe that the Red Cloud sect did not know about Su Yan's attributes. Since they knew, they actually sent her to guard the fire cloud or vein. Damn it, 10 years, although it was not long, it was definitely not short. In other words, Su Yan had wasted 10 years in vain. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. "Why?" Wan Bai Ting sneered, feeling somewhat disappointed. Naturally, they want to coerce her into submission. "You may not know, but that person's son has a soft spot for Su Yan." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Moreover, Su Yan's growth is too fast. Some people are afraid that her cultivation will surpass their own and threaten their own status." "Nonsense." Han Zheng Yuan coldly snorted. "Guarding the fire cloud or vein was also agreed upon by you and your master. How can you speak of this sect master's fault now?" Wan Bai Ting shook her head and said with a disappointed expression, "Han Zheng Yuan, as a sect master, you have no tolerance for others. In this regard, compared to the old sect master, you are far inferior. If not for this, she would not have been pushed aside." Chapter 31:13. When the old sect master had left, he had asked her to take care of the Red Cloud sect, so she had stayed here for 100 years. At that time, she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while Han Jingyuan had just entered the Dao Source Realm. If not for her protection, the Red Cloud sect would have been attacked by people seeking revenge. After 100 years, Han Zheng Yuan finally broke through, but his attitude towards her was getting worse and worse. Even she, who had protected the Red Cloud sect for 100 years, couldn't accept him, let alone Su Yan. If Su Yan really broke through to the second-order Dao Source Realm and joined hands with her master, the Red Cloud sect might not trust Han Zheng anymore. Sending Su Yan to guard the fire cloud mineral lode was a warning and a warning. If she was sensible and married into the Han family as soon as possible, her future would be smooth. But 10 years later, Su Yan didn't even return to the Red Cloud sect. She was determined to guard it. This sect master's way of doing things is not up to you, Han Zhenyuan coldly snorted. As the Red Cloud sect's consecrated elder, you took my Red Cloud sect salary, but instead of helping this sect master solve his problems, you actually colluded with foreign enemies. Wan Bai Ting, today this sect master will abolish your title as an elder. From now on, you and my Red Cloud sect will no longer be involved. His heart was extremely happy. This was an unexpected surprise. He had long intended to expel Wan Bai Ting from the sect, but unfortunately, he had not been able to find a suitable reason. This woman had been sheltering the Red Cloud sect in the early years, after all. The Red Cloud sect owed her a debt of gratitude. If he didn't have a good reason, it would inevitably shake people's hearts. Now he had a reason. Wan Bai Ting stretched out her hand and stroked her hair behind her ear. Her expression was calm as she said, "Well, I didn't fail to live up to the old sect master's trust. Today, even if the Red Cloud sect doesn't have me, it won't be a big problem. As you wish, from today on, Wan Bai Ting, have nothing to do with the Red Cloud sect." "See the guest out," Han Zhenyuan shouted. Wan Bai Ting said, "He wants to go with me." Her slender jade finger pointed at Yang Kai. Since he was Su Yan's husband, it was impossible to let him stay here alone. "Wishful thinking," Han Zhenyuan shouted angrily. Wan Bai Ting leisurely said, "It is not easy for the Red Cloud sect to guard this ancestral foundation. Don't let it be defeated in your hands." Although she was thoroughly disappointed in Han Zhenyuan, she had protected this sect for 100 years after all. She more or less had some feelings for it. How could she bear to see it fall in one day? "I am the sect master of the Red Cloud sect," Han Zhenyuan shouted in anger. "Han Zhenyuan, you have to think twice," Wan biting teeth tenderly shouted. Han Zhenyuan glanced at her coldly. "If you don't want to leave, don't even think about leaving today." The last bit of hope in his heart collapsed. With such a sect master, how could the Red Cloud sect last long? He could only protect her for 100 years. "Are you done?" Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth. His pair of eyes were faintly suffused with red light. He looked back and forth between Han Zhenyuan and the group of Red Cloud sect elders, making them shudder with fear. A trace of uneasiness gushed out from Han Zhenyuan's heart, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He waved his hand and said, "Take him down." Two silhouettes pounced over from the left and right like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they flew back at an even faster speed. While still in midair, they exploded into a mass of blood mist, not leaving behind a single bone. The main hall was silent. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they stared at all of this in amazement. Wan Bai Ting closed her eyes. Han Zhenyuan, today's matter is the stupidest decision you have ever made. Did you think I was thinking about him when I took him away? I just wanted to help the Red Cloud sect one last time." Wan Bai Ting had already seen that Yang Kai was unfathomably strong, coupled with that strange little girl who in the Red Cloud sect could be his opponent. It was ridiculous that Han Zhenyuan thought that everything was under his control. He didn't know that the identity of the prey and the hunter had quietly changed. "Start the array." After a moment of stupor, Han Zhenyuan shouted loudly. His hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. The runes in the main hall flickered, and a spirit array covered the area. Many of the Red Cloud sect elders found a trace of security. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at the most terrible demon. At that moment, he seemed to have just casually waved his fist, and the two First Order Dao Source Realm Elders who rushed towards him were smashed to pieces. What a powerful force! Fortunately, the sect master had the foresight to not have a conflict with him at the mountain gate. Instead, he led him here. At this time, with the help of the spirit array and their own strength, they would be in an invincible position. Kill them! Yang Kai stretched out a finger and gently pointed forward. Lu Yen opened her mouth and spat out a flame as if it had a mind of its own. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed in flames as a scorching heat spread out, causing the spirit array's runes to flicker. Everyone was shocked and used their own means to resist. He Yunxiang also looked absent-minded. She had been with Lu Yen for some time now, but she had never imagined that this little girl, who looked so adorable and cute, could display such terrifying power. A Red Cloud sect elder tried his best to resist the flame, but it was useless. The flame climbed up his body and burned him into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. That was a Tao Source realm cultivator. She was not surprised that Yang Kai could easily kill a Tao Source realm cultivator. She had seen Yang Kai's strength along the way, but what was the situation with this little girl named Lu Yen? Could it be that her strength was almost the same as Yang Kai's? Let's go! Yang Kai grabbed Wan Bai Ting's wrist. Wan Bai Ting asked absent-mindedly, "Where are we going?" She was also shocked. Although she saw Lu Yen injure the red-faced elder Chen in one move and knew that she was strong, she still did not expect that she had underestimated her. Who in the Red Cloud sect could stop such power? "Take me to Su Yen." Without any explanation, he pulled Wan Bai Ting and walked outside. When they reached the door, he punched and the spirit array in the hall shattered. Behind them, there was a scream and Han Zhengyuan's shout, Elder Wan, help!" Wan Bai Ting turned around and showed a look of pity. "If you speak, I will spare his life." Yang Kai stared at her and said, "Su Yan's master." He still had to give her face. Wan Bai Ting opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh and said, "Let's go." The Red Cloud sect had nothing to do with her anymore. She had failed to live up to the old sect master's trust. On top of that, although this was the first time he had met Yang Kai, he had a slight understanding of his temperament. This young man seemed to be extremely decisive in his actions. Even if he begged him to spare Han Jingyuan's life this time, he would definitely cripple him. If a cultivator was crippled, it would be better to die. She did not know if Han Zhengyuan regretted not listening to her just now. It should be. In front of the space array, several Red Cloud sect disciples looked at each other and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Elder Wan." The leader asked, "Where is Elder Wan going?" Wan Bai Ting was in a trance and said, "To Fire Cloud Mountain." The Fire Cloud lode was in the heart of Fire Cloud Mountain. The disciple was stunned. "Elder Wan is also going to Fire Cloud Mountain." Wan Bai Ting nodded, but Yang Kai heard something and said, "Why, besides Elder Wan, is there someone else going to Fire Cloud Mountain?" "You are." The disciple saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face and could not help but ask. Wan Bai Ting also recovered and said, "Who went to Fire Cloud Mountain?" The disciple naturally did not dare not to answer an elder's question and said respectfully, "A quarter of an hour ago, the young sect master took 2 elders to Fire Cloud Mountain." "What?" Wan Bai Ting's face changed and whispered, "Not good." She reached out and pushed aside the disciple who was blocking her and stood on the space array with Yang Kai. The space array shone brightly and wrapped the 2 people. When the light disappeared, the 2 people were nowhere to be seen. In the heart of Fire Cloud Mountain, the mine roads were intertwined. The Fire Cloud lode was one of the most important industries of the Red Cloud sect. All year round, there were Tao Source Realm elders guarding it. However, the environment here was bad. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the Red Cloud sect were not willing to accept this task. Even the two elders who cultivated fire attribute secret arts would not stay here. So basically, the elders took turns guarding it. Each elder would guard it for a year and a half. However, since 10 years ago, there was only one person guarding this place, and no other elders had come here. White clothes whiter than snow, pure as ice and pure as jade, isolated from the world. Such a beauty! Anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her, but she was sent to guard this dirty and messy mountain vein. Her white and clean figure was a sharp contrast to the chaotic environment, but where she was, it was a pure land. The disciples knew that she had offended the young sect master, so she took on such a difficult task. They were dissatisfied with the young sect master, but they did not dare to say it out loud. They could only silently feel sorry for her. Such a beauty. It was too late to love her. How could they bear to let her do such a thing? The young sect master was too cruel. Normally, the disciples who mined the fire cloud ores would return to the sect master every 10 days to half a month to recuperate and recharge their energy before returning. However, she had stayed here for 10 years. She was the most talented disciple in the history of the Red Cloud sect. 5 years after entering the sect, she had broken through to the Tao Source realm from the Origin King realm. But in these 10 years, her cultivation had not increased at all. She could only barely maintain her Tao Source realm cultivation. Fortunately, Wan Bai Ting gave her subsidies every now and then. Otherwise, whether she could maintain her Tao Source realm cultivation would be a problem. Inside the grotto, a steward disciple lowered his head and reported the recent mining situation to a woman in white in front of him. This steward was also unkempt. He kept his head down, not daring to look at the woman in front of him. It was not that he did not dare, but that he was unwilling. It seemed that his existence would blaspheme that beauty, that purity. After hurriedly reporting, the woman gently nodded. "I know. Thank you for your hard work." Her voice was soft and sweet, gentle and kind. The steward was satisfied. The report every 10 days was what he looked forward to the most. It was not for anything else but to hear her say a word. "Please rest." The steward respectfully retreated, but suddenly bumped into someone. He turned his head angrily. Who was so ungrateful to enter this place without notice? Didn't they know that this was Senior Sister Sue's place of cultivation? Turning his head, he was startled. He hurriedly moved aside and bowed. "Young sect master." Chapter 31:14. Young sect master was actually here. This was a rare guest. He had not been here for many years. 10 years ago, he would come here every few days. Every time he came, he would come in high spirits and return in disappointment. Later on, there was no trace of him. Why was he here today? Moreover, there were two elders following him. The steward disciple looked suspicious, but he didn't dare to neglect and saluted the two elders. "There's nothing for you to do. Get out." Han Qiancheng impatiently waved his hand. The steward disciple bowed his head and quickly left. Han Qiancheng took a few steps forward and stopped in front of the white-clothed woman. His eyes were like freshly mined fire cloud, or as he stared at her graceful body. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still as intoxicating as ever. Suddenly, he regretted coming to see her more often. Maybe his sincerity could make metal and stone move, but he quickly threw this thought aside. He was the dignified young sect master of the Red Cloud sect. He could have any woman he wanted, but this slut didn't give him any face. If not for the Red Cloud sect, how could she have broken through to the Tao Source realm? He was afraid that as early as when she first arrived in the ancestral territory, she would have been eaten by many masters. Thinking about what the young man said today, Han Qiancheng became even more irritated. He thought that this woman was pure as ice and jade, but He didn't expect that she was already married. He was angry that he didn't get to drink the soup. Junior sister Sue, I trust you have been well since we last met. Han Qianqing looked at Su Yan with a smile. Although the other party's cultivation was higher than his, he was the young sect master of the Red Cloud sect. How could he call her senior sister like others? Young sect master. Su Yan calmly stared in front of her. She slowly got up and saluted. Greetings, elders. The two Red Cloud sect elders didn't say anything. They stood behind Han Qianqing like wooden pillars. The light in the cave was unclear. They seemed to be hiding in the shadows, making it impossible to see their expressions. I don't know why the young sect master came here. Han Qianqing smiled and said, I missed you, so I came to see you. We haven't seen each other for many years. Su Yan's expression didn't change. 8 years? It's actually been 8 years. Han Qianqing sighed. Time really flies. I can't help but remember the days when junior martial sister Sue had just entered the Red Cloud sect. At that time, you were not so cold to Big Brother. Ooh, Su Yan said. Su Yan didn't deliberately target anyone. If I made Brother feel uncomfortable, please forgive me. Han Qianqing laughed and said, It doesn't matter. Junior sister, with your temperament, how can Brother blame you? He leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah that was about to pounce on its prey, full of aggressiveness. 8 years have passed. I wonder if Junior sister has seriously considered my original proposal? Su Yan asked. I wonder what Big Brother is referring to. Han Qianqing pointed at her and said with a smile, Junior sister, why are you playing dumb? Don't you know what I want? Su Yan has no interest in love. Han Qianqing smiled meaningfully. Is that so? He stretched out his hand and looked at it. Rubbing his fingers, he casually said, I don't think Junior sister has no interest in love. Rather, your heart already belongs to someone, right? Su Yan said, since young sect master already knows, you don't need to waste your breath. Bitch. Han Qianqing cursed loudly. My Red Cloud sect's young sect master. How can I not compare to that country bumpkin? After not seeing him for so many years, you still can't forget him. Later, I'll let you know the consequences of disobeying me. This young master will play with you until you become a piece of stinky meat that even wild dogs won't bother to sniff. That person is called Yang Kai. Su Yan's face that had been like an ancient well finally showed some subtle changes. How does young sect master know? She had only mentioned this matter to Wan Baiting. She had never mentioned the existence of Yang Kai to outsiders. Her first reaction was that Wan Baiting had spoken about this matter, but she felt that it was somewhat impossible. Wan Baiting was her master in the Red Cloud sect. Although they were master and disciple, they were like sisters. Wan Baiting was also very good to her. Why would she mention this? Naturally, I know. Han Qianqing smiled. For the first time, something had attracted Su Yan's attention. Han Qianqing did not succeed, but instead felt a sense of frustration. Because he had mentioned a country bumpkin's name, he pretended to be at ease and said, Moreover, I might as well tell Junior sister that Yang Kai is now in the Red Cloud sect. What? Su Yan exclaimed. What did you say? She could not believe her ears. Forcing herself to calm down, she said, Young sect master must be joking. Whether I am joking or not, you might as well ask the two elders. Ooh. Su Yan's expectant eyes immediately turned to the two elders behind him. One of them nodded and said, Young sect master's words are correct. Today, a young man called Yang Kai came to the sect to look for you and said, What did he say? He said he was your husband. Su Yan staggered, her heart no longer doubting. Yang Kai was really in the Red Cloud sect. Did he come to look for her? Could it be that he was really in the ancestral territory all these years? Su Yan's cold face could not help but burst into a smile. The whole world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only the light of that faint smile. Han Qianqing's eyes were wide open. He could not wait to hold this woman in his arms and take advantage of her. Such a nice beauty. Playing with her would definitely be different from before, right? It seems that he really is your husband. Han Qianqing's heart was filled with jealousy as he coldly snorted. Su Yan said, "Young sect master, I request to return to the sect." Han Qianqing shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. Unless my father gives the order, you can't go back." After a pause, he grinned and said, "Moreover, what's the use of you going back?" "What do you mean?" Su Yan frowned and asked, "It's like this." Han Qianqing sighed that Yang Kai did not know what was good for him. "Not only did he come to my Red Cloud sect to look for you, he even dared to talk nonsense and destroyed the sect guarding array. My Red Cloud sect has stood tall for thousands of years. How could any cat or dog humiliate us? At this time, and I'm afraid that he has already been captured. TSK, 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 he should have suffered a lot." The scorching hot cave suddenly gave birth to a cold feeling that froze one's heart. Han Qianqing looked at Su Yan complacently. He was afraid that she would not be angry. Since she was angry, it would be best if she begged him, "Perhaps I could satisfy your request and let your lover see you one last time before he dies." However, this quickly turned into amazement because the cold aura left as quickly as it came. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan's expression returned to normal. Han Qianqing said, "Junior sister, aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" Su Yan asked. Han Qianqing was speechless. Su Yan's reaction was beyond his expectations. Wasn't she a bit too heartless? After all, that was her man. Now that he was in prison, she should at least show some concern. How could she be so calm? "Naturally, I'm worried about Yang Kai." "There's nothing to worry about." Su Yan brushed her hair behind her ear. When he left the Starry Sky territory, he was already a second-order origin king. Now that so many years had passed with his aptitude, he should have already stood at the peak of the ancestral territory. Although the Red Cloud sect was not weak, it would still be difficult to deal with him. What's more, he was proficient in the Tao of space and was best at escaping. Han Qianqing was stunned for a while before he said, "I'm afraid Yang Kai's and will not be good. He only has himself to blame. Junior sister, he is your husband after all. How can you abandon him? If no one pleads for mercy, I'm afraid my father will punish him severely. If he is injured or killed, life and death are decreed by fate. Young sect master worries too much. Junior sister, I am willing to beg my father to let him go. Junior sister should know that my father will listen to my words. I appreciate young sect master's kindness, but there is no need to trouble young sect master. The Fire Cloud Mine's fire chi is too strong. Young sect master, please go back. And if young sect master returns and sees my husband, please tell him that I'll be waiting for him here and ask him to come over." Slut. Han Qianqing finally couldn't hold back and cursed. Everything was different from what he had imagined. He thought that if he came to tell her the news and made some requests while she was worried, she would not refuse. As long as she still cared about that country bumpkin, he would be able to achieve his wish for so many years. But everything was beyond his expectations. She seemed to not care about the life and death of that country bumpkin. How could a person be so heartless? Even Han Qianqing felt bitterly disappointed for Yang Kai. This kind of heartless woman should be ruthlessly taught a lesson and ravaged to let her know what a man was. Suddenly, he couldn't help laughing. It seemed that Yang Kai was not a very important person in Su Yan's heart, but since he had already come here, he couldn't just go back empty-handed. Raising his eyes, he stared at Su Yan with a burning gaze. Su Yan asked, "Is there something else young sect master wants?" Han Qianqing said, "Although the conditions here are a bit simple, There must be some special flavors. Su Yan frowned. This young master has never tried to play with women in such a place. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. I wonder if junior sister will cry out when I strip her naked. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a cold light flashed as Su Yan unsheathed her profound frost divine sword. A sword wave rapidly enlarged in Han Qianqing's eyes as the aura of death enveloped him. Although his cultivation was at the Origin King realm, it was all thanks to the accumulation of spirit pills. He had no experience in a life and death battle. He could not resist Su Yan's sword at all. If no one came to his rescue, he would likely die immediately. A big hand suddenly grabbed Han Qianqing's shoulder and pulled him back. At the same time, another hand passed by Han Qianqing's side and met the cold light. With a light clang, the cold light shattered, and Su Yan put away her sword. In front of her was a middle-aged man in gray robes. Just now, it was this man who had blocked Su Yan's blow at a critical moment. This man's cultivation was at the First Order Dao Source realm, similar to Su Yan's. Han Qianqing was rescued by another elder, and although he was unharmed, he felt like he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Only after he stood firm did cold sweat drip from his forehead, as he angrily shouted, "Cheap slut, you actually want to kill me?" That sword strike just now was not a joke. If he had been stabbed, he would definitely have died. Chapter 31:15. That was just a warning. Su Yan faintly looked at Han Qianqing. Since he had spoken rudely, it was only natural for him to be warned. "You very good." Han Qianqing's face changed as he stared at Su Yan viciously. He slowly retreated until he stood outside the cave and waved his hand. Take her. Today, no matter what, he had to get close to her. His patience had long been worn out, and he didn't want to wait any longer. Since she refused a toast, she could only drink a forfeit. The two elders who had followed him stood side by side, blocking the entrance of the cave. The two of them looked somewhat similar, so they should be brothers. They were both born with the waists of bears and the backs of tigers. Their shoulders were large, and their waists were round. When they activated the source qi in their bodies, a layer of faint red light appeared on the surface of their bodies. It was like a burning flame, incomparably hot. Han Qianqing had brought people to the fire cloud lode to find trouble with Su Yan, so how could he not be prepared? The two elders who had been chosen were cultivators of the fire attribute secret art. In this fire cloud lode, where the fire qi was abundant, they would be able to display strength beyond their own. With the two of them standing there, the only exit was blocked. If Su Yan wanted to go out, she could only kill her way out. The elder on the left said in a deep voice, "Su Yan, my Red Cloud sect has given you a new lease on life. When you first came to the ancestral territory, if my Red Cloud sect had not accepted you, how could you be where you are today? Is this how you repay the young sect master?" Su Yan said, "I am indebted to my master. What does this have to do with the Red Cloud sect?" The elder on the right coldly snorted. "The young sect master is a dragon among dragons. In the future, he will take over the position of Red Cloud sect's sect master. What part of him is not worthy of you? If you are sensible, quickly agree to the young sect master's request, and you will be spared from physical pain." Su Yan slowly shook her head. "Impossible. Stubborn. You are courting death." The two elders shouted, one on the left and one on the right. Their source qi vibrated, and stones fell. Han Qianqing angrily cursed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and take her down. I want her to regret it for the rest of her life. And don't ruin her face and body so as not to ruin this young master's mood. Young sect master, don't worry. It's just a little girl. The two of us can easily capture her." The elder on the left coldly snorted, the source chi in his body suddenly surging as he leapt towards Su Yan, opening his hand and grabbing towards her. The surrounding fire chi seemed to be attracted by him and quickly gathered in his palm, increasing his strength. Black Frost Divine sword flickered, and a semicircular sword curtain suddenly appeared 10 feet away from Su Yan, exuding a deep blue light, protecting her behind it. The sword curtain looked extremely weak, as if it would be blown away by the wind, but it was actually formed from countless sword phantoms. As soon as Elders's hand came into contact with the sword screen, he felt a piercing pain. The source energy in his palm blasted onto the sword screen. Ripples spread out, but the sword screen remained unscathed. However, Elders's figure was blocked. He raised his brow in surprise. Although both of them were cultivators of the First Order Tao source realm, he had been promoted for many years. On the other hand, Su Yan had been stationed in the Fire Cloud mineral lode all these years, so it was impossible for her to increase her strength. With the help of the right time and place, Elderswa thought he could easily defeat her. Only after a single move did Yang Kai realize that he had made a huge mistake. Su Yan's sword curtain was impregnable and unbreakable. As expected of a cultivator from a lower star field, the purity of her source chi was beyond his imagination. But so what? Elders's attack failed, and he immediately floated 3 steps away, slanting his body and circling behind Su Yan. At the same time, the right-hand elder took a step forward, and a copper hammer appeared in his hand. The copper hammer was 3 feet in diameter, and it was obviously a heavy object. The right-hand elder held this artifact and arrived in front of the sword curtain in a few steps before smashing it down fiercely. Su Yan frowned slightly, also aware of the power of this move. If they were outside, she could rely on her nimble figure to avoid it, but at this moment, in this cave, her movements were restricted, so how could she avoid it? The sword screen suddenly dispersed, and the profound frost divine sword bloomed with thousands of cold lights. Suddenly, the thousands of cold lights converged and stabbed straight towards Elderswa. Her sword chi soared to the heavens as Su Yan's face filled with indifference. Her eyes filled with a ruthless and resolute coldness, completely ignoring the copper hammer that was smashing down towards her. She was determined to perish together with Elderyu. Elderswa was frightened and did not dare to continue. If he were to smash down with this hammer, Su Yan would certainly die, but he would most likely die even faster. Feeling the power of the long sword, Elderswa was shocked. How is this woman so strong? This is the result of being suppressed for 10 years. If she had been cultivating peacefully in the Red Cloud sect and enjoyed the various supplies provided by the Red Cloud sect, to what extent would she have grown? This kind of talent is simply terrifying. No wonder the sect master planned ahead and banished her to this fire cloud lode for 10 years. Otherwise, who in the Red Cloud sect today would be her opponent? In a flash, Elderswa swung the copper hammer horizontally, blocking a fatal blow. The profound frost divine sword nimbly turned away, brushing past Elderswa's side and going straight for Han Qiancheng. She changed her moves so quickly, Elderswa was shocked. How could he not know that Su Yan's suicidal attack was just a pretense? She just wanted to capture the leader. If the two elders joined forces, Su Yan would not be able to leave this place today. However, if she captured Han Qiancheng, she would have the absolute initiative. At this time, it was too late to turn back to save Han Qiancheng. At the critical moment, Elderswa lifted his foot and slammed it on the ground. The earth cracked and gravel soared into the sky, filling Su Yan's line of sight. The biting cold sword power seemed to slow down. Come back! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elderswa's copper hammer finally swung out, blocking Su Yan's path. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the profound frost divine sword touched the bronze hammer, and Su Yan borrowed the force of the collision to bounce back to her original position. A look of pity appeared on her face. If she had been a little faster, then everything would have been different. However, she was a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, who had been suppressed for 10 years. Being able to do this under the joint attack of 2 elders was already unexpected. Whether it was Han Qiansheng or the 2 Red Cloud sect elders, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After a few exchanges, it was simply too much for the eyes to take in. Elder Zhua, who had already circled behind Su Yan, finally found an opportunity to make a move. A fiery red soft whip whizzed out like a fire snake, wrapping around Su Yan. Su Yan didn't even turn her head as she swung her sword behind her to block the fire snake's attack. However, she didn't expect the fire snake to turn around and climb up her sword. In an instant, the fire and ice chi clashed fiercely, and the cave was filled with a thick fog. Su Yan turned around and pointed at the fiery red soft whip that had turned into a fire snake. Her slender jade finger suddenly became crystal clear at this moment, like an ice sculpture of jade, no longer made of flesh and blood. Elder Zhua exclaimed. At that moment, he felt that the spirituality of his artifact was damaged, and this damage was worsening at an extremely fast speed. He did not dare to neglect it and quickly retracted it. When he looked at it, his face changed. He saw that the tip of his soft whip was covered with a layer of ice crystals that were rapidly spreading. Elder Zhua did not dare to neglect it. Pushing his source chi, he shook his whip and shattered the ice crystals, his face filled with shock. So strong, so strong. Although the fight had only lasted a few breaths, both Elder Zhua and Elder Zhua had seen that if they fought alone, they were not Su Yan's opponents at all. This kind of thing was beyond their scope of understanding. In the thick fog, the divine senses of the 3 parties surged, probing each other's position. After a few exchanges, no one dared to attack easily. Su Yan was attacked from both sides. Although she had shown great strength, if she did not come up with a foolproof plan today, she would definitely not be able to leave this place safely. Elder Zhua and Elder Zhua did not dare to advance rashly. They only wanted to find an opportunity to capture the enemy in one blow. The scene suddenly quieted down, looking extremely strange. Han Qiansheng shouted angrily, with dissatisfaction. "What the hell are you doing? Normally, each one of you is more diligent than the other. Today, I asked you to take a person, and you actually dilly-dallied like this. What a waste." Elder Zhua and Elder Zhua were angered by this scolding, thinking to themselves, "If you weren't the young sect master, I would have killed you long ago. You don't know anything, yet you dare to act arrogantly here." But in any case, the 2 of them joining forces failed to gain any advantage. Whether it was Elder Zhua or Elder Zhua, both of them felt ashamed. Secretly communicating with each other with their divine senses, they seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. In an instant, the divine senses in the cave surged, and 2 invisible forces rushed towards the place where Su Yan was standing. Soul attack. This woman's source chi was very pure and was not inferior to the 2 of them. If they were to meet force with force, it was very likely that she would pull one of them down with her. However, soul attacks were different. She had only broken through a dozen years ago, so how strong could her divine sense be? Using one's own strength to attack the enemy's weakness. This was the usual practice of smart people. Sure enough, when the 2 soul attacks blasted out, Su Yan let out a muffled groan, obviously a little overwhelmed. Her soul defense only lasted for a moment before it was broken. The Elder Zhua and Elder Zhua were overjoyed. The opportunity was now or never. Elder Zhua no longer hesitated. He waved his bronze hammer and rushed towards Su Yan. Vaguely, a cold light bloomed in front of him. As his divine sense swept out, Su Yan decisively stabbed with her sword, completely abandoning her own defense. Again, Elders was sneered in his heart. He was deceived by Su Yan's suicidal momentum just now. He had already lost face. How could the same trick work now? He became ruthless in his heart, and also gave up his own defense. The bronze hammer directly smashed towards the profound frost divine sword. The bronze hammer was a Dao source grade low-rank artifact, while the profound frost divine sword was just an Origin King grade high-rank artifact brought by Su Yan from the Star Territory. The two were of different grades. If they really met force with force, Su Yan would only suffer. A smug smile appeared on Elders's face. The smile suddenly froze. At the moment before the two swords touched, Su Yan's long sword dexterously avoided the bronze hammer and wrapped around the hammer like a living thing. The cold aura lingered on the sword edge, making people shudder. Asterisk, chi, asterisk, the sound of a sharp blade penetrating flesh sounded, and Elders will let out a muffled groan. Chapter 30, 116. In the karst cave, the high temperature baked, the mist gradually dispersed, and the originally confusing scene was imprinted in front of everyone's eyes. Han Xiancheng, who was standing at the entrance of the karst cave, stared at the scene in front of him with a horrified expression, almost unable to believe his eyes. The right-hand elder, who was holding a bronze hammer, was 5 steps away from Su Yan standing opposite her, but at this moment, a sword tip pierced through the right-hand elder's chest. The sword tip shone with a halo, spotless, and not even a trace of blood. When the cold air spread, with the wound as the center, it quickly spread around, freezing the right-hand elder's body, limbs, and head. The right-hand elder opened his mouth, and he couldn't believe that he would die here. Moreover, in his opinion, he was inexplicably hit just now. It seemed that he was just in a trance, and when he came back to his senses, his chest was penetrated. Su Yan was also a little surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect to kill the right-hand elder so easily. Her original intention was to exchange injury for injury, but who would have thought that the other party would be so vulnerable? Was he really so vulnerable? There was always a strange feeling growing in her heart. There was no time to think too much. The cold energy madly poured into the right-hand elder's body, freezing him into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. When the mysterious frost divine sword was pulled out, the right-hand elder fell on his back and fell to the ground into pieces. Su Yan turned around, and the mysterious frost divine sword swept forward. The cold breath wrapped in snowflakes and covered the left-hand elder's head. The left-hand elder hadn't recovered from the fact that the right-hand elder had suddenly died. Seeing the killing move coming, how could he be negligent? He hurriedly tried to resist, but his movements paused. The snowflakes covered his whole body, and he suddenly followed in the right-hand elder's footsteps. These snowflakes were condensed from Su Yan's source chi. They were incomparably pure and deadly. The cold, aura-penetrated elder was body through his pores, causing him to shiver all over. He couldn't even circulate his source chi properly, let alone resist. When Su Yan came with the sword, the left-hand elder couldn't even raise his hand. A trace of regret and begging for mercy flashed in his eyes. He was cut in half by Su Yan's sword, and blood spilled on the ground. Su Yan stood with the sword, frowning slightly. She didn't have the achievement of killing 2 cultivators of the same level, nor the joy of escaping. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of disharmony. Something seemed to be surging within his body. She suddenly woke up and raised her head to look at the entrance of the cave. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange light. She had been engaged in a life-and-death battle with the 2 elders of the Red Cloud sect, and hadn't been able to notice the slight abnormality in her body until the dust had settled. She knew very well what this abnormality meant. No matter how cold her temperament was, she couldn't hide the change of emotions on her face at this moment. Anticipation, surprise, fear, hesitation, ah. Han Qiancheng exclaimed and stumbled backward. He waved his hand and said, Junior, Junior sister, don't kill me. What happened today is just a misunderstanding. The left and right elders had died just like that. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. He had hoped that these two would help him capture Su Yan so he could do whatever he wanted, but now it seemed that his wishful thinking hadn't worked out. He was terrified, wondering if Su Yan would also try to kill him. How could two incompetent people be so easily killed by a woman? Han Qiancheng's retreating figure suddenly stopped, as if he had hit a hard wall. Turning his head to look back, Han Qiancheng opened his mouth wide. Why are you here? The young man, named Yang Kai, was actually standing behind him with his arms crossed. He didn't know how long he had been there, but he hadn't noticed him at all until now. Shouldn't he be in the Red Cloud sect? Shouldn't he have been captured? How could he appear here unscathed? There was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. Han Qiancheng's face was extremely pale. In a blink of an eye, he saw Wan Baiting standing to the side and hurriedly shouted, Elder Wan, save me. Wan Baiting looked at him coldly, not concealing the disgust in her eyes. Hello, young sect master. Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and slightly raised his hand. Goodbye, young sect master. With a slap of his hand, Han Qiancheng silently turned into a pile of meat paste. In the cave, the smell of blood was nauseating. Reuniting with Su Yan after such a long time, he didn't have time to talk to this piece of trash. Yang Kai raised his eyes and stared at the person in the cave. The appearance of the person in his memory gradually overlapped with the person in front of him, and after a while they could no longer be distinguished from each other. Yang Kai gulped. He obviously had 1,000 words to say, but he didn't know where to start, so he inexplicably became nervous. Su Yan's clear eyes quietly stared at him, as if this was the only existence left in the whole world. There was no room for anyone else. Ahem, Wan Baiting lightly coughed and said, You guys talk, I'll go first. Even a fool could see that the atmosphere at the moment was a bit charming. Naturally, she wouldn't continue to stay here. She just sighed. Because of a single mistake, the Red Cloud sect was really finished this time. Where should she go? Reuniting after such a long time was extremely warm, but the 3 lying corpses on the ground had somewhat ruined the atmosphere. But so what? As long as they could be together, even if it was a blood sea purgatory, they could still taste the thick sweetness. What are you looking at? Come here. Su Yan waved at Yang Kai, her voice trembling slightly, showing that her heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Now she knew that the reason she could so easily kill the left and right elders was not because of the two's mistakes, nor was it because of her sudden outburst, but because of the man in front of her. Yang Kai rushed over, stretched out his arms, and hugged her in his arms. His strength was so great that it was as if he couldn't wait to melt her into his body, never to be separated again. The familiar fragrance, the familiar touch. Even after dozens of years, he had not forgotten the slightest bit. The moment they touched each other, all the dusty memories were opened. As if it was yesterday, everything was vivid in his mind. Su Yan hugged him back and buried her head in his shoulder. At this moment, it seemed to turn into eternity. Yang Kai greedily breathed in her fragrance. He couldn't get enough of it. A quarter of an hour. Half an hour. Okay. Su Yan patted Yang Kai's back, her voice soft as if she was comforting a child's mother. Not good. Yang Kai was still hugging her, but suddenly felt a little unsatisfied. He reached out and clasped her shoulder, their eyes meeting, and lowered his head to kiss her. Her red lips were cold, just like her cold temperament, but Yang Kai enjoyed it as if it were syrup. Opening his teeth, they blended together and tasted each other's feelings. At first, Su Yan's body was still a little stiff. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so many years, and they hadn't been intimate for so many years, but after adapting, her body softened, and she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yang Kai's neck. Amorous feelings, if it weren't for the surrounding environment and the corpses on the ground, it would have been a picturesque scene. After kissing for a while, Yang Kai became unsatisfied again, one hand reaching up and the other covering her full chest, the amazing elasticity immediately flowing from his two hands as he wantonly needed. Su Yan clenched her fists and hammered his shoulders a few times. However, it had no effect and instead stimulated Yang Kai's aggressiveness. She ruthlessly bit Yang Kai's lips, but Yang Kai still remained unmoved. "Oh, you're going to force me," Su Yan muttered, but before she could finish speaking, her soft tongue was caught and fiercely sucked. Yang Kai's presumptuous movements suddenly froze, only to feel that the intoxicating touch on his hand was replaced by a cold aura, as if he was holding a block of ice. Not only was it hard, but it was also bone-chilling cold. It was the same in his hand, in his mouth, and in his arms. It was as if he was hugging a block of ice. Leaning back slightly, Yang Kai fixed his eyes on her and asked in amazement, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" At this moment, Su Yan's entire body had become translucent, as if she had been carved out of ice, where were the traces of flesh and blood. If it weren't for her blurred eyes and slight gasping for breath, anyone would have thought she was an ice sculpture. "Master is still outside." Su Yan stretched out a finger and tapped on his head. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, and she was overwhelmed by longing, she was still a woman after all. How could she let Wan Bai Ting wait outside while she and Yang Kai flirted here? Yang Kai grabbed her finger, played with it for a while, and asked in surprise, "Is this the ice crystal jade body?" Su Yan nodded, withdrew her finger, and then dispersed the divine technique to restore her flesh and blood. She straightened him and said, "Don't move, let me take a look." Yang Kai grimaced and stood in place. After examining him from top to bottom, she was relieved. After decades of wandering outside, nothing was missing, and this was enough. No cultivation level was more important than his safety. Yang Kai said, "I'm hurt." Su Yan was shocked. "Where are you hurt?" She couldn't see it at all. Yang Kai looked like he was in pain. "I don't know, senior sister. You have to check me carefully. I feel pain all over my body as if I'm going to die." "Where are you hurt?" Su Yan's face changed. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her waist, grinning. "It's not convenient to check here. I'll take you to a more convenient place." His figure flashed, and the two disappeared inside the small sealed world near the medicine garden. Pulling Su Yan's hand, he placed it on his chest and said, "Senior sister, quickly give me a check. My heart is beating so fast." Su Yan's heart was beating so fast. Su Yan's heart was beating so fast. Su Yan stared at him, her white cheeks blushing. She lowered her head and gritted her teeth. "I can see that you're fine. There's no injury at all." She was worried a moment ago, but now that she thought about it, he could quietly affect the two Red Cloud sect elders. Obviously, his strength had grown to an extremely terrifying level. How could he be injured so easily? Her heart was beating so fast because she was thinking about something she shouldn't. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and stared at Su Yan's blushing face. He approached her and said, "Senior sister, you have to let me check you. I'm not hurt." Su Yan's eyes drifted. "How do you know if you don't check? You just had a big fight. If you have any hidden injuries, it would be bad," Yang Kai said, and began to move his hands. How could her white dress resist Yang Kai's rough movements? It was quickly taken off. The sheep-fat white jade appeared in front of her eyes, and Yang Kai touched it in the muddy corridor. The flower stamens were wet with dew, softly moaning. Clouds and rain fell, and the snow-white body was covered with a layer of charming pink. Even the air seemed to be sweet. Chapter 30, 117. Rain after a long drought, 10,000 trees revived, and 100 flowers bloomed. Su Yen took off her white dress, took it off, and put it back on, as if she had fallen into an endless cycle. No matter how cold her temperament was, she could not resist Yang Kai's fiery invasion. The raging flames seemed to be able to completely melt her ice crystal jade body. She collapsed to the ground without a trace of strength in her body, feeling as if all her bones had fallen apart. Her snow-white skin was full of traces left behind by passion. One day and one night passed like this. Naked in front of each other, Yang Kai rested his head on Su Yan's plump chest as he rested. Su Yan's blurred eyes gradually recovered a trace of light as she patted his head. Is that enough? She couldn't take it anymore. The man in her arms seemed to want to pour his decades of longing into her body, making her toss up and down in the clouds. Her decades of tranquil state of mind was shattered in just one day and one night. Kai Yang mumbled something, but no one knew what he was saying. It was as if he was talking in his sleep. Su Yen smiled slightly as her jade hand gently patted him on the back, as if coaxing a child who had a nightmare to sleep. Suddenly, she said, "It's been hard on you all these years." When he left, he was just a second-order origin king. She could not see his current realm, but she could feel that it was definitely stronger than the third-order Tao source realm. Growth often came with a price. Although she had not been by his side, she knew that he must have suffered a lot over the years. Her heart ached faintly. When he was injured, who could take care of him? It's not hard. Yang Kai was no longer sleepy. He propped up his head with one hand and stared at the face close at hand. His other hand covered her full breasts and gently played with them. A trace of self-blame appearing on his face. "I came back late." Su Yen stroked Yang Kai's cheek. "Fool." Yang Kai was stunned. "I'm a fool?" Su Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "You're the stupidest. Why would you say that?" Yang Kai looked wronged. Su Yen smiled, but did not say anything. Yang Kai pretended to be angry. "Wow, you dare to talk about your husband." Reaching out, he tickled her, causing Su Yan's brow to furrow as she tried to stifle her laughter. Pausing, Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "If I'm a fool, then you're all melon wives." Lowering his head, he kissed that red spot, as if he was tasting the most delicious food in the world. Su Yan's body stiffened as she bit her lip, her two slender legs unconsciously intertwining as she reached out and cupped Yang Kai's cheeks, lifting his head up. "What? Have you gotten stronger? Come." Su Yen tilted her head, not daring to look straight into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's eyes glowed with a terrifying green light. After receiving the order, he didn't hesitate at all. With a low growl, he leaned forward. "Let me put on my clothes." Su Yen looked at Yang Kai with a faint trace of pain on her face. "No, I can't do this. If I don't put on my clothes, I will definitely die here. Moreover, I've been a little too indulgent. I've been entangled with him here for 2 days and 2 nights. I'm afraid that Master has been waiting anxiously, thinking of facing Wan Bai Ting later." Su Yan's cheeks were a little red. Yang Kai grinned. "What's the hurry? It's not over yet." Su Yen reached out and poked his forehead. "Be obedient." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I'm listening." Su Yen said, "There's still a long way to go. Why rush?" "But we haven't dual cultivated yet." 2 days of indulgence was just a catharsis of longing. The yin-yang joyous unification art was not used at all. "Can we go back?" Su Yen pleaded. "No." Yang Kai shook his head. Su Yen said with a straight face, Senior sister is angry. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Then I want to tell you about my experiences over the years." Senior sister, don't you want to hear it? Su Yen frowned slightly and hesitated. How could she not want to hear it? She wanted to ask from the beginning, but Yang Kai didn't give her this opportunity at all. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Then, long story short, okay." Yang Kai reached out and picked her up, sat down cross-legged, and grinned. "Let's talk while we dual cultivate." Su Yen nodded helplessly. She reached out and stroked her scattered hair, casually tied it into a bun behind her head, and slowly sat on Yang Kai's lap. Decades of experience. How could a short story be enough to cover it all? Beside the medicine garden, the cries of dragons and phoenixes resounded, accompanied by the sounds of zither and zither. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai narrated. There were too many things that happened after he went to the star boundary. Yang Kai picked some of the experiences that helped him avoid danger. Su Yen listened quietly, interjecting from time to ask a few questions. After he finished, it was unknown how much time had passed. Senior sister, what about you? How did you end up in the ancestral territory? Su Yen said, "It was a coincidence. It was strange. Hung Luo star field was originally an extremely isolated star territory. Even the passage to the star boundary was opened by the Star Emperor token left behind by Yang inflammation. However, less than 5 years after Yang Kai left, some abnormalities suddenly occurred in a certain part of the star territory, showing signs of collapse. That place was not too far away from Shadowed Star. After learning the news, Su Yen took some people to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Confused, they arrived at the ancestral territory and then joined the Red Cloud sect. After joining the Red Cloud sect, things were much simpler. She was valued by Wan Bai Ting and was accepted as a disciple. She was carefully cultivated, but because she refused to submit to Han Qianqing's despotic power, she was sent to guard the Fire Cloud mineral lode and stayed there for 10 years. After listening, Yang Kai coldly snorted. At this time, he was a little annoyed that he killed Han Qianqing too quickly. He should have left him alive and dealt with him properly. Elder Wan, the Red Cloud sect is finished. What should we do? In the Fire Cloud mineral lode, a group of disciples in charge of mining looked at Wan Bai Ting and asked. News came from the sect. Almost all of the sect master and elders were killed, and the one who killed them was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. All of this seemed to be related to senior sister Su Yen. After the death of the sect master and the others, the entire Red Cloud sect scattered overnight. The disciples fled in panic, afraid of being implicated. Today, the Red Cloud sect was probably an empty shell. These disciples were sent to mine the Fire Cloud mineral lode and learned the news a little late. At this time, they didn't have a backbone, so they could only come to ask Wan Bai Ting. Wan Bai Ting sighed. Sure enough, it was as she had expected. After all, this was the sect she had sheltered for 100 years. Now that it was destroyed, she felt a little reluctant. But thinking about it carefully, who could be blamed? If Han Zhengyuan had been a little more tolerant, the Red Cloud sect wouldn't have been in such a state. If he had treated Su Yen well, she would naturally have received a huge reward today. The strength of the young man, named Yang Kai, was unfathomable. Wan Bai Ting couldn't even see the depth of his cultivation, but she knew that as long as Yang Kai could casually leak something from his fingers, it would be enough to benefit the Red Cloud sect endlessly. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Presumably, if Han Zhengyuan and his son knew about this in the underworld, they would be very upset. Go find your own way. Wan Bai Ting waved her hand dispiritedly. Elder Wan, Now only you can preside over the overall situation of the Red Cloud sect. The leader of the disciples was unwilling to leave the sect and obviously wanted to persuade her. Wan Baiting shook her head and said, "There is no banquet in this world that does not end. There is no eternal sect and family. The tide rises and falls, flowers bloom and wilt. Let nature take its course. You can go." Although there was some regret in her heart, she felt more freedom. She took a deep breath, as if the shackles that had been binding her had been broken. Her mood was inexplicably light, but Wan Baiting suddenly looked up and looked in a certain direction, faintly saying, "That person has come out. If you don't want to be implicated, hurry up and leave. I don't know if he will start a massacre or not." Many disciples heard this, and their faces changed greatly. How could they dare to continue to stay in the same place? They scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, no one was left. In a flash, Yang Kai and Su Yan came together. "Honored Master." Su Yan curtsied, her cheeks slightly red. Wan Baiting was not an ignorant girl. How could she not guess what the two had been doing these days? Not to mention Su Yan's special style after being moistened by rain and dew. The strange smell that followed the two was enough to let Wan Baiting know the truth. 10 days. 10 whole days. This little brat was really tossing around. "Su Yan, you HM? Your cultivation." Before Wan Baiting could finish her sentence, she suddenly looked at Su Yan in shock, almost thinking she was dreaming. After not seeing her for 10 days, Su Yan's cultivation had actually broken through from the first-order Tao source realm to the second-order Tao source realm, and her aura was vigorous and her foundation solid. There was nothing wrong with it. How? How is this possible? She did not doubt Su Yan's aptitude and talent. Otherwise, it would not have taken her only 5 years to break through from the third-order Origin King realm to the Tao source realm. It took her 10 years to take this step. But this was the fire cloud mineral lode, and Su Yan had been suppressed for 10 years. It was reasonable to say that her cultivation should not have increased much. In fact, this was indeed the case. When she saw her 10 days ago, Su Yan's cultivation was not much different from 10 years ago. But now, she was actually a second-order Tao source realm cultivator, comparable to her. How did she do it? How was it possible? After Wan Baiting recovered from her shock, she immediately looked at Yang Kai. It was impossible for Su Yan to have such an ability. This had nothing to do with talent and aptitude, just as it was impossible for a master above the third-order Tao source realm to appear in this world. All of this was probably brought about by this young man. What kind of spirit pill did he give Su Yan to actually produce such a miraculous effect? Su Yan's face became more and more ruddy. She could break through naturally because of the dual cultivation. The yin-yang joyous unification art was originally a dual cultivation secret art. The two had not seen each other for many years, and their own foundations had been accumulating. Under this dual cultivation, they immediately turned these years of accumulation into capital to enhance their strength. What's more, Yang Kai was now the Emperor realm. With his support, it was difficult for Su Yan not to break through. Chapter 3118. Congratulations. Wan Baiting returned to her senses and looked at Su Yan. Wan Baiting was delighted that her disciple's cultivation was on par with hers. This proved that her vision was correct. Su Yan said, "Thank you for your protection over the years." Without Wan Baiting's help from time to time in the past 10 years, secretly sending her some pills, Su Yan's cultivation would have been at risk of falling. It would have been impossible to maintain her cultivation in this place full of fire chi. "Many thanks, Elder Wan." Yang Kai respectfully bowed with a sincere expression. Wan Bai Ting had nothing to say to Su Yan. Yang Kai had also learned some things about Wan Bai Ting from Su Yan and was very grateful to her. Wan Bai Ting waved her hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. Su Yan is my disciple. I should take care of her. I hate that I was indecisive and didn't take her away from the Red Cloud sect, dragging her down for 10 years in vain. Now it can be said that the bitterness is over and the sweetness is beginning. Otherwise, my sin would have been big." She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Treat her well. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, if I let her down, I will not let it go." Yang Kai grinned and reached out to his neck. If that day really comes, this junior will offer his head. There is no need for senior to do it. Although his cultivation was higher than hers, she was still Su Yan's master. It was natural for him to call her senior. Wan Bai Ting smiled and said, "I will remember this sentence." Su Yan felt something and asked, "Master, where are you going?" Wan Bai Ting took her hand and sighed. "The Red Cloud sect is gone. Before that, I was expelled from the sect by Han Zheng Yuan. Now that the world is so big, I should go out and see. After staying in one place for 100 years, I am going to become moldy. Besides, your cultivation is now catching up with mine. If I don't work hard, how can I be your master?" Su Yan said, "Master, you might as well come with me." Wan Bai Ting smiled and said, "You two have reunited after such a long time. How can I follow you? Let's just say that we will meet again if fate wills it." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "If you leave, I'm afraid we'll never see each other again in this life." Wan Bai Ting said, "Although the ancestral territory is large, you can see it when you want to. We will soon leave the ancestral territory." Wan Bai Ting was stunned and looked at Su Yan. "You want to leave the ancestral territory? Where are you going?" Su Yan replied, "Star Boundary." "Star Boundary?" Wan Bai Ting was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes burst with surprise. "You have a way to go to the Star Boundary?" Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she knew about the existence of the Star Boundary. This was not surprising. The ancestral territory was connected to countless star territories, and within these star territories there were more or less rumors about the astral territory. An ordinary cultivator in the ancestral territory might not know much about it, but once one's strength reached a certain level, they would naturally come into contact with more profound information. The Star Boundary was the legendary existence. It was rumored that there was a wider world there with more abundant world energy, a more complete world, and a more profound martial Tao. That was the final point of the martial Tao. And the masters of the third order Tao source realm were actually nothing in that place. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Honored master, come with me," Su Yan pleaded. She had received many favors from Wan Bai Ting, and if she left now, she was afraid that she would never have a chance to repay her in this life. Wan Bai Ting's expression changed. She wanted to travel the world, but who knew that a door would open for her, and the scenery behind the door was full of endless temptation for her. Taking a light breath, Wan Bai Ting looked at Yang Kai and asked, "What realm are you in now?" "First Order Emperor Realm." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "The Emperor Realm." Wan Bai Ting's face showed a yearning look. "Above the Tao Source Realm is the Emperor Realm?" Reaching out and stroking her hair, she smiled and said, "If I go with you, I won't disturb you, right?" No, I've already eaten and drunk enough." Su Yan elbowed Yang Kai in the stomach. Wan Bai Ting looked at her with a smile. "Then honored master will have to rely on you in his old age." Red Cloud Sect. The scenery was the same as before, but there was no hubbub of people. The entire territory of the sect was quiet, and there was not a single person in the square or the palace. It seemed that this place had become a dead territory, and even the birds and beasts in the mountains had retreated into their caves, no longer appearing at will, as if they had sensed some danger. On the steps in front of the main hall, Lu Yen sat there, her hands supporting her cheeks as she stared ahead. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she didn't put anyone or anything in her eyes, but also seemed to be able to hold the whole world. He Yunxiang walked over and glanced at her, feeling a chill in her heart. Who would have thought that such a cute-looking little girl would be able to kill people so quickly? Everything that happened in the main hall 10 days ago was still vivid in her mind. She only used a fire snake to attack and burn the Red Cloud sect master and many elders to ashes in less than 10 breaths. Those Tao Source realm masters who were unreachable in her eyes didn't even have the strength to fight back. Did you find something good? Lu Yen suddenly raised her head and looked at He Yunxiang. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized firebird that had been following He Yunxiang flew into her palm and with a cry merged into her skin and disappeared. He Yunxiang was startled and said, "I emptied their treasury, the Red Cloud sect, as one of the great forces of the ancestral domain, naturally had its own treasury. Usually, only the sect master and a few elders were qualified to open it. However, the sect master and the elders of the Red Cloud sect, Han Zheng Yuan, had died suddenly, and the disciples quickly fled. Therefore, the treasury was left behind, and no one was interested. There were many barriers in the treasury, and He Yunxiang's cultivation was only at the third-order Origin King realm. Naturally, she didn't have the ability to open the treasury. However, thanks to the firebird Lu Yen gave her, she was able to open the treasury's door with just a gentle touch. She only needed to go in and take things. He Yunxiang never thought that she would have a day when her hands would go numb from receiving so many treasures. This was the Red Cloud sect's thousands of years of accumulation, pills, rare herbs, secret arts, and artifacts. As the sect master of the fierce Wind sect, who had wreaked havoc in the territory of Wu Ji Star for so many years, He Yunxiang finally realized how much of a country bumpkin she was. The wealth plundered by the fierce Wind sect couldn't be compared to the Red Cloud sect's treasury. There were more than a dozen space rings, all of them full. "I'm rich, I'm rich." He then handed over the dozen space rings in his hand to Lu Yen. Lu Yen raised her head and looked at her, her black and white eyes clear and bright. "I'll keep one. The rest are for you and the master," He Yunxiang explained. There were so many good things, she naturally couldn't monopolize them. She was also a person with a sense of propriety. Keeping one of them would be enough for her to use for many years. "Keep it." Lu Yen waved his hand. This kind of trash, she didn't want it, and Yang Kai definitely wouldn't want it either. But Lu Yen suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his small body also standing up, his expression becoming strange, with a trace of excitement mixed with awe. He Yunxiang was surprised and followed his gaze, only to see several figures quickly flying over, the one leading them being Yang Kai. When they arrived, the three people landed. He Yunxiang's gaze was instantly attracted by the unfamiliar face, her heart filled with surprise. What a pure person! Is she the Su Yan who made the master furious after hearing about her? He Yunxiang's first impression of Su Yan was that she was pure, without the slightest flaw. It was as if the Creator had given her the most beautiful things in the world, making people who looked at her involuntarily feel ashamed of their own inferiority. It was only then that she noticed her appearance. Even the most devastatingly beautiful woman can cause the downfall of a country. Suddenly, she understood why Yang Kai had no interest in her at all. If there was such a person, no other woman in the world would be able to cause any waves in his heart. "Master." He Yunxiang hurriedly saluted, feeling a little uneasy. She didn't know if this lady would have any opinions about her. After all, she had always been by Yang Kai's side, and it wouldn't be good to provoke her jealousy. It seemed that she would have to restrain herself in the future. At the very least, She couldn't have any strange thoughts about Yang Kai anymore. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen puzzledly, then stepped forward and rubbed her head, grinning. You don't know me? Lu Yen and Su Yen naturally knew each other. When they were at the Hung Luo Star Field, they had a lot of dealings with each other. What Yang Kai found strange was that Lu Yen was looking at Su Yen with such an expression, as if it was the first time they had met. What made him feel even more strange was that Su Yen was also looking at Lu Yen, her beautiful eyes full of interest. Yang Kai looked at this, looked at that, and was confused. What are you doing? Lu Yen stepped forward a few steps and arrived in front of Su Yen. Her small nose gently moved, like a puppy sniffing something. After a while, she raised her small face and looked up at Su Yen with a smile. Su Yen also smiled, as if she had seen a close relative. She reached out and rubbed Lu Yan's head, softly asking, "What is your name?" Yang Kai said in a cold sweat, "She is Lu Yen." Su Yan's movements paused, and she was extremely surprised. Lu Yen? How did she become like this? Her impression of Lu Yen was that she was a beautiful woman in revealing clothes. She never thought that when they met again, she would become a child. Su Yen turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her eyes full of inquiry. It's a long story. In short, all kinds of things have happened, and she became like this. After a pause, he said, "What are you guys talking about?" He really couldn't understand what these two women were doing. He had never seen them so close before. Su Yen and Lu Yen looked at each other and showed a tacit smile, but they didn't mean to explain. "You wait for me." Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart, but he didn't want to be entangled in this issue. He looked around and said, "Let's go." Wan Bai Ting waved her hand and immediately summoned a ship. It was about 10 feet long and 4 stories high. The carvings were exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by a master. Several people boarded the ship. Wan Bai Ting shouted, and the runes on the ship flashed, and they left as fast as lightning. Their goal was to go home. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.